I have kidnapped an alien civilization. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551 White City. Oh, this kind of creation should be considered a kind of reproduction. Wandy's eyes were confused. I'm just a second generation ancestor, and I don't know many secrets. But according to the information that Leogia-sama accidentally leaked, Leogia-sama should be created by the High Priest using biotechnology to specially transform a part of himself. When Leogia matures, countless flesh balls will be bred in his body. When these flesh balls mature, they will automatically fall off and be discharged from Leogia-sama's body. Why does this reproduction method sound like a hen laying eggs? In the whole process, Leogia plays a role of a breeding machine. Wu Sanwei was thoughtful. Leogia-sama, more than 1000 flesh balls can be discharged each time, but only a few flesh balls can hatch second generation ancestors. Wandy's tone was not without pride, and Wu Sanwei could understand it. After all, being able to successfully break out of the shell from more than 1000 flesh balls is a kind of strength in itself. There are as many as 7 billion humans on the earth, and everyone is actually a winner in cruel competition. At the beginning of their lives, they participated in a chase with 40 million participants. The only winner finally qualified to come to this world. Wandy twisted his wrist carefully, as if he was doing warm-up exercises. In the sacred mountain, there are very few ancestors, most of whom are in deep hibernation, and only the High Priest sits in the stone chamber. But I got a secret that only the High Priest knows through a hidden way. In the center of this maze, there is a real ancestor imprisoned. He, like the High Priest, comes from outer space. Wu Sanwei was shocked and instantly understood Wandy's plan. Is he crazy? He actually set his sights on the ancestor. I plan to eat this ancestor, and then digest and absorb his flesh and tissue to purify it, to repair myself. Wandy's eyes flashed with greed. But don't worry. This ancestor has been imprisoned here for who knows how many years. He has long been weak, and can be easily dealt with. Even if he is extremely weak, he is still a real ancestor. Although Wu Sanwei has never seen an ancestor, this kind of creature, that can treat the second generation ancestors as slaves, must be very powerful. They must have the abilities that the second generation ancestors have, or even stronger abilities. In his opinion, Wandy is now a god killer. Then why don't you go by yourself? Wu Sanwei asked doubtfully. The ancestors have a natural suppression of the second generation ancestors. Wandy smiled bitterly, shook his head and said regretfully, in fact, I have sneaked in here once, and I have seen the imprisoned ancestor. He was lying in the cage, unable to speak, but I couldn't think of anything bad to him. My body couldn't help but kneel on the ground, and I could only tremble constantly. Wandy's face was full of fear, and his eyes flashed with extreme fear. This is a feeling I didn't have when I was facing the High Priest. Later, I understood it, after I escaped by luck. This ancestor is constantly emitting biological communication waves, and the strange fluctuations will suppress any negative thoughts. So I need a human helper, a human who can't receive biological communication waves. Wu Sanwei understood that Wandy was trying to devour the ancestor to cure his illness, but when he successfully sneaked into the maze, he lost this idea in his heart when facing his god. Are you sure there won't be any danger? He was half believing and half doubting. Wandy turned around and said sincerely, absolutely no danger. Because they are afraid of the ancestor, the guards dare not approach the cage. This metal box contains a special hallucinogen that is only effective against the ancestor. Wandy shook the box in his hand. You just need to walk to the door of the cage and open the box, and you will complete the task. By then, I will tell you the method of obtaining the coordinates of the alarm clock without missing a word. Wu Sanwei sighed silently in his heart. Although he didn't believe what Wandy said, he had no choice. After all, he didn't have the awareness to watch the extinction of mankind and remain indifferent. Wu Sanwei took the metal box and walked deeper into the passage. In the dim light, the patterns engraved on the wall became extremely strange, and countless humans whose faces could not be seen clearly knelt down to worship an alien spaceship. This spaceship looked very familiar. In the second pattern, two three-eyed creatures were suspended above the clouds, and below them were rivers and lakes. It was obvious that the ancestors were patrolling the territory. Wu Sanwei felt very uncomfortable. These aliens really thought they were the masters of the earth. The light was very dim, and his eyes were a little sore, so he gave up the idea of looking at the patterns. Silence. The passage was terribly quiet, and Wu Sanwei could only hear his own breathing and footsteps. Suddenly, he stopped and saw a light not far away. This light was very strange. Although it looked extremely bright, it did not spread out, forming a clear dividing line in the passage. One step forward was extremely bright, and one step back was pitch black. Could it be that there was a cage? He couldn't help but get excited and quickened his pace. Soon, Wu Sanwei came to the dividing line and carefully checked the situation behind the dividing line. However, he was disappointed because there was only a bright light behind the dividing line, like a wall made of light, and he couldn't see anything inside. There was no way out. Wu Sanwei took a deep breath, raised his right foot, and tried to break in. Unexpectedly short, without any obstacles, his right foot stepped on the solid ground. There was nothing abnormal. Wu Sanwei continued to move forward and passed through the wall made of light. In an instant, he found himself in an abnormal space with a dark background in the space, full of stars. Countless elongated meteors rushed past him. Countless stars rotated and rushed towards him. Space-time channel? It was strange that Wu Sanwei didn't have the timidity he should have at this moment. He stretched out his hand and tried to pick up the meteor that was flying by him. The meteor suddenly turned into a bright light and dissipated in the dark space. His fingertips only touched a little light. At this time, he realized that it was not a meteor that was sliding by, but he was flying at high speed. Where was he going? Wu Sanwei suddenly felt an unusual sense of security in his heart, as if in this space, he would never be hurt, nor would he be discovered by Chen Shuxian. Chen Shuxian disappeared. The grey-robed man disappeared. Wan Di disappeared. In this world, there was only himself. Finally, he disappeared too. This unprecedented feeling made him squint his eyes, turn over and lie on his back in the endless starry sky. The stars twinkled. How wonderful it would be if he could stay here forever. Unconsciously, Wu Sanwei fell into a deep sleep. Sanwei. A familiar voice sounded in his ears. His face felt cold. Wu Sanwei opened his eyes. A middle-aged woman with jewels and gems was staring at him with wide eyes and holding a wet towel in her hand. The water on the towel was dripping on his face, coldly. Wu Sanwei, Ting Ting is waiting at the entrance of the cinema, and you fell asleep. What's going on? Who is this woman who is expressing anger? Why does she look so familiar? Wu Sanwei frowned, his mind working at high speed. A dim photo appeared in his mind. In the photo, he was chewing a big red apple, and there was a man and a woman standing behind him. The woman had a melon seed face, a slightly upturned nose, and bright white teeth. Very similar. The angry woman in front of him was already old, and the wrinkles on her forehead were clearly visible, even though they were carefully concealed. The melon seed face she once had has become fat and deformed, turning into a watermelon seed. The bridge of her nose has also collapsed a lot with age. The once black eyes were now filled with the turbidity of the years. Although she was completely different from the woman in the photo, the feeling of mother and son being connected by heart would not change. This is my mother. Wu Sanwei was shocked and could not help but stand up. In his vague memory, his mother was a kind woman who would always fan herself with a cat-tail leaf fan in the summer to drive away mosquitoes for him and hum a few ducks under the bridge in front of the door to accompany him to sleep. Wu Sanwei's eyes were already wet and the surroundings were grey. He was about to step forward to express his excitement. Why don't you leave? His mother frowned with a fierce look that he had never seen before. This is already the 8th blind date this year. You ran away halfway through the first 7 times. If you dare to do it again this time, I will break your dog legs. Wu Sanwei couldn't help but take a step back. Is this fierce woman really his mother? In his memory, she was a kind and timid woman. At that time, strange insects would occasionally crawl into the old house on the first floor, and his mother would always tremble with fear. Movie theater? He asked subconsciously. Which movie theater? As soon as the words came out, Wu Sanwei realized why he did this. Why didn't he find out the real situation before making a decision? The bright sun hung low over the skyscrapers in the city, and dots of golden light spread all over the earth. Wu Sanwei held the steering wheel, looked at the taillights of the car in front, and fell into deep thought. Why didn't he find out the real situation? Why did he go to the appointment? Why? The street lights were red, and pedestrians on the roadside hurriedly crossed the zebra crossing. Although they looked exhausted, their eyes were full of determination. Although they were born as ants, they had their own happiness. The red light turned green, and a rapid beep sounded behind. Wu Sanwei came to his senses, started the car, and continued to move forward along this road that countless people had walked on. While following the navigation, he looked at the city carefully. The white overpass was across the middle of the road. White high-rise buildings stood on both sides of the road. White trees were planted on the sidewalks. White grass grew on the lawns, and white flowers bloomed brightly in the flower beds. On the open space, where the reddish-brown soil should have been exposed, it was also covered with a layer of white foam. Even most of the pedestrians on the roadside were wearing white coats and white pants. This is a white city. Wu Sanwei subconsciously looked at himself through the rearview mirror. White suit, white bow tie, white pants and black hair. Fortunately, the hair is not white. Otherwise, it would be too ugly. Go 200 meters ahead, then turn right, and you will soon reach your destination. A gentle reminder sounded from the navigation system, and Wu Sanwei turned the steering wheel and parked the car in the parking lot. You have arrived near your destination, and this navigation is over. After getting off the car, he turned his head suddenly, and his car was also white. White paint, white wheels, white rubber tires, and even the panoramic sunroof on the roof were covered with a layer of white film. According to the information provided by his mother, Wu Sanwei now needs to go to the cinema to date a girl named Ting Ting, otherwise his legs will be broken. Menkedo 3D Cinema is located on the 16th floor of Yida Plaza. Wu Sanwei looked up at the white building in front of him that was deep in the sky, with a white metal sign Yida Plaza hanging on it. In front of the building, on the white square, people were talking and laughing in groups of 3 or 2. Parents pushing baby strollers looked at each other with tenderness. High school students in school uniforms, holding milk tea, their faces were filled with happiness. All of this is full of the breath of life. Of course, from time to time there would be girls with amazing looks, wearing cool white fashion, walking out in a swaying posture with their heads held high and their chests puffed out in the spotlight of everyone. Looking at all this, Wu Sanwei fell into deep thought again. Is this the life of a normal person? Am I dreaming? Or is everything about Chen Shuxian just a dream, and this is the real world? Beep beep, there was a vibration in my trouser pocket. Wu Sanwei woke up with a start. He fumbled for a long time and finally took out a mobile phone with a white shell from it. A name Ting Ting appeared on the screen. Blind date. He answered the phone. Hello. Wu Sanwei, why haven't you come yet? The crisp voice was filled with the unique anger of a girl. This is a tone that is unique to girls. It can express anger, but it will not make the other party feel disgusted, and may even make the other party feel pity. The effect of pity is generally proportional to the girl's appearance. I'll be there soon. Wu Sanwei sighed and walked towards the entrance of the building. It's finally not white. On the 16th floor of Yida Plaza, Wu Sanwei finally saw the familiar neon lights. The 3 large characters Menkedo made of colored lights flashed colorful colors, which seemed particularly dazzling in this white world. Hey, what are you looking at, Professor? A crisp voice came from his ear. Wu Sanwei moved his eyes away from the colored lights and focused on a pretty face. A pretty girl was standing opposite him. She was wearing a white t-shirt with a nuclear bomb mushroom cloud printed on it, slim blue jeans, and 2 crystal pendants hanging from her ear holes. This seemingly simple outfit must have been carefully designed to show her perfect body curves while maintaining a pure taste. Hello, I'm Wu Sanwei. Wu Sanwei smiled shyly. I know. The girl's pair of big black eyes revealed a cunning look. I've seen your photo in the newspaper. As she said that, she tilted her head, raised her nose slightly, and blinked her eyes. But you look more handsome in person than in the newspaper. No man doesn't like to be praised by a young girl, and Wu Sanwei is no exception. but he didn't know how to respond to such praise, so he could only take the initiative to invite her. The movie is about to start. Shall we go in? Unexpectedly, the girl shook her head, and the crystal pendants swayed back and forth. No hurry, let's chat. Chapter 552, City of God. White cafe. Cafe table, white. Chairs, white. Carpet, white. Chandelier, white. Customers, white. The lights were dim, and the soothing music described a sweet atmosphere. This atmosphere made Wu Sanwei, who had always lived under the surveillance of the grey-robed man, a little uneasy. He carefully glanced at the couples around him who were snuggling together. It was very strange. Those girls with good looks, slim figures, delicate makeup, and healthy limbs seemed to have lost their ability to live in the cafe. They could only let the boys next to them feed them. Should I do the same? He had never been to such a place before, and he didn't know how to behave in order to avoid being impolite. I remember, you only drink black coffee, right? Just as he was feeling uneasy, the girl brought 2 cups of coffee and placed them on the table in an elegant posture. The coffee in this shop is all freshly ground, but the boss is lazy and needs customers to get it themselves. The girl's dissatisfied expression was also very cute. Wu Sanwei's eyes passed over her shoulder and saw an expressionless bald head standing in front of the white wooden counter not far away. The bald man was not white, but was wearing a coffee-colored robe with a coffee cup pattern printed on it. Although the bald man lowered his head, Wu Sanwei always felt that he was intentionally or unintentionally peeking at this side, but he concealed it very well. Why, don't you like it? The girl asked. Wu Sanwei came back to his senses and stirred the black coffee in the cup with a spoon. A handsome face was reflected in the dark mirror. He took a sip and the bitterness was accompanied by a sweet and fragrant aftertaste, which was really good. This boss's craftsmanship is good. He was always generous in praising beautiful things. The girl said proudly, of course, I, Zhang Xiaoting, am a movie star after all. How dare the boss not be attentive? Movie star? Wu Sanwei was a little surprised. He raised his head again and looked at the girl carefully. When his eyes fell on the girl's hair, his heart was suddenly shocked. His Adam's apple shook involuntarily, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His eyes were nailed to the girl like nails, and he could no longer move away. Of course, the girl was beautiful, but Wu Sanwei was not a flower maniac. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she would not make him lose his composure like this. Because the girl's black hair had turned into a mysterious purple hair. He clearly remembered that when they first met, the girl had a head of black and shiny hair, and he admired it in his heart. It would be a pity if she didn't shoot a shampoo commercial with such beautiful hair. However, in just 2 cups of coffee, the girl's hair changed color. Is this high-tech? But it must be said that purple is more suitable for the girl. She has fair skin, light willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of big eyes flashing with a soul-stirring brilliance, a high nose bridge, a cherry mouth, and looks elegant and generous. With a purple shawl long hair, the whole person has a more wild temperament. Am I pretty? The girl was embarrassed by his male-like gaze. 2 red clouds flew on her cheeks, and she lowered her head. Oh, Wu Sanwei realized his loss of composure and stammered. Pretty. Pretty, my name is Zhang Xiaoting. 23 years old, a professional actor, and I like cooking, flower arranging, and reading. The girl bit her red lips slightly and mustered up her courage. Wu Sanwei then remembered that the girl sitting opposite him was his blind date. Oh, my name is. If we use such a vulgar method as scores to judge a girl's appearance, Zhao Xiaoting, who is both gentle and wild, can get at least 9 points. The 1 point was deducted because she looked a little unreal, just like the characters in the movie. Although they think they performed flawlessly, they lack the realism that the original characters should have. The actors who play the emperor, no matter how gorgeous the clothes they wear and how respectful the ministers around them are, they can't interpret the emperor's unique domineering and tyranny. I know. Zhang Xiaoting interrupted him before he finished speaking. Her eyes flashed with admiration, and 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks when she smiled, which made her look very cute. Wu Sanwei, university professor, famous physicist, 26 years old, likes reading, poetry, and traveling. Zhang Xiaoting pointed at her little head and smiled proudly. Everything about you is recorded here. Little fangirl. Wu Sanwei opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He had never been admired by anyone, and he had no experience in blind dating. He didn't know what to say next so as not to be impolite. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaoting was very talkative. Auntie Liu is a vocal teacher at our Performing Arts Academy. Once she mentioned that she had a son who was 26 years old and still had no partner. She was almost worried to death. Zhang Xiaoting's voice was very nice, crisp and clear. Without listening deliberately, she could send her beautiful voice into your mind. Wu Sanwei listened quietly. Maybe this is life. In her description, you are a bookworm who knows nothing about the world. You only know scientific research all day long. You have been on blind dates for more than 20 times, but none of them worked out. At that time, I was still wondering how such a beautiful Aunt Liu could have such a weird son. Until I saw a group photo in her office. The photo was worn and a little yellowed. In it, a child with bright eyes was holding a big apple. I have seen this photo in the newspaper. Then I knew that the weirdo was actually a famous physicist. So, we met today. Did you know? Zhang Xiaoting's big eyes blinked, flashing a fiery light, and her lips were slightly pursed. I have admired scientists since I was a child. Their brains are full of wisdom and can make all kinds of incredible tools. Ahem. Wu Sanwei coughed twice and interrupted her. Ms. Zhang, real scientists usually only engage in theoretical research. Making tools is the responsibility of engineers. This is the embarrassment of being a scientist. When he was in college, Lan once asked him to make a nuclear bomb to blow up the college. Lan. The image of a purple-haired girl emerged in Wu Sanwei's mind, but she seemed to be trapped in a fog. In the haze, he could only see the iconic purple hair and a pair of straight and slender long legs. Wu Sanwei tried his best to recall. Finally, a breeze blew, and the fog dissipated. Lan and his mind became vivid. She had fair skin, light willow leaf eyebrows, a high nose bridge, cherry lips, and a plump figure. She turned her head, her eyes full of desire. This face turned out to be Zhang Xiaoting's face. Wu Sanwei's thoughts became confused in an instant, like a ball of wool that was tangled together in a mess, and he couldn't find the end of the thread. Lan and his mind gradually became larger and clearer, emitting a white light against the dark background, a pair of big black eyes blinking, and her red lips moved slightly. I'm Zhang Xiaoting. Lan is Zhang Xiaoting. Zhang Xiaoting is Lan. Wu Sanwei's pupils contracted. If observed with a high-speed camera, the observer can see that there are billions of flashing silver spots in his black pupils. The silver strange light spots multiplied rapidly. One split into two, two split into four, and grew exponentially, filling the entire pupil in an instant, completely covering the black pupil. A feeling of dizziness came over him, and the surrounding scenery gradually stretched and lengthened, turning into colorful strips that spun towards him. In a trance, he saw Zhang Xiaoting standing in front of him, her face full of tension and concern. Three-dimensional you. His eyes went dark, and his clear consciousness suddenly dissipated in the darkness. For a long time, Wu Sanwei woke up again, and opened his eyes. The silver in his eye sockets had faded, but in his deep eyes, would there be a silver light flashing? He seemed a little confused. What's wrong with me? Zhang Xiaoting was squatting beside him, stroking his face with her white palm, her eyes moist. You just fainted. Maybe you are too tired from scientific research. That must be the case. Wu Sanwei nodded heavily and smelled a unique fragrance of a girl. He then realized that Zhang Xiaoting was leaning in front of him, and a beautiful scenery was revealed. His face flushed, and his eyes moved away immediately. Thank you, I'm fine. Wu Sanwei stood up and pretended to look around casually. The young couples around were still snuggling together, feeding each other, and the bald man in front of the wooden cabinet quickly lowered his head. A living person suddenly fainted, but it didn't cause any ripples in this small cafe. In order to hide his doubts well, Wu Sanwei picked up the coffee cup and handed it to Zhang Xiaoting. Thank you just now. Drink it quickly, otherwise it will get cold. It will get cold? Zhang Xiaoting took the coffee cup and a strange smile appeared on her face. Yes, the movie is about to start. The cinema was dark. The cinema was small and could only accommodate more than 100 people, but it can be seen that the owner is very business-minded. He divided the space of the cinema into small grids, and then placed sofas and beds in the grids, just like a private room in a hotel. In the private room, there was also a small coffee table with drinks, snacks, fruits, and rubber plastic bags on it. In the eyes of those who know the business, the owner of the cinema has a deep understanding of the beauty of the world, and has good intentions. Of course, Wu Sanwei was a kid who grew up in the academy. He was facing grey-robed people all day long. He learned how to build an alien spaceship with materials from the Earth. Naturally, he didn't understand the good intentions of the movie theater owner. He was just wondering why there was a low moan in the box next to him. This moan was also quite strange, like pain, but also like endless joy. Next to him, on the sofa, Zhang Xiaoting was also very strange. Her face was red, her legs were clamped together, her hands were clenched into fists, her expression was uneasy, her eyes flickered, and she kept peeking at herself. It seemed to be fearful, but also like expectation. This was indeed a strange movie theater. Fortunately, when the movie officially started, a group of handsome men and beautiful women appeared on the big screen, instantly attracting Wu Sanwei's attention. This was a movie he had never seen. In fact, he had never seen any movie. The content of the story was very simple and sensational. An alien spaceship had to make an emergency landing on Earth due to a mechanical failure, and was ready to use the resources on Earth and leave the Earth after the repairs were completed. At the beginning of the movie, the glowing alien leader emphasized 3 times in a row that they did not covet the Earth. Unfortunately, although the aliens only dug a 5-kilometer deep pit to obtain resources and carefully planted many flowers, plants, and trees around the pit to provide cover, they were still discovered by humans. The evil humans did not listen to any explanations or accept the aliens' compensation and directly attacked the aliens. They dispatched planes and tanks and waved their butcher knives at the unarmed aliens with hideous faces. Even so, the glowing alien leader still ordered his subordinates not to fight back and tried to explain to humans again. This is completely a spirit of repaying evil with virtue. Shouts for justice have been heard in the cinema, but humans have been overwhelmed by anger. They would not listen to any explanations and launched an indiscriminate massacre of aliens. The aliens suffered heavy casualties and blood flowed like a river. The intolerable aliens finally launched self-defense. They used weapons beyond human technology to repel their human attack and made a third request for peace. The cunning humans pretended to agree to negotiate while secretly making a supernuclear bomb. Just as the kind aliens cheered for peace, the evil humans launched a supernuclear bomb, which, like a messenger from hell, dragged a red flame and shot at the alien base. A huge columnar cloud of dust and soot rose from the earth. What the evil humans did not expect was that the alien spacecraft was equipped with a quantum shield, and all the aliens were unharmed in the explosion. Instead, the supernuclear bomb triggered a catastrophe, and a large amount of smoke and dust with high energy radiation entered the Earth's atmospheric stratosphere. For a time, the sun was blocked, the upper atmosphere warmed up, the surface temperature dropped, and the Earth entered a nuclear winter. The Earth was pitch black, and highly polluted rain fell from the sky. Summer turned into winter, and winter turned into the ice and snow of the Arctic. Darkness and deadly frost descended on the Earth, and the high-dose radiation of radioactive dust severely destroyed the crops on the Earth. Severe cold, high-dose radiation, industrial, medical, and transportation facilities were widely destroyed, and the shortage of food and crops led to large-scale human deaths caused by famine, radiation, and disease. The extinction of the human race on the Earth is imminent. At this time, the aliens stood up. They were willing to put aside their past grudges and lend a helping hand to humans. The desperate humans accepted the help of the aliens. The great aliens used their godly power to build a divine city on the Earth, and generously accepted those humans who had wielded the butcher knife against them. In this city, there is no nuclear radiation, no frost, and abundant supplies. The faces of humans are always filled with joy and happiness. At the end of the movie, the glowing alien appeared on the screen. He raised his hands and accepted the worship of humans. Long live the ancestors! Long live the ancestors! After the movie was over, deafening shouts rang out in the cinema. This intense group emotion prompted Wu Sanwei to stand up and hold hands with Zhang Xiaoting, with a fanatical face. Long live the ancestors. Then they smiled at each other, their eyes filled with happiness. This is a beautiful white world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553, Divine City Wu Sanwei. Professor Wu, this is the result of the 105th dimensional experiment. Wu Sanwei, carrying a brown backpack, just opened the door of the laboratory and a young man with short hair came to meet him. This young man has a standard Chinese face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, a high nose bridge, a sharp mouth, shaped like a hornbow, with the string pointing upwards. He is of medium height and neither fat nor thin, as if he was made according to the standard data of Chinese people. He is wearing a white uniform with the logo of Shenzhen on his chest. Oh, classmate Liemo has worked hard. Wu Sanwei took a deep breath, suppressed his inner panic, and reached out to take the experimental data sheet. He was too familiar with the name Liemo. Wu Sanwei looked normal, and he looked through the experimental data sheet while walking. There was no surprise. This experiment failed again. Professor Wu, have you read my graduation thesis? The classmate named Liemo asked timidly behind him. Can it meet the standard? Ridiculous. It's too ridiculous. The greatest scientist on earth, a genius mathematician who established a branch of mathematics on his own, a great inventor who invented epoch-making products such as Marxing batteries and quantum chips, in this divine city, he actually worried about his graduation thesis. 1,000 grass mud horses galloped through his heart, and Wu Sanwei was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. He answered in a teasing tone, it's good overall, but there are still some problems in a few places. You need to revise it. Then, in Liemo's lost eyes, he walked quickly into the office, quickly closed the door, and no longer cared about anything, leaning against the door and laughing ha ha ha. It feels so refreshing to be able to tease a great scientist so unscrupulously. After a long time, the pleasure faded, and a trace of sadness floated in his heart. Wu Sanwei wiped the wet corners of his eyes, and looked at this office, that belonged to him. The office is large and white. There is a picture frame on the wide white desk, and the bookshelf behind the desk is full of books with white covers. 2 white flowers on the windowsill bloom brightly in the sun. Wu Sanwei sighed, hung his backpack on the hanger, walked to the desk and sat down, his eyes involuntarily falling on the picture frame. An old and yellowed photo was embedded in the white frame. In the photo, a child was chewing a big apple and snuggling next to a man and a woman. Wu Sanwei was upset for a while and turned the picture frame upside down on the table. When he waved his arms, he accidentally opened the drawer under the desk. A brown file bag lay quietly in the drawer. This color, which was not white, instantly aroused his curiosity. The file bag was made of high quality craft paper. When he touched it with his hand, he felt a unique texture of plant fiber. The bag was very heavy, and felt heavy in his hand. The bag was very thick, and it felt at least 20 sheets of paper thick. Wu Sanwei picked up the paper cutter, carefully opened the file bag, and pulled out a thick stack of A4 paper from it. He took a look at the cover, and his expression became solemn. On the cover, there was a title printed in black lead type, God City Wu Sanwei file. Is this his own file? Wu Sanwei opened the cover without any hesitation. Shenzhen Wu Sanwei file name, Wu Sanwei, number, Shen 0126182231, position, Chief Scientist of Shenzhen Space Dimension Laboratory, weight, standard, height, standard. Personal experience, when he was 5 years old, his father died in an accident at the playground, and he depended on his mother for life. He was very talented. He graduated from college at the age of 12, successfully discovered a new planet, and analyzed the dimensional constant at the age of 15, and won the Nobel Prize in Physics. At the age of 16, he entered the Hall of Fame of Human Scientists. At the age of 17, he was awarded the title of the greatest scientist of mankind. At the age of 20, he joined the Shenzhen Space Dimension Laboratory. Wu Sanwei was stunned. Was the Wu Sanwei in the file really himself? He couldn't help rubbing his eyes and reading it carefully again. That's right, there was a photo of his ID card at the end of the file. He was very familiar with the handsome young man in the photo and could see him in the mirror every day. At this time, Wu Sanwei suddenly remembered a trivial matter that happened in the morning. In the morning, he woke up from his sleep with a hurried knock on the door. When he opened the door, his mother was standing outside with a backpack in her hand. "Sanwei, it's time to go to work." Wu Sanwei took the backpack in a daze, picked up a piece of bread from the dining table, and ate while walking. Just as he was about to step out of the door, a question suddenly popped up in his mind. "Where is my father?" So Wu Sanwei blurted out the question without thinking. "He is on a business trip." His mother's face suddenly changed, and she hesitated. "It will take a long time for him to come back." Wu Sanwei stared at the file and muttered to himself, "It turns out that my father is dead in the City of Gods." The City of Gods Space Dimension Laboratory is located on the top floor of the experimental building and can be reached directly by a high-speed elevator. Wu Sanwei saw the number 33 displayed on the LCD screen in the elevator and heard the ding sound of the door opening. He pulled his white coat and walked out of the elevator. In the infinite white corridor, several experimenters in white robes looked hurried. When they saw Wu Sanwei appear, they stopped and their faces showed expressions of reverence and awe. "Hello, Professor Wu." Seeing the experimenters bending down, respectful and cautious, Wu Sanwei felt a feeling he had never had before. This feeling can only be possessed by famous scientists, especially Professor Liemo, who often has this feeling. This is a feeling that makes people feel happy and even superior. It is called being admired. Wu Sanwei, who felt proud for the first time, nervously pulled the corner of his clothes. A kind and warm smile appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly. "Hello, everyone." The faces of those experimenters suddenly showed a look of surprise and favor, as if they had received a great favor, and they nodded their heads frequently to express their gratitude like chickens pecking at rice. Wu Sanwei's joy in his heart increased a little bit, and he did not realize that his eyes began to flash silver light from time to time. "Professor Wu, you are the scientist I admire most and the idol of my life. You have the most intelligent brain in the world. I wish I could be 1/10,000th as smart as you." These experimenters began to surround him and flatter him in various ways. 30 minutes later, silver light began to flash regularly in Wu Sanwei's eyes, and his clear consciousness gradually disappeared. A darkness filled his pupils and entered his mind like a venomous snake. The invasion of darkness was counterattacked by the brain instinctively, but unfortunately this counterattack seemed futile. In the end, under the cover of the silver mist, the darkness successfully established a base in his mind. Wu Sanwei stood at the door of the laboratory, shaking his head constantly, and finally muttered to himself, "I seem to have lost the most precious thing. What is it?" The experimenters next to him saw this scene, and their reverent expressions on their faces did not change at all, and they kept praising Wu Sanwei's greatness. 50 minutes later, Wu Sanwei raised his head and returned to normal again. The thoughts in his mind had been swallowed by darkness. "Professor, I'll do things like opening the door." A girl with twin ponytails twisted her slender waist and opened the door of the laboratory first, not forgetting to throw a wink. Facing the girl's attentiveness, he had gradually gotten used to this treatment after 30 minutes of experience. Wu Sanwei just nodded slightly, and without looking at the girl with sparkling eyes, he walked into the laboratory. In the laboratory, a huge machine was placed in a space of more than 1,000 square meters. The machine was silver gray metallic in color, and the surface looked unreasonably smooth. It was connected by two gray-white pipes and an energy supply device. The machine had an arc-shaped overall groove structure, and countless bright spots flashed in the saddle-shaped grooves. These bright spots formed an opaque bright wall. Wu Sanwei felt that he had seen this kind of wall somewhere, but he couldn't remember it, no matter how hard he racked his brains. A layer of silver mist emerged in his mind at some point, completely covering up those ancient memories. He shook his head in annoyance. "Professor Wu, are you feeling unwell?" He heard a familiar voice, raised his head, and saw that graduate student Liemo was looking at him with concern. "It's okay." Wu Sanwei pressed his temple with his fingers. How is the preparation for the experiment going? Graduate student Liamo turned on the computer and gave a detailed progress. The dimension instrument has been cleaned, but the alpha element is below the warning line and needs to be added in time. I have requested supplies from the Divine City Administration in your name. I believe that with your prestige, the request will be approved soon. However, even if everything is ready, it will take 2 years for us to conduct the experiment again. A term that even he was unfamiliar with suddenly popped up in Wu Sanwu's mouth. Is it because of the space-time dimension vortex? That's right. Graduate student Liamo said excitedly. We can only wait for the vortex to approach the Divine City before we can use the powerful energy of the dimension instrument to open the dimensional barrier. As he said, he raised his fist and hammered his chest with a fanatical face. Although we have failed 105 times, I believe that under your leadership and under the guidance of the theory of dimensional grand unification, we will be able to achieve the final victory. In just a few words, this graduate student actually had beads of sweat on his forehead and gasped for breath, as if he had exhausted all his strength. At this moment, Wu Sanwei should have felt a pleasant feeling of being admired, but for some reason, he felt nauseous and his stomach was churning, just like eating 2-day-old rotten food. He covered his stomach and rushed into the bathroom. After a while, Wu Sanwei desperately washed his face with clean water repeatedly until his face turned red. He then raised his head and looked at the mirror in front of the sink. The young man in the mirror was pale and his eyes were confused. Is this me? Although the young man in the mirror looked exactly like Wu Sanwei, he always felt strange. Maybe the young man in the mirror was just wearing my skin. With doubts in his heart, he tried to recall what kind of person he was. Unfortunately, only a vague memory emerged in his mind, which was covered with a layer of silver mist and was hazy and unclear. I can't even see myself clearly. What's wrong with me? Who am I? Wu Sanwei lay in front of the mirror and muttered to himself. The young man in the mirror looked at him expressionlessly, and his confused eyes seemed to reveal endless mockery. You are me, and I'm you. No. A flame suddenly rose in Wu Sanwei's heart, and the raging flames instantly burned all over his body. The mist in his mind began to loosen slightly in the hot burning. The silver mist gradually disappeared bit by bit. As the silver mist disappeared, the ancient memory was about to become clear and visible. Just a little bit. Wu Sanwei gritted his teeth, and he had seen a word God from his ancient memory. God City? No. It's God Mountain. In his ancient memory, there is only God Mountain. After God Mountain disappeared, another silver mist began to dissipate, and the image of a purple-haired girl emerged in Wu Sanwei's mind. This girl gave him an unusually close feeling, as if he was the only one concerned in this world. Is this sun's outing? But why does it feel different? Who is she? Because of the cover of the silver mist, the girl looked extremely blurry. Wu Sanwei slapped his head violently, trying to see the girl's appearance clearly. Suddenly, in his mind, silver mist began to roll, and a pure darkness rose into the air, instantly engulfing the purple-haired girl. Wu Sanwei could no longer remember any details about the girl, and only felt a piercing pain. No, no, no. He roared repeatedly, pounced on the mirror like a beast, and slapped his hands violently. Give her back to me. Please, give her back to me. The self in the mirror was still expressionless, and his eyes flashed with a disgusting look. Wu Sanwei had also had this look. The biological laboratory of the college is always full of various accidents. Those weak children, under the supervision of the grey robes, tuck sharp scalpels and almost close their eyes to cut open the stomach of the little white mouse. Sometimes, the little white mouse is lucky that it is not cut in the fatal part and can still struggle violently. At this time, it will use a pleading look to beg those children holding the scalpel, hoping that they can give it a quick death. At this time, the children whose eyes were blinded by blood would hang the lucky little white mouse on the experimental table with a rope and then laugh at the side. This was their rare pleasure, and it was also one of the few violations that the grey-robed people would not stop. The eyes of these children were filled with this disgusting look. This was a look that was formed by many negative information such as ruthlessness, disdain, cold-bloodedness, teasing, and playing together. Academy. Wu Sanwei suddenly realized that he had just thought of a new ancient memory. Where is the academy? Why am I so afraid of it? He bent over and gasped. Suddenly, snap. With a loud noise, the mirror on the washstand burst open, and countless crystal fragments scattered. Wu Sanwei watched a piece of mirror fragment flying towards him, and a silver eye on the fragment blinked. In front of his eyes, it went dark. In the light curtain, a three-eyed man sat on the sun wheel throne. Not far away, a man in a dark brown coffee robe knelt on the ground. The target has experienced two emotional fluctuations, which have been suppressed. The new memory has been implanted, and the target will not pose a threat to the city of God. The three-eyed man seemed to have received a satisfactory answer, and turned into billions of light points, and disappeared in the light curtain. After writing this chapter, I read it twice, before I understood it. I laughed. Chapter 554. 1 year in the Divine City. Sanwei, why haven't you woken up yet? Doctor, is my husband really okay? Wu Sanwei opened his eyes amid a cacophony of noise. A purple-haired girl was standing in front of the doctor in a white robe, anxiously asking about the patient's condition. The sun shone through the glass window onto the girl's face, her high nose bridge and cherry lips sparkling. Isn't she awake? The doctor heard the beeping sound of the monitor at the head of the bed, and was immediately relieved, and breathed a sigh of relief, as if to say that the girl was too difficult to deal with. The girl turned around and ran to the bed, with crystal tears flashing in her eyes. Soon the drizzle gathered into a stream, and the girl rushed over. She had fair skin, light willow leaf eyebrows, peach blossom eyes that were like a clear spring, bright red lips, and a forehead painted with a light golden color under the sunlight. She was wearing a purple corseted dress that didn't reach her knees. The girl gave Wu Sanwei a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar. He couldn't help but step back. Sanwei, I'm anxieting. The purple-haired girl bit her lips lightly with white teeth, and her eyes flashed with sadness. Your wife. Wu Sanwei suddenly realized that I was married. He looked at Sun Xiaoting carefully again, and the picture of him in a suit and a girl in a wedding dress holding a wedding appeared in his mind. The picture was very blurry, just like an impression oil painting, and the guests blurred into a bunch of colorful ink dots. Only he and the girl in the wedding dress were clearly visible. The girl in the wedding dress looked at him affectionately, her face full of happiness. The girl in the wedding dress is Sun Xiaoting. My wife is Sun Xiaoting. Xiaoting, what's wrong with me? Wu Sanwei touched the gauze wrapped on his forehead, and he could still feel a little pain. Sun Xiaoting's peach blossom eyes were filled with a heart-pounding look, and she covered her mouth and laughed putchy. I was talking about it. You can fall down even when going to the bathroom, and it was your graduate student who sent you to the hospital. Really? Wu Sanwei perfunctorily stretched out his hand from the bed. He was completely intoxicated by those peach blossom eyes. He suddenly felt a heat inside his body and gasped for air. You look like a dead man. A red cloud floated on Su Xiaoting's face, and she was extremely shy. An hour later, Su Xiaoting stood in front of the mirror in the washroom, combing her messy long hair. Her face was flushed. Wu Sanwei was lying on the hospital bed, looking up at the ceiling, lost in thought. He always had an indescribable sense of strangeness towards this wife. Although there were also happy fragments of being with her in his mind, those fragments were very blurry. It was so blurry that he could hardly see his wife's appearance. And the doctor in the special ward. He clearly remembered that before the exercise started, the doctor in white coat had been standing by. But now he disappeared magically. Wu Sanwei was sure that he did not hear any sound of opening and closing the door. Thinking of this, he sat up from the bed suddenly. Dear. Sun Xiaoting had just finished combing her hair, and there was still some dew on her purple hair, and her face was flushed. What happened? That doctor? Wu Sanwei shook his head, as if shaking out the memory. Why did that doctor disappear? Sun Xiaoting was stunned for a moment, then leaned over, her peach blossom eyes full of spring water, her cherry mouth slightly opened and closed. Dear, the doctor left a long time ago. Before leaving, I said hello to you. Do you remember? Is that true? Why don't I remember? Wu Sanwei raised his head, smelled the charming fragrance, and sank into the spring water again, muttering to himself, yes. How could I forget it? 1 year later. In front of the white single-family villa, under the white tree, on the white lawn. Wu Sanwei lay on the bench, looking up at the white clouds and the blue sky. Blue, another new color, looks so bright and so real. Wah wah. A baby crying came from the cradle next to him, interrupting Wu Sanwei's thoughts. A wrinkled newborn kicked off the quilt, closed his eyes, and shouted. He was motionless. Sanwei. His mother ran out of the villa and bent down to pick up the baby. A grown man can't even take care of a child. Wu Sanwei didn't refute, still staring at the clouds in the sky without blinking. Mom, Sanwei is very busy on weekdays. Sun Xiaoting also came over from the side, holding a pair of barbecue tongs in her hand. Today is the birthday of the god, let him have a good rest. There is an important banquet in the evening. As she said, she shouted to the distance, Wanma, you come to take care of Cie. Wu Sanwei turned his head. Sun Xiaoting, who had just given birth, had not changed her figure at all, and was still as slim as in the hospital. Sanwei, the guests are coming soon. Sun Xiaoting saw her husband looking at her, and a charming smile immediately appeared on her face. The spring water that would never dry up was flowing again. Wu Sanwei pretended to turn his head away unintentionally. The sun was warm and the breeze was blowing. The beef on the barbecue grill with blood on it exuded a burst of fragrance. Sanwei, a man in a white robe, came to the garden under the guidance of the housekeeper. As soon as they met, he gave Wu Sanwei a warm hug. I haven't seen you for many years. You have become a great scientist. It's not easy. The man had blonde hair, a high nose bridge, a pair of big blue eyes, and thick lips. Franklin. Wu Sanwei's face showed rare enthusiasm, and he patted the man's shoulder heavily with his hand. You are not easy now either, responsible for the transportation of Shenzhen. A piece of information flashed in his mind. Franklin, a middle school classmate, the director of the Shenzhen Transportation Bureau, and a good friend of Wu Sanwei who had not seen him for many years. Since Wu Sanwei woke up from the hospital a year ago, he found that his memory had problems. Many people and things that should have been remembered seemed to be covered by a veil. Just like his deceased father, Wu Sanwei couldn't even remember what he looked like. This situation made him panic. It was terrible that a great scientist had memory loss at such a young age. In panic, he discovered a secret that belonged to him alone. Although he could not remember those people with enthusiastic faces, he only needed to present their appearance in his mind, and his brain would give a detailed introduction of this person. This way of introduction is like the narration in a movie. Sometimes a supporting role appears, and the person filming the movie will add a name annotation in the picture, and give a detailed introduction to the life of this person in the form of a third-party narration. For example, when he presents Sun Xiaoting's appearance in his mind, a piece of information will flash through his mind. Sun Xiaoting, wife, professor of Shenzhen Dance Academy, Wu Sanwei's favorite wife. His brain has become a computer. Although Wu Sanwei sometimes feels puzzled, this simple method can avoid a lot of trouble. Sometimes he would rather believe that it is just a talent, just like Sun Xiaoting's incredible poses with her two long legs. A well-dressed man in a suit and tie came over with a basket of fruits. Liu zooming, how is the recent tree planting activity? Information, Liu zooming, college classmate. Deputy Director of Shenzhen Environmental Protection Agency, is currently carrying out a tree planting activity in Shenzhen. A man with a Mediterranean head and wine bottle glasses followed closely behind. Professor Fang, long time no see. I've read your paper. It's very innovative. Information, Fang K, a friend in the academic circle, is a professor in the Department of Physics at Shenzhen University. He is currently conducting particle blasting experiments. With this talent, Wu Sanwei greeted guests enthusiastically like a normal person. Next to him, Sun Xiaoting had already changed into a purple evening dress and was walking among the ladies, looking very comfortable. From time to time, she would turn her head and sneak a glance at Wu Sanwei, casting a concerned look from time to time. This is a good woman who can handle both the living room and the kitchen. The sun sets in the west, and before we know it, it has darkened. Under the white light, dozens of long tables are placed on the lawn. Waiters in tuxedos carefully placed plates of roast beef and pastries carefully made by the chef on the table, and placed white knives and forks and white napkins. Finally, more than a dozen bottles of unlabeled wine were brought in, and placed in an orderly manner. In the soothing music, the aroma of barbecue filled the air. Wu Sanwei's stomach growled, and he couldn't help swallowing. But he still had a smile on his face and whispered to a university colleague. Obviously, this colleague was a little absent-minded. He kept glancing at the food on the long table from time to time, and his Adam's apple trembled. On the lawn, the originally lively noise gradually became quiet. The guests seemed to have lost interest in chatting, and pairs of greedy eyes glanced at the long table from time to time. However, everyone still had a smile on their faces and stayed where they were, letting the enchanting aroma knead their stomachs into a ball like a big hand. Only the hostess Sun Xiaoting was beaming with joy, talking incessantly in front of several noble ladies and occasionally making chuckles. Even though those ladies had long been tortured by hunger and lost interest in perfunctory, Wu Sanwei knew that he was waiting and the guests were waiting. Everyone was waiting for someone. But he didn't know if Sun Xiaoting was also waiting for this person. Dingling. Dingling. A crisp bell rang in the darkness in the distance. Although the sound was so faint that it could not be heard without careful listening, everyone looked in the direction of the bell at the same time. Wu Sanwei was no exception, but while he cast his eyes into the darkness, he carefully glanced at the guests' expressions with his peripheral vision. He could not confirm whether the information flashing in his mind was true. Liu Zuming, who had always been arrogant, showed respect on his face. Fang Ke, who had always been casual, pulled the corner of his clothes nervously. Several noble ladies also put away their vulgar smiles and looked solemn. As long as Sun Xiaoting's faint smile on her face did not change, she was even looking at him with concern. Wu Sanwei quickly retracted his gaze. He felt that Sun Xiaoting seemed to have noticed his peeping just now, and there was a hint of fear in her concerned eyes. In the darkness, two waiters in white robes walked slowly. They had bronze bells hanging around their necks, and they made crisp dingling sounds when they walked. The waiter wore a large white hood, and his face could not be seen clearly. They walked in an unusually standard pace. Wu Sanwei believed that, if he took out a ruler to measure now, the error of each step would not exceed 1 centimeter. Behind the white-robed waiter was a middle-aged man in a yellow robe. He had a straight face, a high nose bridge, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a bright red dot in the center of his forehead. He had an ordinary face, but exuded a majestic aura. This strange aura came quite strangely, as if someone had written the word majestic on the man's face. Wu Sanwei activated his talent again. Information. Name. Lord of Shensheng. Position. Lord of Shensheng. Relationship. He admires Wu Yi very much. This information is quite strange. How can anyone's name be Lord of Shensheng? Did his parents decide that this child would definitely be Lord of Shensheng in the future when he was born? Of course, even if the Lord of Shensheng was a hereditary position, he would not be named like this. If the son is called Lord of Shensheng, then what is the name of the father who is the Lord of Shensheng? The Lord of Shensheng came over, and everyone bent down and bowed heavily to express their respect. Wu Sanwei was no exception, but his wandering eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of a person standing in the back of the crowd with a smile on his face. Due to the crowd's obstruction, only a purple figure could be seen vaguely. Sun Xiaoting? But he could no longer be sure, because that person had disappeared. No need to be polite. The Lord of the Divine City walked in front of the crowd with a kind face, and his eyes exuded a warm glow that made people feel warm. Today, there are too many things to be busy, so I'm late. Please forgive me. The voice was soft, but contained unquestionable majesty. I don't deserve it. Everyone shouted. The Lord of the City is busy with work, and is concerned about the safety of the Divine City. The Lord of the Divine City nodded gently, and walked to the long table. A waiter had already brought a wooden chair with a sun carved on it. He sat on the throne, holding up his glass. Today is the annual birthday of God. We gather here to celebrate the birth of God. Thousands of years ago, under the temptation of evil, humans launched an attack on God, and destroyed their own homes. God has pity on the world, and built this city with supreme technology in the ruins. The surviving humans can live a happy life, and avoid the suffering of hell. You are the elites of God's city and representatives of human residents. You should know how to maintain the dignity of God. Please rest assured, Lord, we will do our best to spread the glory of God. Everyone was serious. Wu Sanwei also lowered his head and bowed his head. Okay, you can continue. The Lord of God City looked around with sharp eyes and seemed to be very satisfied with everyone's expressions. Turning around, under the guidance of the white-robed waiter, he walked into the darkness. Until the ding dong sound completely disappeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to the long table without waiting for Wu Sanwei's call. They held knives and forks, stuffed the bloody beef on the plate into their mouths, and chewed greedily. For a moment, the sound of knife and fork hitting plate, the sound of teeth chewing, and the greedy humming merged together. Wu Sanwei stood on the grass, feeling inexplicably nauseous. At this moment, according to the instructions of his brain, he should join the eating team instead of standing by with disgust. What's wrong with me? Am I sick? And where is Sun Xiaoting? She hasn't appeared since the Lord of the City of Gods came. In the dark, Wu Sanwei stood on the lawn, his eyes fixed on the wooden chair with the sun carved on it in front of the long table. Chapter 555 Different Color. In the darkness, Wu Sanwei heard the sound of Sun Xiaoting sleeping beside him, quietly opened his eyes, stared at the ceiling, and fell into deep thought. Since waking up in the hospital, he always felt that the world was a little strange, but he couldn't figure out what was strange. But today when he saw the wooden chair carved with the sun, he understood. In this world, some unreasonable things will be corrected in an instant. As the male owner of this villa, Wu Sanwei knew all his property, 2 cars, 36 chairs, and 12 wardrobes, which did not include the strange looking chair. Why would the waiter move out such a chair? Driven by doubts, after the Lord of Shenxing left, he kept staring at the chair. And then there was nothing else. The chair suddenly disappeared. It was not chopped into pieces by an axe, or burned to ashes by fire, but disappeared directly. It was like a chair drawn by a pencil, erased by an eraser. This is not scientific. Doubts are like a seed, taking root in Wu Sanwei's heart, and instantly growing into a towering tree. He remembered more strange events in the world. Once, on his way to work, he saw a man carrying a car on his shoulder, and walking on the street. Obviously, the car should have broken down, or run out of energy. But in this case, shouldn't you call for help? What's more, can an adult man really carry a car and walk calmly? The next second, his eyes blurred, and the whole world was covered with a layer of silver mist. He couldn't help rubbing his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the car had been pulled onto the broken car, and the strongman was explaining something to a uniformed driver. This is normal. At that time, Wu Sanwei thought he was hallucinating because of his heavy work. Now it seems that this is another strange incident in the world. Is this world sick too? When he woke up in the morning, Wu Sanwei drove the car to the space dimension laboratory in the center of Shenxing under the concerned eyes of Sun Xiaoting. His job is to study the method of jumping from low dimensions to high dimensions. 1 dimension is a point, nothing. 2 dimensions are a surface, with infinite area but no thickness. 3 dimensions are a body, and length, width, and height constitute everything that humans can perceive. The 4th dimension is a body plus the time dimension. This universe is a 4-dimensional universe. Creatures of the same dimension cannot master the secrets of the universe of the same dimension. In the 4-dimensional universe, 4-dimensional humans can accurately manipulate 3-dimensional space, but cannot peek into the 4th dimension, time. If the 4-dimensional universe is converted into a 5-dimensional universe, then can humans who become 5-dimensional creatures control time? Once time is controlled, humans will truly control their own destiny. Lovers who have broken up can go back to before the breakup and save their broken relationship. People with serious illnesses can go back to before the illness and enjoy a healthy life. Humans will be immortal. However, this seemingly great idea is considered to be an absurd idea, and it cannot even be called a scientific concept. Because according to the basic laws of physics, dimensions can only collapse, not jump. 5 dimensions can lose a dimension and collapse into 4 dimensions. But 4 dimensions cannot increase a dimension and jump to 5 dimensions. This means that there is no way to jump from low dimensions to high dimensions. However, the reason why a person is great and praised by thousands of people is that he can break the rules and do things that ordinary people cannot do. Wu Sanwei is such a person. In Wu Sanwei's memory, after graduating from university, he proposed the left-handed proton transition theory that shocked the world after a year of research. This universe is very rigorous. Every element, every atom, and every organism must follow the basic laws of physics. The entire universe is like a sophisticated computer that regulates everything in rigorous logic. But nothing is absolute. This absolutely precise computer has a small bug. In an accidental but inevitable experiment, two well-known Chinese physicists discovered that the same tiny particles in a weak interaction environment may not have exactly the same laws of motion. This is the theory of parity non-conservation. Parity non-conservation is a bug in the universe. Perhaps this is a momentary oversight by the creator, or perhaps it is a backdoor opened by the creator for mankind. By extending the theory of parity non-conservation, Wu Sanwei created the left-handed proton transition theory, making dimensional transition completely possible. Wu Sanwei also became the greatest physicist and won the Nobel Prize. Of course, this is all told to him by Wu Sanwei's brain. Therefore, Wu Sanwei's job was very simple. He only needed to write down the designs, data, and drawings that automatically emerged in his brain on manuscript paper, and then hand over these seemingly complicated designs to the experimenters in the tone provided by his brain. Usually, the tone provided by the brain was like the nobles in ancient Europe commanding their slaves, full of arrogance. However, this was very effective. The experimenters who took over the design drawings all had a look of reverence on their faces. This look made Wu Sanwei feel very happy, especially when he saw the researcher named Liemo, who looked even more submissive. This joy would be inexplicably doubled. "Hey, Liemo, come here." Wu Sanwei simply completed a new drawing. Although he couldn't understand the data on it at all, it was all from his brain after all. It was definitely not plagiarism. Liemo came quickly, holding a paper in his hand. "Professor Wu, this is the revised paper. Please take a look again." Wu Sanwei was very satisfied with his attitude and took the paper. He couldn't understand the content of the paper, but his brain kept telling him that this paper was good and could be published as a graduation thesis. Since the brain has said it's good, then it's good. Well, Wu Sanwei pondered for a moment, flicked the paper with his hand, and said in a serious tone, "Very good." Liemo was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly to thank him. "But I think it still doesn't meet the requirements and needs to be revised." Wu Sanwei suddenly said a sentence with a completely opposite meaning. Before the voice echoed in the air, he was stunned. This was not what the brain asked him to say at all. "What's wrong? Why did I say this?" Wu Sanwei ignored Liemo, who was looking gloomy and lost, and fell into deep thought. This is too strange. His mouth didn't listen to the control of the brain. It seemed that it was controlled by a higher authority at that moment. Is it another strange event in the world? No. Impossible. There is a commonality in the strange events in the world. Those events that are not in line with common sense will be repaired by the world in an instant. How to repair words? Wu Sanwei felt that the abnormality just now might just be a loss of control. Am I really sick? Until Sun Xiaoting took over his file bag, Wu Sanwei was still immersed in deep worry. He has a high status, a beautiful wife, and a baby son. He may be the happiest person in the world. There must be no problems. Sun Xiaoting knelt down to help him put on slippers, then stood up, her little face full of disbelief. How could you be sick? Su Xiaoting's attitude made Wu Sanwei feel strange. She did not ask him if he was uncomfortable or whether he should go to the hospital like a normal wife, but directly denied the possibility of being sick. Although Wu Sanwei was proud of his status, he was not arrogant. According to common sense, anyone can get sick. If he doesn't get sick, he must be a non-human. Why is Sun Xiaoting so sure that he won't get sick? However, when he saw Su Xiaoting's peach blossom eyes overflowing with spring water again, he instantly threw this doubt behind his mind. Dead look. Sun Xiaoting dodged his big hand, twisted her waist, and ran to the restaurant. Today I made your favorite potato stewed beef. Delicious. Wu Sanwei picked up a piece of reddish brown beef and put it in his mouth. The beef melts in your mouth, and the spicy and salty flavors are perfectly matched, which shows that the person who cooked the dish is very skilled. Sanwei, have some natto. A lump of black beans that stick together is placed on his plate, and Sun Xiaoting looks shy. I heard that this is very nutritious. Wu Sanwei was stunned for a moment. A message inexplicably appeared in his mind. Natto, a soy product, has the effect of strengthening the body. You should eat it. I should eat it. Wu Sanwei followed the instructions of his brain and swallowed the black beans into his mouth. The beans are very fragrant and soft. Ugh. Suddenly, a strong feeling of vomiting came to his heart. Wu Sanwei's stomach turned upside down and he vomited all the beans at once. The table was suddenly covered with black vomit. Wu Sanwei was a little panicked. Why did I vomit such delicious beans? It's okay. Sun Xiaoting seemed to be prepared. She took a towel from the side and began to clean up the messy table. She seemed a little disappointed. Although this disappointment was well concealed, Wu Sanwei, who had slept with her for more than a year, could still see the clues from her most subtle facial expressions. That was the disappointment that every man might encounter. Wu Sanwei felt guilty and was about to stand up, but he was suddenly stunned again. Sun Xiaoting, who was cleaning the table, was wearing a bright red cheongsam. This cheongsam was very wrapping and showed her curves perfectly. At the slit, a pair of beautiful legs were straight and slender, so tempting. A flame ignited in Wu Sanwei's heart. No, curves are not the point. Wu Sanwei pinched himself hard, and the pain was like a basin of clear water, extinguishing the flame in his heart. He also gained a moment of sobriety. He finally thought of his doubts just now. The point is, why can Sun Xiaoting wear colored clothes? In this white city, almost everyone's clothes are white. Why can she be an exception? What's even more strange is why he didn't notice this. Wu Sanwei began to try to recall Sun Xiaoting's usual clothes, but his mind was blank. Sanwei? At some point, Sun Xiaoting was standing in front of him, her big eyes blinking, revealing endless concern. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Wu Sanwei came back to his senses and pinched his thigh with his hand. Sun Xiaoting ran to the door of the bedroom, her peach blossom eyes flooded with spring water. Her face was charming. Aren't you coming? Wu Sanwei pinched his thigh hard and ran into the bedroom. In front of Yida Plaza, Wu Sanwei sat on a bench, looking at the people coming and going expressionlessly. A child quickly interspersed in the crowd, followed by an anxious mother. Two young lovers sat on a stone bench by the fountain, whispering. Sanwei, you are here. A man with a Mediterranean head suddenly appeared beside him. Wu Sanwei glanced at him. The man was wearing white clothes. A piece of information emerged in his mind. Fang Kai, a friend in the academic circle, a professor of physics at Shenzhen University, and a good friend of Wu Sanwei. It turned out to be his good friend. Wu Sanwei moved aside. Fang Kai sat down without any hesitation. I heard from Xiaoting that there are some problems in your relationship recently. Wu Sanwei looked up in surprise. Don't look at me like that. Xiaoting is my cousin. Fang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is only one girl in our family. If she is unhappy, I, her cousin, will not feel good either. Can you tell others about this? Wu Sanwei pinched his thigh with his hand. Embarrassed, you know, the 106th dimensional experiment is about to start. I'm under a lot of pressure now. When the pressure is great, it is inevitable that you will feel powerless sometimes. It is too embarrassing to admit to others that a man is powerless, but Wu Sanwei did not care so much in order to hide his true thoughts. Fang Kai, however, did not believe it, took off his suit and threw it on the back of the bench. Is it because you are powerless, or do you have other ideas? Wu Sanwei looked at him with a puzzled look and did not forget to pinch himself hard with his hand. I heard from Xiaoting that you have been acting strangely recently. Are you attracted to a young man in the laboratory? Fang Kai was indignant, and the veins on his neck trembled. There are only men in our lab. Wu Sanwei breathed a sigh of relief. He thought his unusual behavior had been noticed by his wife. Who would have thought that Fang Kai would become even more angry after hearing this? He reached out and grabbed his collar. His eyes widened. What's wrong with men? There are many such things now. I heard that you pay special attention to a graduate student named Liemo in the lab. Is that true? Wu Sanwei was about to continue to explain that he was a normal person, and a man in a coffee-colored robe flashed by. The second different color. The man in the robe was very fast and squeezed through the team of dancing aunties in an instant. Wu Sanwei struggled to break free from Fang Kai and followed him. Don't run. If there is any problem, the young couple will face it together. Fang Ke shouted behind him, and Wu Sanwei waved his hand without looking back. The bright coffee color is particularly conspicuous in this white world, so even if the man in the robe keeps weaving in and out of the crowd, Wu Sanwei still follows closely behind. 3rd Street, 5th Street, Hangluo Street. The man in the robe had excellent physical strength and only stopped at the traffic light intersection. He kept a steady pace for the rest of the time. Wu Sanwei pinched his legs hard with his hands while staggering to catch up. Fortunately, after crossing 3 streets in a row, the man in the robe finally entered a white high-rise building on the night street. Chapter 556 Watch. Dingling. The elevator door opened. The robed man stepped in, and Wu Sanwei squeezed in when the elevator door was about to close. The number 12 on the elevator panel had already lit up. This guy lives on the 12th floor. Wu Sanwei had a blank expression on his face, deliberately not looking at the robed man, and pleaded in a low voice, 11th floor, thank you. The robed man glanced at him and pressed the button. Dingling. The 11th floor was reached. Wu Sanwei took a deep breath and walked out of the elevator calmly. He knew that the robed man was still staring at him, so he pretended to be a normal resident on the 11th floor and took out the key from his pocket. The elevator door slowly closed with a slight click. Wu Sanwei ran to the stairs quickly. He wanted to get to the 12th floor before the elevator 15 seconds later. Wu Sanwei hid in the corner of the 12th floor and saw the robed man who came out of the elevator took out the key and opened the door of room 1204. 1204. Wu Sanwei looked up at the corridor above, but did not see any surveillance equipment. He walked to the door of 1204 without making any sound and put his ear close to it. Unfortunately, except for his own violent heartbeat, he could not hear any sound. It seemed that there was nothing behind the wooden door, or its sound insulation was too good. Wu Sanwei hesitated for a moment and glanced at the time. Then he returned home in disappointment. As soon as he opened the door, Sun Xiaoting came to meet him and knelt on the ground to help him change into slippers. She was wearing a set of cosplay nurse costume today, pink nurse skirt, white fishnet stockings, a stethoscope hanging on her white and smooth neck, and 2 rabbit ears inserted in her red hair. The rabbit ears flashed and flickered, and Wu Sanwei was fascinated. Idiot, what are you looking at? Sun Xiaoting lowered her head shyly. You are so beautiful. This time, Wu Sanwei's brain and what he wanted to say were the same. Today is their 2nd wedding anniversary. Sun Xiaoting has been reminding him to get off work on time, so Wu Sanwei hurriedly left the night street. You are so sweet. Sun Xiaoting blushed, her eyes sparkling with spring water. She turned off the lights. The room was instantly dark. Beautiful and soothing music sounded, and candles on the dining table gradually lit up. Sun Xiaoting leaned over his ear and hummed softly, Happy anniversary, husband. It was the first time that her husband Wu Sanwei heard her use this word. Today, I'm your little nurse. In the moist and warm air, she panted continuously. The next day, Wu Sanwei woke up from the bed, feeling sore all over. Sanwei, are you awake? Sun Xiaoting came in with bread and milk, set up a small dining table on the bed, and helped him put on the napkin. Wu Sanwei picked up the bread and felt a little pain in his arm. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Last night was really crazy. After breakfast, Sun Xiaoting had prepared his clothes and briefcase. Wu Sanwei put on his clothes, picked up his briefcase, and got into the car under her service. Sanwei, drive slower on the road. In the rearview mirror, Wu Sanwei looked at his wife who had been waving, and his heart was filled with happiness. Wow, Professor, how come you look so handsome today? Hello, Professor. You look much younger today. As he entered the laboratory, the lab technicians kept flattering him. Wu Sanwei was in a great mood. He had a gentle and virtuous wife, a well-behaved and lovely child, and a group of subordinates who admired him. This life was simply perfect. In a good mood, Wu Sanwei entered the office and was about to close the door when a big face suddenly appeared outside the door. The eyes on his face were full of timidity and uneasiness, just like a little mouse seeing a tabby cat. Liemo, what's the matter? Wu Sanwei opened the door with a warm smile. He was in a good mood today. Professor. Liemo opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Wu Sanwei's mind was as clear as a mirror. He came here for his graduation thesis. Under his strict requirements, this poor graduate student has revised his thesis 5 times. If his thesis cannot be passed again, he will have no hope of graduating this year and will not be able to catch up with the laboratory's autumn recruitment. Come in. Wu Sanwei was in a good mood today and decided to let him go. In fact, Li Mo's thesis fully meets the graduation standards, but Wu Sanwei himself doesn't understand why he has a strange feeling every time he sees his name. This inexplicable feeling eventually evolved into a deliberate targeting. Professor, this is the revised thesis. Li Mo held the thesis in both hands and handed it over respectfully. Wu Sanwei took it expressionlessly and flipped through a few pages. In fact, he did not analyze the content of the thesis, but nodded according to the suggestions given in his brain. Not bad. You are very attentive this time. It seems that you have met the graduation requirements. Li Mo almost jumped up with joy when he heard this. His face was full of smiles and his eyes were wet. Professor, thank you so much. The professor seemed very kind today. Should I chat with him more so that I can get some special care after officially joining the laboratory? In the laboratory, real talent and knowledge are certainly important, but the care of superiors is even more indispensable. The former is a necessary condition for a researcher to make achievements, and the latter is a prerequisite. Without the support of the professor, even the most talented experimenter will eventually become a senior cleaner who wipes equipment and cleans reagent bottles. Li Mo, who was determined to make progress, looked at Wu Sanwei, who was smiling. Professor, did you go to Hei Street to meet friends yesterday? Hei Street? Wu Sanwei was stunned. After work yesterday, he went home directly. Why did he go to Hei Street? He was about to refute, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his brain, like a sewing needle inserted into his head, and stirred it hard, mixing the red and white into a ball. In the severe pain, the silver mist that covered the memory cracked a gap, revealing a trace of real memory. In memory, Fang Kei's face was serious and threatening. There is only one girl in our family. If she is not happy, I, her cousin, will not feel good. Then a man in a brown robe appeared. He followed closely. The picture stopped on a golden doorplate, 1204. Then he thought about going home to spend the wedding anniversary with Sun Xiaoting, so he had to leave the building and drove back home. The moment he opened the door, his memory changed. In the new memory, he never had a conversation with Fang Kei, nor did he chase after the coffee robe, nor did he find the 1204 room. Instead, he went straight home after work. Wu Sanwei was extremely frightened. His hands were shaking, and the pen in his hand rolled to the ground with a snap. Big drops of sweat oozed from his forehead. My memory was tampered with. Who tampered with the memory? Why did they do this? How did they do it? One question after another was like a terrifying shadow blocking the sunshine of happiness. Professor? Li Mo, who was standing opposite, regretted it very much at this moment. He didn't expect that his short sentence would cause such a big reaction from the professor. Did he go to the dark street yesterday to meet his little lover? Although the professor's wife is very beautiful and is said to have a good family background, which man doesn't like novelty? Not to mention an excellent man like the professor. Professor, are you okay? Li Mo had realized that something was wrong at this moment, because the expression on Professor Wu's face was not anger or fear after being seen through the secret, but an extreme fear, like the fear that the world would be destroyed in the next moment. Hearing Li Mo's call, Wu Sanwei finally broke free from the shadow of terror. He was sure that his memory had been tampered with, and the source was probably the man in the coffee robe, or the room 1204. These 2 points were the anomalies in his normal life. Wu Sanwei's face turned pale, and he wiped the sweat off his forehead with a tissue. Professor, are you sick? Li Mo was extremely uneasy and regretful at this moment. He shouldn't have said too much, and now the professor might have a negative opinion of him because of this. Wu Sanwei pondered for a moment, raised his head, and asked thoughtfully, Student Li Mo, you have been admitted to my graduate school for 3 years, right? Yes, this year is the 3rd year. Li Mo complained in his heart. If the thesis does not pass, there may be a 4th year and a 5th year. But why did Professor Wu ask these questions? Is he concerned about me? Li Mo was confused. Wu Sanwei continued to ask, do you remember how you became a graduate student? How to become a graduate student? Of course, I passed the exam. Liemo was completely confused. He glanced at the professor carefully and said timidly, "Did you pass the exam?" Was this guy too stupid, or was his question too vague? Wu Sanwei had to change his words. "Your growth experience seems to be recorded vaguely in the archives. Only the records after college." In fact, not only Liemo's records are vague, but almost all of his classmates' records start from college, as if they did not exist before college. Oh, Liemo suddenly became extremely depressed. "I'm an orphan. I grew up in Shenzhen welfare house since I was a child. I spent elementary school, junior high school, and high school there. I went through untold hardships to get into college. Orphan, it's true." Wu Sanwei thought of several other lab technicians in the laboratory who were also orphans and grew up in Shenzhen welfare house. He thought for a moment and knocked on the table with his hand. "Student Liemo, can I trust you?" Trust? What it means to be trusted by the big boss of the laboratory is self-evident. This is a rhythm of rapid success. Liemo tried his best to suppress his excitement, stood up, and said loyally, "Professor, please rest assured. I, Liemo, am absolutely loyal to you." As he said that, he deliberately patted his upright chest, looking upright. "Well, I will give you 2 tasks now." Wu Sanwei didn't care whether he was loyal or not, as long as he didn't talk too much. "Please speak." With wealth and honor in front of him, Liemo couldn't wait. Wu Sanwei saw ambition in his eyes, which was a good sign. Ambitious people are easier to control. He deliberately lowered his voice. "First, you make a mechanical device that can be fixed on the body. It is driven by a spring and a needle will pop out every 10 minutes. This needle can penetrate into the muscle and cause pain to the human body." After deep thought, Wu Sanwei believed that pain was the only way to stop the brain command and stay awake. He used the method of twisting his thigh to identify many abnormal events in the world. But the method of twisting the thigh is too primitive and cannot be sustained. Once the pain disappears, one may fall into hallucination again, and even the memory may be modified again. This pain-generating device is different. It will puncture one's skin on time, produce a feeling of pain, and keep oneself awake at all times. This Liemo was about to ask what this strange device is used for, but suddenly thought that this might be a secret, and stopped talking instantly. "This sounds simple. Don't worry, I can make it before I get off work." He patted his chest. "The second task is to investigate the employees of the laboratory and ask them what their backgrounds are." Wu Sanwei specifically reminded, "You can ask in a chat way, don't reveal your purpose." This task is even more bizarre than making a strange device. Liemo didn't ask anything and nodded without hesitation. "Professor, don't worry, I will be careful." "Okay then." Wu Sanwei patted the paper in his hand. "You will put this paper here first, and I will revise it carefully. Maybe, it will become the annual outstanding graduation thesis." Although it was just maybe, Liemo also thanked him excitedly. The annual outstanding graduate has a higher salary than ordinary graduates. He couldn't wait to leave the professor's office and start making that strange mechanical device. It was almost time to get off work, but Wu Sanwei was still sitting in the office. Usually at this time, he would have left the laboratory, but today was different. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." Wu Sanwei lowered his head and pretended to be reviewing the paper on the table. Liemo pushed open the door with a cardboard box in his hand. He saw at a glance that the paper on the table was his own work, and a warm current surged in his heart. He didn't expect that the professor was actually helping him revise the paper. "Professor, what you want is ready." He put the box on the table with an expectant look on his face. "It's done so quickly?" Wu Sanwei put his pen in his hand, opened the box, and took out a mechanical device that looked like a watch. "This is modified from a watch," Liemo introduced. "I installed a mechanical probe on the back of the watch. The probe will extend from the small hole on the back shell every 10 minutes and pierce the skin. In order to prevent blood from flowing out when the skin is pierced, I integrated a macro laser freezing module in the watch. The moment the probe pierces the skin, the wound will be temporarily frozen. In this way, neither blood will flow out nor infection of the wound will be avoided." As he said this, he couldn't help but look at the greatest scientist in the City of Gods, with contempt carefully hidden in his eyes. This thing can cause pain to people, so it should be a torture device. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Looking at Professor Wu, who is gentle and dignified, I didn't expect that he really has this habit. It's just a pity for the beautiful and charming teacher's wife. Sun Zhaoting. Chapter 557 Ultimate. Wu Sanwei, who was concentrating on fiddling with the watch, naturally didn't know what Liemo was thinking. He carefully put the watch on his wrist and tightened the spring. The second hand began to turn. The minute hand began to turn. Tick. Tick. Wu Sanwei stared at the dial, very patiently. Tick. The watch jumped 10 times every minute, and 10 minutes were up. His wrist felt a sharp pain from being pierced by the probe, which made him gasp. The silver mist in his mind shrank a lot in an instant, and the world suddenly became much clearer. Professor, are you okay? Liemo expressed his concern at the right time. Wu Sanwei showed a painful and enjoyable look on his face, and praised, not bad, you did a good job. That's how it feels. Perverted. Too perverted. Liemo couldn't help but take a step back to stay away from this perverted professor. He heard that people who enjoy abuse usually have different sexual orientations from ordinary people. The teacher's wife is so pitiful. Wu Sanwei, immersed in pain, raised his head. What about the second task? Liemo took out a folded paper from his pocket. This is the result of the investigation. Wu Sanwei took the paper and opened it. The words written on it in ballpoint pen. Zhao Zara, female, 25 years old, graduate student, both parents are dead, grew up in Shenzhen Welfare House. Liu Menglan, male, 30 years old, doctoral graduate, both parents are dead, grew up in Shenzhen Welfare House. Zhang Zixia, female, 26 years old, doctoral graduate, both parents are dead, grew up in Shenzhen Welfare House. Statistics. There are 30 experimenters in the laboratory, all of whom have lost their parents and all grew up in Shenzhen Welfare House. This. Wu Sanwei looked up in disbelief. Professor, is there something wrong with my work? Liemo thought his information was wrong and looked panicked. Wu Sanwei shook the paper, his eyes widened. Don't you think it's a bit strange that all the experimenters lost their parents and grew up in the Shenzhen Welfare House? Oh, so it was because of this. Liemo was relieved and explained. After the supernuclear bomb exploded, the Earth entered a nuclear winter, and adults were more easily affected by radiation, so they kept dying. We children naturally became orphans. At this time, the aliens built the Shenzhen, and we orphans were sent to the Shenzhen Welfare House. As he said that, he did not forget to raise his hands and shouted loudly, "Thank God. The Earth suffered a world-destroying catastrophe, and the aliens saved the Earth." What a rigorous logic. What a perfect picture. If it was Wu Sanwei a day ago, he would definitely believe it, because at this moment his brain was constantly sending out signals of believe him, believe him. But under the stimulation of severe pain, an inexplicable self-consciousness took over the initiative of the brain. Wu Sanwei seemed to be referring to something, but asked vaguely, have you never doubted this statement? How could God lie to us? Liemo only felt that Professor Wu was a little strange today and was talking nonsense. Wu Sanwei smiled calmly. Do you still remember your childhood? Childhood? Liemo raised his eyelids, rolled his eyes up, and tried his best to recall. At that time, I was 5 years old. At that time, I was 5 years old. Liemo kept repeating this sentence. His face suddenly changed drastically, and his eyes were full of shock. The room suddenly became extremely dark, and the air was so thick that he couldn't breathe. He didn't remember what happened when he was 5 years old. The so-called growing up in the Shenzhen Welfare House was like an introduction catalog, without any substantial content. So how did he grow up? What is the first thing you can remember? Wu Sanwei looked at the extremely shocked expression on his face, and his heart moved, and he guided him step by step. I was 6 years old. I was 7 years old. Liemo found that his life was blank, and all his memories were just a brief introduction composed of cold text. In his memory, when he was 6 years old, he fought with a little girl in the welfare house and accidentally knocked out a tooth. However, when Liemo tried to recall the little girl's face, he only saw a blur. When he was 7 years old, his favorite teacher died due to the sequelae of nuclear radiation, and he was very sad. Liemo can still feel the sadness at that time, but he can't remember whether the teacher was a man or a woman, and the teacher's face is still a blur. At the age of 18, Liemo was admitted to Shenzhen University. At a dance, he met his first love. She was a girl with an oval face, ponytail, fair skin, beautiful eyes, 1.7 meters tall, 52 kilograms, who liked to wear knee-length dresses and spoke crisply. The two spent 4 years of happy time in college. But Liemo couldn't remember any details about the girl at this time, such as what she looked like. Only those boring descriptions remained in his memory, as if his girlfriend didn't really exist, but was just made up of these words. I entered the Shenzhen Space Dimension Laboratory at the age of 23, and became an ordinary experimenter. This is Liemo's first memory. From this moment on, the memory in his mind became vivid. Unconsciously, he was already in tears. Wu Sanwei deeply felt this feeling, stood up and patted his shoulder. The biggest problem is that you never actively recall the past, never carefully observe this world. Liemo was shocked and asked in an unbelievable tone, is this world fake? We are all just a set of data? This may be the only explanation, but Wu Sanwei just smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But now I have to get off work. Wu Sanwei said as he stuffed the white paper into the shredder and watched the shredder spit out paper scraps. Also, you'd better keep your mouth shut about this matter. If this world is indeed a virtual system, there must be a manager. He must not want anyone to find out about this. Liemo's face suddenly turned cold, and he couldn't help shuddering. Wu Sanwei drove the car towards the sunset and set off on the way home. He looked at the white scenery on the roadside and muttered to himself, tomorrow. Liemo squeezed onto the bus. His ears were filled with extremely noisy sounds, and he smelled a turbid smell, a unique smell composed of sweat, cheap perfume, foot odor, and chive boxes. In this crowd, he muttered to himself, all this is fake. Then what is the real world like? Suddenly, a girl with colorful hair stared at his wrist with wide eyes, put her fingers into her bright red mouth, and had the unique temperament of a street girl. Handsome man, the watch is nice. Are you free? Please buy me a glass of Martel. After getting off the bus, Liemo quickly pulled down his sleeves to cover the watch. That would extend the probe every 10 minutes. He made 2 of these watches. The next day, Wu Sanwei drove the car as usual and left home with Sun Xiaoting reluctant to leave. He did not go to work, but parked the car in a parking lot not far from the Yida building. The entrance to the building can be clearly seen from here. Wu Sanwei took out the telescope and began to observe. Yida building is the most prosperous commercial district in Shenzhen, with a large flow of people. At the entrance of the building, people come and go, young couples shopping, workers going to work, and staff maintaining order. These people are crowded together and can't see each other. But Wu Sanwei is not in a hurry, because these people are all wearing white clothes. He glanced at his watch, 8:08, and there are 2 minutes before a new round of tingling. He couldn't help but pick up the coffee next to him and take a sip. Although the tingling can keep himself awake and not get lost, the feeling of pain is not good. Last night, he almost didn't sleep all night. So much so that Su Xiaoting said that she would reward him well. Wu Sanwei suddenly put down the coffee cup because he saw a man in a coffee robe appear at the entrance of the building. The man squeezed into the building from the crowd, as if there was no one around. Wu Sanwei started the car and drove towards Hangluo Street. According to his last memory, he carried a backpack and soon came to the downstairs of the white building 12th floor, 1204. Wu Sanwei stood in front of the door, took a deep breath, and took out the lockpicking tools from his backpack. Just as he was about to insert the lockpick into the keyhole, he accidentally touched the door, and the door silently opened a crack. The door was not locked. Wu Sanwei was stunned. He carefully put the lockpick into his backpack and gently pushed the door open. Pitch black. It was pitch black inside the door. This was a pure pitch black, and even the light in the corridor could not penetrate at all. It was as if there was a giant beast that devoured light inside, greedily swallowing all the light into its stomach. An inexplicable panic rose from Wu Sanwei's heart. He felt that the eyes suddenly became dim, as if the dark environment in the room flowed out and flooded the corridor. In the darkness, an eye stared at him. This gaze was majestic, empty, and indifferent, and it made people unable to think of resisting. Wu Sanwei felt like someone had poured a basin of cold water on him in winter, and he was cold from head to toe, and he shivered uncontrollably. He wanted to turn around and run away. Tick. 10 minutes passed, and there was a sharp pain in his wrist. The inexplicable panic suddenly disappeared, and the horrified look was gone in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Wu Sanwei realized at this moment that in just a few seconds, his clothes had been completely soaked with sweat. He gasped, looked at the darkness in the room, gritted his teeth, mustered up the greatest courage in his life, and stepped in. 5 seconds later, Wu Sanwei walked out of the dark room. He was trembling all over, his face was as hen, and he squatted on the ground, muttering to himself, "This is impossible." In the dark room, he saw the biggest secret of the city of gods, saw the ultimate, and saw himself. He had understood everything. However, all that was not what he needed. At this time, footsteps sounded in the corridor. The footsteps came from far away, not slow or fast. When the footsteps were close, a pair of black leather shoes appeared in front of Wu Sanwei. He raised his head, and the man in the coffee robe looked at him expressionlessly. The man asked in the vicissitudes of life and pity, "Have you been in?" Wu Sanwei nodded. "Man, have you seen the ultimate?" Wu Sanwei nodded. "Man, what do you decide to do?" Wu Sanwei was stunned. He didn't know how to answer this question. The expressionless man just now relaxed a little, squatted down, and advised in a strange tone, "You only have one chance. If you go to the ultimate, you will leave here forever. Are you willing to give up your position? Are you willing to leave Sun Xiaoting? Are you willing to leave your mother and children? Are you willing to go back into the darkness?" The man's tone was very gentle, like an old friend persuading a friend who was about to lose his way. He stretched out his finger, and a ball of fire popped from his fingertips. He fiddled with the flame, and his tone became softer. "What if it's true? What if it's fake? Everything is illusory, why bother?" Wu Sanwei stared at the red flame in a daze. The flame filled his black eyes and then burst. His eyes were confused again. "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the maintainer of the city of gods." The man in the coffee robe extinguished the flame on his finger, and stretched out his hand. "You can call me Wang Di." Wang Di. Wu Sanwei felt that this name seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember it. "My mission is to maintain the order of the city of gods, and prevent those curious people from maliciously spying on the ultimate." The man in the coffee robe waved his hand. The colorful light rushed towards him, and Wu Sanwei couldn't help closing his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a coffee shop. In the soothing and beautiful music, young couples snuggled together and kissed each other. Several children who looked like children tried to taste the coffee, and frowned because of the bitterness. Not far away, at the entrance of the cinema, neon lights flickered, and it was very lively. Maintenance worker Wang Di was sitting opposite him, watching all this greedily. "Don't you think this is real?" As he said that, his whole temperament changed, and Wu Sanwei suddenly felt suffocated. Wang Di pointed at those people with a look of looking down on all living beings. "Here, I'm God. Now, do you want to become one of the gods?" He leaned down and looked directly at Wu Sanwei. Wu Sanwei nodded blankly. "Okay." Wang Di showed a happy expression and stretched out his hand. "Give me your watch now." Wu Sanwei glanced at the time and saw 11:08. There were still 2 minutes before the sting would occur. The sting could make him recognize the truth, but is the truth really beautiful? He took off his watch without any hesitation. Wu Sanwei pushed open the door of the office and was about to go home. "Professor, I thought about what you said yesterday for a long time after I went back." Graduate student Liam stood in front of him with a watch on his hand and a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "I think your suspicion is reasonable." Wu Sanwei had a blank expression. "Student Liam, I didn't tell you anything yesterday. And don't think about it all day long in the future. Put all your energy in the laboratory." As he said that, he walked around the obstruction and walked into the elevator. Liam was stunned in place, staring blankly at the watch on his wrist. "Sanwei, I bought you a new dress." Sun Xiaoting helped Wu Sanwei change his shoes and took out a red robe from the cabinet. "You must look very handsome in it." Wu Sanwei's fingers trembled slightly. "The pen is not strong enough." Chapter 558, The Apostle of Sin. 10 years later. In the morning, Wu Sanwei sat on the sofa in the living room and watched TV. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Welcome to watch the Shenzhen News Network. Here are the main contents. Under the leadership of Mayor Wu, the happiness of the people of Shenzhen has reached a new high, and the public satisfaction rate is as high as 99.99999%. Recently, the Shenzhen Order Management Bureau has cracked 2 terrorist attacks in succession and arrested a SYNOPSIS who attempted to undermine the stable and harmonious situation for the first time. The Space Dimension Laboratory is about to start the 10,086th dimensional experiment. The public is looking forward to it. Please watch the specific content below. Sun Xiaoting stood behind him and massaged Wu Sanwei's shoulders. She seemed very dissatisfied with the news program. Nowadays, reporters report everything nonsense. Then why not just shoot this SYNOPSIS? Is it necessary to let the public know? 8 years ago, some terrorists who called themselves SYNOPSIS suddenly appeared in Shenzhen. They used homemade bombs to carry out terrorist attacks everywhere, claiming to help the public see the real world clearly. The evil apostles had committed numerous murders in places where people gathered, such as schools, bus stations, and banks, causing the deaths of a large number of people in Shenzhen. The evil apostle Wu Sanwei pondered for a moment, sighed, and looked up at his wife. The people need the right to know whether the matter is good or bad. Sun Xiaoting's hands suddenly slowed down, and a strange smile appeared on her face. I know, the whole Shenzhen knows that you are a good mayor who loves the people like his own children. At this time, a teenager with a school bag ran out of the room. Dad, Mom, I'm going to school. Leo Fang, you send CIE off in person. Sun Xiaoting ordered the housekeeper standing at the door. The evil apostles are rampant recently, so don't act like a close person. She leaned over and explained to Wu Sanwei. Wu Sanwei nodded slowly. The housekeeper Leo Fang, who was wearing a white suit, followed Wu Xiaoyi out of the villa with 3 burly bodyguards. Seeing that her son had gone to school, Sun Xiaoting squeezed her legs together and said shyly, Sanwei, now that the annoying bug is gone, Her face was full of shyness, and a pool of spring water flowed in her peach blossom eyes. Wu Sanwei turned his head away, pretending not to hear, and said to himself, I forgot to tell you that I have an appointment with Director Chen of the Order Bureau to discuss the fight against the Apostles of Evil. As he said, he picked up his briefcase and walked out. Sun Xiaoting, who was extremely disappointed, was left behind. The Order Management Bureau of Shenzhen manages the Order of Shenzhen, including traffic, civil, criminal, urban management, and all other links where order may be abnormal. Director Shen, whose full name is Shen Tong, is burly and dark-faced. He has a righteous and awe-inspiring temperament and hates evil. He is respected by the people of Shenzhen as the evil killer. At this moment, the evil killer was staring at Wu Sanwei with his copper bell-sized eyes, with an incredible look on his face. Mayor, are you going to interrogate the 5 evil apostles in person? Wu Sanwei, wearing a red robe, tapped the table with 2 fingers, with a little arrogance in his words. What? Is it not possible? No. Director Shen Tong stood up quickly and explained hesitantly. According to the order management regulations of the City of Gods, once the evil apostles are captured, no one may interrogate them, and they must be sent to the City Lord's mansion. Wu Sanwei's mouth curled up and snorted. Director Shen, in the City of Gods, the mayor and the City Lord are at the same level. Also, your order management bureau seems to have overspent a lot this year. Should I send an inspection team down? Director Shen could no longer sit still after hearing this. A flattering look on his righteous face looked particularly strange. Mayor, don't be angry. In the City of Gods, everyone knows that Mayor Wu is dedicated to the people. How about this? I can have someone turn off the surveillance in the detention room. Wu Sanwei stood up and said something that made Director Shen feel confused. Remember, we all have names, but the City Lord doesn't. In the detention room, the bright spotlight illuminated a handsome man so that he couldn't open his eyes. In the blazing light, wisps of white mist rose from the man's face. It was visible to the naked eye that several finger-sized blisters appeared on his face one after another. His arms were handcuffed to the chair with silver handcuffs, and he couldn't move. Wu Sanwei picked up the criminal file on the table. Name, Zhu Ranghua. Age, 20 years old. Occupation, student of Shenzhen University. Crime, attempted to blow up Yada building. Director Shen leaned over. Mayor, the surveillance has been completely turned off. I won't stay here with you, right? The less you know, the longer you live? Wu Sanwei waved his hand without even raising his head. Director Shen walked backwards out of the interrogation room. Wu Sanwei put down the file and turned off the spotlight. Zhu Ronghe, why did you bury explosives under the Ida building? Zhu Ronghe, whose face was completely disfigured, groaned in pain. 2. Recognize the real world. What does the real world mean? Wu Sanwei walked in front of him and leaned over. The wise man said that this world is false. Only by destroying all the false things can we recognize the truth. Zhu Ronghe's consciousness had already fallen into a blur, and his voice was getting smaller and smaller. The wise man? Who is the wise man? Wu Sanwei asked continuously. Zhu Ronghe groaned in pain and shook his head repeatedly. There is no wise man, I made it up. Oh, really? Wu Sanwei took a toothpick-shaped steel needle from the shelf next to him. The steel needle was very sharp and flashed with cold light. Now I'm going to insert this steel needle into your finger. Wu Sanwei had a blank expression on his face, as if he was narrating something extremely normal. Insert it little by little. No, Zhu Ronghe looked terrified and tried to shrink his hands behind his back, but unfortunately he could only hear the clang sound of the chain. No, you devil. Devil? Wu Sanwei had a strange smile on his face, leaned down, and grabbed his palm. You are white in appearance, slender in shape, and the crescent on your fingernail is shallow and thin, which shows that you have been malnourished recently. As he said, he held the steel needle and moved it closer to his finger little by little. You are a devil. Zhu Ronghe's pupils contracted, and he watched the steel needle inserted into his fingernail. Ah! He let out a miserable cry. Big drops of sweat oozing from his forehead, and the veins in his neck trembled in extreme pain. Congratulations. Wu Sanwei pulled out the steel needle and wiped the blood off Zhu Ronghe's face. You have persisted for one finger. He shook the steel needle in front of the pair of fearful eyes. Next, there are 9 fingers, then 2 ears, and finally these eyes. His tone was very calm, and his emotions did not fluctuate at all, as if the tragedy happening in front of him was a matter of course and inevitable. Devil. Devil. Zhu Ronghe stared at him, as if he saw a monster that had just crawled out of hell. Of course, I think of fairness. Wu Sanwei held the needle in his palm. You have another choice. As he said that, he suddenly lowered his voice. Tell me the name of the wise man and I will inject you with anesthetic. Zhu Ronghe's face turned pale, and he gasped for air. Suddenly, he burst into tears and cried loudly, Wise man, I'm sorry. Too weak. A name. Seeing this, Wu Sanwei suppressed his inner excitement. His voice was extremely soft, leaning over Zhu Ronghe's ear. I only need a name. Zhu Ronghe opened his eyes full of pleading. Liemo. The wise man is Liemo. Hurry up and give me the anesthetic. Ah. Liemo. Wu Sanwei couldn't help but take a step back. His pupils contracted. Anesthetic. Ah. Ah. Zhu Ronghe let out a pig-killing roar. Wu Sanwei sighed, pulled out a pistol from his waist, and aimed at his head. What are you going to do? Zhu Ronghe was extremely surprised to see the black muzzle of the gun pointed at him. However, after a moment, he seemed to have thought of something, with a look of relief on his face, and he calmly closed his eyes. Alright. This is fine too. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and red and white blood fell all over the floor. Bang. Director Shen pushed open the door and rushed in, and saw a big hole in the head of the Apostle of Sin. Mayor Wu was holding a pistol, standing expressionlessly in a pool of blood. Mayor, why did you kill him? How should I explain to the mayor? Director Shen regretted it very much. Explanation? Wu Sanwei raised his hand again, and pulled the trigger. Bang. Zhu Ronghe's already tattered head was completely cracked, like a half-ripe watermelon, revealing a red and white paste. He raised his head, and looked at Director Shen, whose eyes were about to fall out. The Apostle of Sin suddenly escaped from prison, and was shot dead on the spot by the extremely brave Director Shen Tong. The municipal government has decided to award Director Shen Tong a first-class medal of bravery, and improve his welfare benefits by 1 level. Director Shen Tong came back to his senses, his face full of joy, and nodded repeatedly. The mayor is wise. This brutal maniac actually dared to escape from the Order Bureau. Doesn't he know that I'm the evil nemesis of Shen Cheng? Wu Sanwei waded through the blood and handed the pistol to Shen Tong. Do you know what to do? I know. Director Shen Tong carefully wiped the fingerprints on the pistol with his clothes and then fired a shot into the sky. He shouted loudly, "Come quickly, the prisoner has escaped from prison." After doing all this, he showed a flattering face. "Mayor, please step aside for a moment." Wu Sanwei nodded and was about to leave when he saw the blood stains on his leather shoes. "Mayor, wipe it with this." Director Shen Tong also saw it, and he took off his coat and put it on the ground. Shenzhen City Government. Wu Sanwei sat on the office chair with his feet on the white desk. Knock knock. The wooden door made a crisp and pleasant knock. "Come in." A middle-aged man in his 30s walked in. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a high nose bridge, and was wearing a white uniform and a mechanical watch. "Secretary Li, today is my day off. Thank you for your hard work." Wu Sanwei put his feet down, stood up and poured a cup of coffee. "Teacher, Li Mo can be what he is today because of your care." Secretary Li stood respectfully beside him. Wu Sanwei took a sip of coffee and a strange smile appeared on his face. "Li Mo, did you watch the morning news today?" Li Mo nodded. "Are you talking about the evil apostle who was arrested?" Wu Sanwei sipped the coffee and observed Li Mo's expression carefully. "They all deserve to die." Li Mo gritted his teeth, indignant. "The good situation in Shenzhen is the result of the hard work of the mayor and all the people. How can we allow these scoundrels to maliciously destroy it?" The pupils did not change, the eyes were level, the lips did not tremble, and there was no abnormal twitching of the facial muscles. The standard sincere expression was impeccable. "This guy is so good at pretending." Wu Sanwei put down the coffee cup, tapped the table with both hands, and stared at Li Mo. "Do you know? The arrested evil apostle is named Zhu Ranghua, a student of Shenzhen University. You are also a visiting professor at Shenzhen University. Do you know him? Zhu Ranghua?" Li Mo tilted his head, his eyes rolled around, and looked like he was recalling. Immediately, he shook his head repeatedly. "I don't know him. You know, there are many students at Shenzhen University. I'm just a visiting professor, and I don't have many class hours." Wu Sanwei did not ask any more questions, and said lightly, "He's dead. I shot him myself." "What?" Li Mo couldn't pretend anymore. His face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "Too childish. You can't keep calm over such a small matter. How can you take on a big responsibility?" Wu Sanwei shook his head repeatedly. "No." Li Mo realized his gaffe instantly and explained quickly, "I mean, you are not hurt, right?" But his mind turned quickly. Wu Sanwei had a strange smile on his face. "Do you hope that I get hurt? Or do you hope that I'm not hurt?" "Of course I hope that you are not hurt." Li Mo's eyes rolled around, a few drops of sweat oozed from his forehead, and his voice trembled a little. "Thank you for your concern." Wu Sanwei changed the subject, revealing infinite regret in his words. "It's a pity that a 20-year-old college student just disappeared like this. This damn evil apostle organization. Yes, damn it." Li Mo felt a little breathless and reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Let's not talk about this." Wu Sanwei pointed to the seat next to him. "I called you here this time, mainly to arrange the 1024th space dimension experiment. You also know that I'm busy with official duties now and cannot be distracted. You are responsible for this experiment." Li Mo just sat down and immediately stood up again, looking quite excited. "Mayor, As he said, his eyes were slightly red, and he was a little choked. "Has this guy read The Self-Cultivation of Actors?" Wu Sanwei patted his shoulder and said calmly, "Don't be stressed. You have failed 1023 times. You don't care if you fail one more time." Li Mo was about to show his determination. Wu Sanwei interrupted him, "But this time is a little different from the past. I decided to use two controllable nuclear power plants to provide energy for the dimension instrument. So, you have to worry about safety." As he said, he paused and said word by word, "Don't let the apostles of sin blow up the nuclear power plant. Otherwise, the entire city of God will be destroyed." Wu Sanwei's hand on Li Mo's shoulder felt a violent tremor. "Mayor, don't worry." Liamo's eyes showed a joy that was hard to conceal. Wu Sanwei looked at Liamo, whose walking posture had become somewhat deformed, touched the pain generator installed on his waist with his hand, and couldn't help but sighed. Let him make the decision himself. Chapter 559. The End of the Divine City. Now is the Shenzhen news broadcast. At 8 o'clock tonight, the Shenzhen Space Dimension Laboratory will conduct the 1024th dimensional experiment. Let me wish the experiment a success. Mayor Wu announced that, in order to celebrate the upcoming birthday of the god, all citizens will have a 3-day holiday starting today. Wu Sanwei looked at the TV expressionlessly. Su Xiaoting walked out of the room lazily with messy hair, and glanced at the TV. Sanwei, why did you think of giving the whole city a holiday? Aren't you afraid that those evil apostles will come out to make trouble again? Wu Sanwei stood up with a strange smile on his face, and answered the question irrelevantly. Su, have mother and CIE been sent away? Didn't you ask the housekeeper to take them to the amusement park yesterday? Su Xiaoting asked puzzledly, but CIE is so young, it's the age to learn knowledge. Can she have fun for a few days in a row? She still looked like a good wife and mother, but Wu Sanwei was no longer moved, and the strange smile on his face became even more intense. Are these still important? Is it important? Su Xiaoting seemed to have misunderstood, and smiled. That's what I mean. You are the mayor of Shenzhen, second only to one person, and above a million people. Does it matter whether CIE studies or not? As she spoke, she thought of something again. Her peach blossom eyes were full of spring water, her white teeth bit her lips lightly, her face full of charm. There are only 2 of us in the villa today, why not? She stretched out her finger, hooked it lightly, and let out a low moan from her mouth. Wu Sanwei stood at the door and shook his head expressionlessly. The weather is very good today, why don't you chat with me? We haven't had a good chat since we got married. Wu Sanwei was not making excuses. Since the two moved in together, they have said no more than 20 sentences a day, and the rest of the communication was done through their bodies. Su Xiaoting was stunned for a moment, her eyes confused, like a robot with a disconnected line. Why don't you like chatting? Wu Sanwei still had a strange smile on his face. How could that be? The confusion in Su Xiaoting's eyes disappeared immediately, and she smiled sweetly. I'll go prepare your favorite coffee. Small garden. The white lawn is dotted with small white flowers. In the flower bed, white roses are blooming brightly. The morning sun shines, giving the white earth a light golden color. 2 beach chairs and a parasol. Wu Sanwei lay on the beach chair, sipping a sip of coffee, with a strange smile on his face. Su, do you think this makes sense? Meaning? Su Xiaoting's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, looking puzzled. God City. The strange smile on Wu Sanwei's face gradually disappeared, and his face darkened. Does God City have any meaning? Su Xiaoting sat up straight, still confused. Sanwei, what's wrong with you today? You are the mayor of God City. How can God City have no meaning? Ha 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 ha. Wu Sanwei suddenly burst into laughter, and he laughed so hard that tears burst out. His stomach ached, and Su Xiaoting's face changed drastically. Mayor? Great scientist? It's just a dream. Su Xiaoting stood up suddenly, her face was as cold as ice, her eyebrows were raised, and she no longer had the charm of the past. Instead, she had a noble, arrogant, and sacred and inviolable temperament. She gritted her teeth. What secrets do you know? You should ask. I don't know which secrets. Su Xiaoting went from a gentle wife to a queen, who was high above, which was not beyond Wu Sanwei's expectations. Queen. He looked directly at this seemingly sacred and inviolable woman. You are the queen of the ultimate. In the 1024 room, Wu Sanwei saw the ultimate and knew everything. That's right. Su Xiaoting sneered. I know you went to the ultimate and met Wang Di. When I saw you gave up passing through the ultimate and returned to this home, I thought you had accepted everything here. I didn't expect that you would still prefer to return to reality and become a humble slave. Wu Sanwei smiled bitterly. I also want to indulge in this beautiful dream, but I'm a person with a mission. There are billions of living people in reality waiting for me to save them. Su Xiaoting's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. Is this responsibility? Is responsibility really that important? Important. Wu Sanwei nodded heavily, his eyes determined. More important than anything else. Since you are willing to return to reality, why didn't you pass through the ultimate? Su Xiaoting's face was gloomy. Wu Sanwei sighed. I don't have that determination. Compared to the cruel and indifferent world outside, this place is more like a warm home. So, I regretted it and backed off. Coward. Su Xiaoting looked contemptuous. Yes, I'm a coward. Wu Sanwei was very frank, not angry at all. 10 years. I spent 10 years from a scientist to the mayor of Shenzhen. Money, beauty, power, I have it all. I thought I was happy. But responsibility awakened me. Then are you ready to enter the ultimate again? Su Xiaoting's voice was a little trembling. Maybe. Wu Sanwei stood up and looked in the direction of the Shenzhen Space Laboratory building. I'm waiting. Waiting for what? Su Xiaoting was surprised. Wu Sanwei stretched lazily to hide his excitement. You are the queen. Don't you know what happened in Shenzhen? In the ultimate, he saw a spatial database composed of 100 million photos. These photos were constantly transformed and synthesized to form the people, buildings, scenery, and everything else in Shenzhen. Among them, there were 3 photos that would not change suspended in the center of the spatial database. They were the purple Qiangsam Queen, the coffee-colored robe Wang Di, and the yellow robe City Lord. They were like the main index of the spatial database, firmly controlling all changes in the database. Su Xiaoting, the queen is just a guide, responsible for guiding new residents into the God City. In the God City, the only one who truly controls everything is the City Lord. That makes sense, Wu Sanwei thought. Even when Wang Di found out that I had entered the ultimate, he didn't start the elimination process. Su Xiaoting, Wang Di is the inspector. He should have informed the City Lord to clean your mind and memory. This is his dereliction of duty. Maybe. Wu Sanwei's eyes flashed with cunning. He thinks the same as I do. He thinks that the God City has no need to exist. What do you want to do? Su Xiaoting, who was not shocked, even when Wu Sanwei pointed out her identity, actually took 2 steps back at this moment, her face full of horror. Wait. Wu Sanwei glanced at his watch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. The countdown ended, and a loud bang resounded throughout the God City, and 2 mushroom clouds emerged from the location of the Space Dimension Laboratory. For a moment, the earth shook and the building collapsed. Wherever the nuclear explosion shockwave passed, everything was burned. You guys. Su Xiaoting looked at the impending shockwave in disbelief and exclaimed, you are going to destroy the City of God. That's right. Wu Sanwei raised his hands, closed his eyes, and smiled at the impending destruction. Destroy the City of God. A stream of hot gas rushed towards him, and Wu Sanwei felt his skin burning, then his muscles, and finally his bones. Everything turned into nothingness and extreme pain. In an instant, he found himself in an abnormal space again. The dark background in the space was dotted with stars. Countless elongated meteors rushed past him. Countless stars rotated and rushed towards him. Unconsciously, he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Wu Sanwei found himself lying on the cold ground, and not far away, a wall of light flickered. Is this reality? 10 years of dreams. He can no longer distinguish between reality and dreams. Wu Sanwei touched a hard box in his pocket and reached out to take it out. It was the box that Wang Di gave him. Wang Di, damn Wang Di, you said there is no danger here. Wu Sanwei got up from the ground and turned on the flashlight. Not far away, there was a faint light flickering. That should be the cage, right? Wu Sanwei clearly remembered his mission. He needed to open the metal box in his hand in front of the cage. In this way, Wang Di could get the medicine to cure the disease and tell him important information about the Earth Defense Bureau. The passage was not long and there was no danger. Wu Sanwei came to the cage. Inside the cage, 2 copper bell-sized green light bulbs kept flashing. Wu Sanwei shone the flashlight, and there were 2 eyes. 2 green eyes. In the cage, a 3-meter-tall monster leaned against the wall, and his copper bell-sized eyes blinked. Is this Wang Di's medicine? Wu Sanwei put the box on the ground and was about to open it. Wait. A weak voice came from the cage, just like the weak voice of a normal person after being hungry for a week. Do you want to be the king of the world? The monster used standard divine language. Wu Sanwei put his hand on the lid, ready to open it at any time, and turned his head. The city of gods is your work, right? Yes. The monster's body was skinny, and his arm was just a bone covered with skin. I'm the lord of the city of gods. How is it? Are you satisfied with this work? Satisfied. Wu Sanwei told the truth. Obviously, the monster has never seen the real world. Everything in the city of gods was created by it, based on other people's memories. The blueprint is probably not a person's memory, which can explain why there are many world abnormal events in the city of gods. The third eye on the monster's face slowly opened, and a faint red light flashed inside. But I'm not interested. Wu Sanwei opened the box without hesitation. A white smoke came out of the box, smelling light and fresh. Wu Sanwei took 2 breaths, and didn't feel anything unusual. The monster panicked, and the third eye blinked quickly, but unfortunately the faint red light never came out. This white mist did not spread like normal mist, but wandered in the air like a living thing. Soon, it sensed the scent of its prey, froze in the air for a moment, and then rushed into the cage. No. The monster waved its bony arms, trying to drive away the white mist. Unfortunately, the white mist bypassed its arms and instantly drilled into the monster's nostrils. AHH. Ah. The monster screamed sharply, and its head gradually turned red, like a big pumpkin. Very good, you have completed the task. A voice suddenly came from his ear. Wu Sanwei was so scared that he almost defecated involuntarily. It was Wang Di. Why did you come so quickly? Wu Sanwei tried his best to suppress his anger. I heard the old guy's screams, and knew you succeeded. Wang Di stared at the monster, licking his lips with his tongue, looking hungry. How long did it take me? Wu Sanwei thought of the 10 years in the city of gods, and couldn't help asking. Not long. Wang Di's attention was completely on the monster. About more than 10 minutes. It seems that the 10 years in the city of gods is just a blink of an eye in reality, and Wu Sanwei is completely relieved. What? Wang Di turned around and smiled strangely. Have you also entered the god city? There is even a copy of you in the god city. Wu Sanwei remembered that the coffee robe in the god city was also called Wang Di. This is the unique ability of the ancestor. Wang Di had no guilt on his face. He can pull nearby creatures into a carefully woven dream. I was tricked the last time I came. Wang Di knew everything. Wu Sanwei couldn't bear it anymore, and grabbed his collar with his hand. You can obviously break free from the god city by yourself. Why did you send me here? He felt like he was being fooled. I'm afraid. Wang Di's eyes were confused for a moment. I'm afraid that, after entering the god city again, I will never be able to bear to come out again. This sentence made Wu Sanwei immediately loosen his collar. Yes, the god city is simply a paradise-like existence. Although he used Liemo to destroy the entire god city in his dream. However, if he were in the city of gods again, and became a respected great scientist, a powerful mayor, and accompanied by a stunning beauty like Sun Xiaoting, would he make the same choice? Wu Sanwei thought for a long time, but could not give an answer. Later, I studied this kind of dream. Wang Di was in a low mood, and his voice was almost inaudible. The first time he entered, there might be a 50% chance of breaking free. But when he returns to the cruel reality, the chance of choosing to quit when he enters the dream again is only 1%. So, I can only invite you to come with me. The word invite made Wu Sanwei feel much better. He asked, what if I fall into it the first time I enter? Then I can only come here by myself, kill this ancestor, and wake you up by the way. Wang Di patted his shoulder. Bang! There was a muffled sound from the cage. The big pumpkin had exploded, and red and white were scattered all over the ground, with a strong smell of blood. I'm going to reap the fruits of victory. Wang Di couldn't hide his excitement. He was about to get into the cage, but turned around, as if he had thought of something. He leaned close to Wu Sanwei's ear and whispered, the coordinates of the alarm clock are in the altar. The altar will be opened in a few days, and the high priest will then choose a willing female human slave to enter the altar in his place. What happens after the female slave enters the altar? Wu Sanwei asked. No one who enters the altar can come out alive. Wang Di stared at the cage absent-mindedly, not even the ancestors. So the high priest chose a female human slave to replace himself. Wu Sanwei was stunned. P.S. I recommend a science fiction novel, Seeking the Way in the Heavens. Although it has some loopholes, it is still worth reading. The obscure and logically confusing plot of the City of Gods has finally ended. These chapters are a failure, and more foreshadowing should have been done. Considering that this is just a small plot, occupying too much space will deviate from the topic, resulting in many readers not understanding it. Failure lessons learned. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560, Have to Face. Shenshin, Cafeteria. Sanwei, what are you thinking about? Why are you so absorbed? Lan looked at the listless Wu Sanwei with some worry. As she spoke, she used a fork to poke the beans on the plate, muttering and complaining. Why are all the food these days beans? It's so disgusting. Wu Sanwei looked at the disgusting beans on the plate and was stunned for a moment. Beans seemed to indicate that Shenshin's food reserves are running out. He didn't know how many slaves Shenshin had, nor did he know how much food Shenshin had. But Wu Sanwei knew that whenever the food was all beans, Shenshin would start a round of cleaning. Clean up such worthless slaves. This was Wan Di's warning. Damn Wan Di. Thinking of that Shenshin traitor, Wu Sanwei's heart was filled with infinite anger. He would rather not follow Wan Di into Area A14, and would rather not know how to get the coordinates of the alarm clock. Damn Wan Di. Damn Wan Di. Wu Sanwei couldn't help being angry, and stabbed the beans on the plate with a fork. With a snap, the plate broke in two, and the beans rolled to the ground. Those who waste food will die. Wu Sanwei suddenly thought of a rule of Shenshin, and his face changed. Lan, who was complaining on the other side, was also shocked and looked around in a hurry, hoping that no one would notice. Unfortunately, it was the peak of the meal. Although the sound of the plate breaking was not loud, it was particularly harsh in the usually quiet cafeteria. Those who were holding the plates looked over here with unbelievable expressions. Several divine slaves were the first to react and rushed to the cafeteria management office. One of the gray-haired old men accidentally fell to the ground in the crowd. His teeth broke and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. He shouted "I want to report" in his mouth, and tears of regret flowed from his eyes. This is the credit that came to the door. These divine slaves have already gone to tell, and maybe the grey-robed man will appear in the next moment. Lan's face showed a bitter smile, and she did something that made Wu Sanwei take 2 steps back. She threw her plate to the ground, and the grey-brown beans mixed with porcelain fragments flew everywhere. Wu Sanwei understood her purpose instantly. His eyes moistened, and his voice trembled. Lan raised her little face, her eyes firm. I have stayed in this sacred mountain long enough. This life is meaningless. It is better to go to death together. She said childish words, but her eyes were extremely firm. Wu Sanwei sighed, feeling touched and angry. Perhaps, dying together and escaping from this miserable world forever is also a great pleasure in life. The two smiled at each other, waiting for the arrival of the grey-robed man, waiting for death to come. The grey-robed man did not let them wait for long. You are looking for death. With a loud shout, a tall man in a grey robe with his head tucked into a large hood came over, surrounded by more than a dozen divine slaves. Supervisor, it's this guy. I was the first to find out that he broke the plate on purpose. And this woman, she broke the plate later too. This is a great disrespect to the sacred mountain. He should be cut into pieces. The slaves of the gods were like children trying to please their teacher, scrambling to exaggerate their crimes. The humans watching from the side were horrified, their eyes full of worry, but they said nothing. 2 plates, 2 lives. The grey-robed man quickly made a verdict. You will be sent to Area A0 to be punished. His eyes revealed a greedy look that made people shudder. Are you going to be eaten? Wu Sanwei and Lan looked at each other and clenched their fists. He would never allow himself to become food for monsters. Wait. Just as Wu Sanwei was about to swing his fist at the face hidden in the big hood, a familiar voice came from a distance. The voice was stern and full of majesty, faintly revealing the breath of a superior. Everyone was shocked, and even the grey-robed man couldn't help but turn around. Wan Di. Although the newcomer was also completely covered in a grey robe, Wu Sanwei still recognized him from his familiar walking posture as Wang Di, who had tricked him in Area A14. Wang Di, the grey-robed supervisor also exclaimed, as if he was surprised and afraid. They were both grey-robed people. Why was this guy afraid of Wang Di? Wu Sanwei was puzzled. Wang Di, this is a cafeteria. I'm in charge. The grey-robed supervisor spoke firmly, but took 2 steps back. These 2 humans violated the rules of Shenshin and must be severely punished. Wang Di walked straight up to the 2 of them and looked them over carefully, just like a cargo owner who was making sure that the goods were intact. Then, he raised his arm and opened his palm towards the grey-robed supervisor. These 2 people are useful. We must take them away. The grey-robed supervisor saw the strange symbol carved on his palm and trembled all over. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Your high priest gave you the right to sacrifice?" Immediately, he was surprised by this idea and shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The right to sacrifice has always belonged to the real ancestor. Are you going to disobey the order of the high priest? Wang Di's voice was full of majesty, disdain, and arrogance. The grey-robed supervisor stopped talking immediately. I'm going to take them away now. Do you want to stop me? Wang Di stepped forward. The grey-robed supervisor took 2 steps back again. Let's go, you 2 lucky insects. Wang Di led Wu and Lan and walked past the grey-robed supervisor. The grey-robed supervisor's veins rioted, his fists clenched tightly, and he hesitated for a long time until their backs disappeared from his sight, and he didn't dare to move. Master Supervisor, I want to report that Wang Di violated the rules, using public power for personal gain. I'll report it too, and I'll take some credit for this. Seeing this, more than a dozen divine slaves' eyes lit up, and they gathered around to report. Okay, come with me. The grey-robed supervisor snorted coldly, as if he had a new idea. I need to help you record the content of your report. More than a dozen divine slaves were excited and followed the grey-robed supervisor out. What do you think will be the reward for reporting 2 consecutive cases this time? Is it a spaceship quota? Or fruit? The other people in the cafeteria watched the scene silently, exchanged glances tacitly, and a kind of emotion called gloating flowed from the corners of their mouths. Wang Di walked through the corridor of the living area, through the experimental area, and through one unfamiliar corridor after another. Wu Sanwei and Lan Emo followed behind silently. Lan had already noticed something was wrong, but she saw Wu Sanwei blinking his eyes. Don't make a sound. I know this grey-robed man named Wang Di. We should be friends. A human and a grey-robed man became friends? Although Lan felt a little strange, she chose to believe Wu Sanwei. Although Wu Sanwei kept comforting Lan, he gradually panicked. Because they had now reached the edge of Area A13. Under the dim light, exposed white skeletons could be seen everywhere on the ground. Some were very thick, and should be the bones of a prehistoric giant. Others were normal human bones. Could this be the cemetery of Shenshin? Just when Wu Sanwei couldn't help it anymore, but was afraid of the claws in his stomach, he was about to touch Wang Di with his hands. Wang Di stopped. Wu Sanwei then realized that they were already in front of a bronze door. The door was very large. The 3 people standing below looked particularly small. There were complex and strange symbols engraved on the door. These symbols were not any known human language, nor were they divine languages. Right above the door, in the center, there was an eye painted red. The red eye was closed, but it revealed a strange and violent aura. Wu Sanwei was terrified and couldn't help but take a step back. Lang couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Wang Di stretched out his palm and aimed at the red eye. Boom. The bronze door slowly opened. It was extremely dark inside, and the air overflowing was filled with the smell of dampness and decay. Come in. Wang Di walked into the darkness without looking back. Lan looked up at Wu Sanwei with fear on his face. Wu Sanwei took a deep breath, pulled Lan up, and walked into the darkness. Inside the bronze door was an empty square, with dim light and mist rising. On the dome, countless night shining pearls were inlaid. These night shining pearls should be arranged according to the star map, and the shadow of the solar system can be vaguely seen. This is the place of sacrifice. Just as Wu Sanwei was observing the square, Wang Di turned around and gave the answer. The place of sacrifice. Where is the altar? Wu Sanwei became excited. Inside the altar, the coordinates of the alarm clock were engraved. He Huangdi pulled down his hood and took out a black box from his pocket with a green indicator light flashing on it. The altar will only appear on the day of the sacrifice. What? Wu Sanwei also realized at this time that, although the mist was diffused, it was still clear under the illumination of the night shining pearls, that the entire square was empty. Then why did you bring us here? Ha ha ha. Huangdi's illness should have healed, and he laughed with full energy. I'm fulfilling my duties. Have you forgotten? I'm a special commissioner of the Earth Defense Agency. Wu Sanwei instantly understood Huangdi's intention. He turned around, pulled Lan and was about to walk out. Let's go. Humans have nothing to do with us. Lan looked confused and couldn't understand the conversation between the two. He couldn't help asking, what special commissioner? What is the altar? Wu Sanwei made up his mind and said, nothing. It has nothing to do with us. He was about to pull Lan away. Huangdi's cold laughter came from behind. Since your girlfriend is so interested, she is also a member of your human race. I think she should know the truth of the matter. When humans are destroyed, it's good to know that you have a share of responsibility. Wu Sanwei was stunned in place, with mixed feelings in his heart. It's been 3 days. Huangdi sneered. I thought you had made arrangements. It turns out that you didn't tell the purple-haired beauty the truth at all. Besides her, can you find a more suitable candidate? It's been 3 days since I came back from Area A14. During these 3 days, Wu Sanwei's heart was full of contradictions all the time. On one hand, there was the safety of mankind. On the other hand, there was Lan. He couldn't make up his mind. At this time, Lan also realized that the whole thing seemed to be related to her. She turned to Wu Sanwei with a gleam in her beautiful eyes. Sanwei, what are you hiding from me? Wu Sanwei opened his mouth several times, but couldn't make any sound. He couldn't bear to send this lovely girl to the altar. He poor human. Always blinded by emotions. Huangdi showed a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Low level. To low level. If it weren't for Professor Liamo's order, you would have become my food now. Lan saw the painful expression on Wu Sanwei's face, seemed to understand something, turned around, and stared at Huangdi. Mr. Huangdi, we don't know each other. Thank you very much for saving my life just now. In Shenzhen, although we are slaves, we also have the dignity of slaves. If you just want to tease us and seek a sense of superiority, there is no need. If you have anything to say, please speak directly. Facing Lan's fierce words, Huangdi was also stunned and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Wu Sanwei, I didn't expect you to have good taste. Wu Sanwei's mouth moved, but no sound was made. Lan asked directly, so, please tell me everything. Thank you. Thank you. Huangdi pondered over this sentence. A strange smile appeared on his face, and he said to himself, I wonder if you will thank me when you know the truth of the matter. That's my own business. Obviously, Lan's anger has been aroused by Huangdi, and his words are very aggressive. Now, please tell me everything. Huangdi sighed and looked at Wu Sanwei. This is the 3rd time she has asked me. If I don't agree to her request, will it be too ruthless? Too arrogant? Wu Sanwei's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he should stop her at this moment, but he couldn't speak. Maybe, in his heart, he has made a decision, but he is too ashamed to say it. At this moment, he hated his weakness. Okay, since you don't mind, I will be a bad guy for once. A trace of humanity appeared on Huangdi's face. Actually, it's very simple. Now the whole human race is threatened by a huge bomb, and the High Priest of Shenzhen may detonate it at any time. And this bomb is hidden in space, and it is almost impossible to find it directly. The High Priest of Shenzhen hid the coordinates of the bomb in the altar. Now, we need a woman to sneak into the altar on the day of the sacrifice and steal the coordinates. The problem is that women who enter the altar will not be able to return. Huangdi has a strong ability to organize language, and he pointed out the key to the whole thing in a few words. Lan was stunned. She closed her eyes, as if digesting this ridiculous information. For a long time that woman, is it me? She opened her eyes and looked directly at Huangdi. For some reason, Huangdi was actually a little flustered by her sharp gaze and lowered his head. Of course, I can also perform sex reassignment surgery on Wu Sanwei. It's just that time may be too late. Lang covered her mouth and laughed, puffing, praising Wang Di's humor. The smile was very light, very faint. Soon, her face regained its composure, and she said something that shocked both Wang Di and Wu Sanwei. Okay then. What should I do? Her tone was very relaxed, as if the person who was about to die was someone she didn't know at all, not herself. Lang knew. Wu Sanwei's heart was shocked and painful. This is not your responsibility. Sanwei, if we don't do this, we will definitely not be able to escape from the sacred mountain. Lan's face was not afraid at all. After you are rescued, you must live well for me. It's best to tell my photos about interesting things in your life every day. Wu Sanwei burst into tears and sobbed. Ahem. Wang Di was a little embarrassed and whispered, you have 8 hours. No one will disturb you here. After that, he fled the square in a hurry. Chapter 561, The Destruction of the Divine Mountain. 1. Space Dimension. 1548 652245 896744. Liemo input the coordinates transmitted by Chen Shuxian into the galaxy map, and a red light spot lit up on the big screen. The red light spot was surrounded by dense tiny bright spots. Asteroid belt. Even Zhao Dang, who was blind to astronomy, knew that those tiny light spots represented small meteorites with a diameter of perhaps only a few kilometers. It's not just as simple as being in the asteroid belt. Liemo manipulated to enlarge the star map, and the red bright spot gradually became clear. There was also an extremely large dark red planet in front of it. The alarm clock is located in the Trojan group, obscured by Jupiter. Liemo's expression became serious, and he tapped the light spot hidden among tens of thousands of asteroids with his finger. We can't send light from the Earth to shoot it down. Liemo had to admire the ancestor's ability to hide the alarm clock. The asteroid belt is located in the solar system, between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, and is a dense area of asteroids. 98.5% of asteroids have been found here, and 120,437 asteroids have been numbered. There are also tens of millions of tiny meteorites that have not been counted. The alarm clock is hidden in the asteroid belt, just like putting a fish in the sea. What's more, the alarm clock is located in the blind spot of the asteroid belt, behind Jupiter, in the Trojan group. In this way, the detectors on Earth can hardly detect its existence, and conventional attack methods are difficult to work. What should I do? Liemo closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Now he has two choices. One is to use the navigator, and the other is to launch high-energy rays from Mars. The navigator has been modified, but it is not time to debut. Liemo thought for a moment, and issued two orders in succession. First, orders Zhao Dang, who is stationed at the Mars base, to aim at the coordinates of the alarm clock with a high-energy beam device. Second, order the Earth, China, and humanity, 3 interstellar battleships, to set off from the base immediately, with the goal of Chen Shuxian. To attack Chen Shuxian, the alarm clock must be destroyed first, but once the alarm clock mutates, it is likely to attract the attention of the High Priest of Chen Shuxian. At that time, these Martian remnants will inevitably slaughter all the humans in Chen Shuxian. Therefore, the key to the success of the operation lies in timing. In the end, after complex calculations, Liemo decided to set the time for the attack on Chen Shuxian at 12 noon 10 days later. The high-energy beam device installed in the Mars base will emit high-energy beams 12 minutes in advance so as to destroy the alarm clock on time. At the same time, in order to avoid the existence of spies of Chen Shuxian among humans, the specific details of the entire operation are only known to the top leaders of the Earth Defense Agency. Wang Gang is a beam cannon operator on the Huaxia. His father is a Chinese artilleryman. His grandfather was a native gunner who participated in a great war of liberation. Born in a cannon family, Wang Gang naturally started his cannon career after being selected by the Huaxia. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. Since the annihilation of the Alaskan rebels, the Huaxia has no official missions. Their daily work is to repeat simulation training and fire blanks at virtual targets. Liu Huaxia, you say? Wang Gang glanced at the assistant manager next to him and hesitated to speak. He just won the championship of the 1024th training match with a hand speed of 0.05 seconds, but he was not excited at all. Say, Liu Xiaoxia, who was wiping the keyboard with an anti-static towel, raised her little face, her big eyes full of doubts. She had short hair, a high nose bridge, and very bright lips without lipstick. Although she was wearing a loose blue uniform, she couldn't hide her good figure. Wang Gang, are you still a man? You hesitate when you speak. Years of military career have made this 20-year-old girl speak with a bit of a spicy taste. Do you think we can really beat the alien spaceship? Wang Gang was young after all, and he was provoked by this sentence. Liu Xiaoxia stopped wiping the monitor. Since the Huaxia was built, many soldiers have often discussed this question in private. This is a question that knows the answer, but has no answer. If you say directly that the Huaxia can defeat the alien spaceship, no one with a little sense will believe it. If you are honest, no soldier will admit that the Huaxia has no chance of defeating the alien spaceship. Are you bored? Liu Xiaoxia raised her eyelids and rolled her eyes at Wang Gang. Come and help. In 20 minutes, it will be dinner time. If you can't finish it by then, you can wait to eat the leftovers of Daphne and his friends. In her eyes, Wang Gang was a young soldier. Although he was skilled in his job and took the shortest time to destroy the target each time, he had one biggest shortcoming: laziness. After each training, he was too lazy to do the basic cleaning work. The biggest characteristic of lazy people is that they have wild thoughts. Wang Gang also realized the seriousness of the problem and quickly stood up and just picked up the cleaning towel. Oola. Oola Rula, the alarm on the roof of the high energy light room sounded. The sharp alarm sounded throughout the Huaxia in an instant. 3 lines and 4 shorts represent an emergency assembly. Is this going to be a war? Or is an alien spaceship coming? Wang Gang's heart jumped suddenly. What are you doing there? Liu Xiaoxia had already run to the corridor and returned again. Oh, here it comes. Wang Gang came to his senses and followed Liu Xiaoxia to the main cabin of the Huaxia. In the corridor, Wang Gang met many comrades who were also panicked. They looked at each other silently and shook their heads at the same time. This emergency assembly was too strange. There was no news. Could something really happen? With such doubts, Wang Gang came to the main cabin. In the space of more than 2,000 square meters, the soldiers were already lined up neatly. A young man wearing a blue military uniform with 5 gold stars on his shoulders stood on the rostrum. Zhao Dang, the captain of the Huaxia, stood beside him. Wang Gang stood still and looked at the rostrum. His eyes widened and his mouth couldn't close. He was sure that something big was going to happen. Because the young man on the rostrum was Liemo, the director of the Earth Defense Bureau. He changed his casual dress in the past and put on the military uniform of the Earth Defense Bureau. His eyebrows were straight, his brown eyes were bright, his facial lines were deep, and the serious military uniform made him look even more stern. The soldiers obviously recognized Liemo, and they stood straight, and an inexplicable and huge breath rose from the military formation. Hello, everyone. I'm Liemo. Liemo rarely showed a hearty smile, and his face was very serious. I'm here today, not as a scientist, not as the director of the Earth Defense Agency, not even as a soldier of the Huaxia. Today, an ordinary human on Earth is standing here. There was no applause. The soldiers suppressed their excitement. Because after the establishment of the Earth Defense Agency, Liemo had signed a formal document to abolish the bad custom of applause that prolonged the meeting time. As an ordinary human on Earth, I absolutely cannot tolerate the existence of another intelligent creature on Earth. Liemo could slow down his speech to ensure that every soldier could hear clearly. What's more, this intelligent creature is still hiding in the dark, ready to destroy human civilization at any time. Intelligent creature? Wang Gang resisted the urge to rub his ears and listened quietly. After months of investigation, the Earth Defense Agency discovered an alien creature that has been hidden on Earth for hundreds of millions of years in the Rocky Mountains in North America. It has been confirmed that their existence poses an extremely huge threat to human civilization on Earth. Liemo did not describe the evil deeds of the ancestors in detail, but only emphasized the threat to human civilization. So, I decided to launch an attack on the alien creatures and completely eliminate them. After saying that, Liemo paused and waved his arms. This is a civilized war. We can only win Captain Zhao Dong on the rostrum waved his arms and shouted, "We can only win." The soldiers waved their arms and shouted, "We can only win." Zhao Dong shouted, "We can only win." In this way, Wang Gang joined a civilized war with excitement, fear, and even a little doubt. After Director Li Mo announced the start of the war, he left the base on a special plane under the escort of the Special Service Department. Captain Zhao Dong did not mean to explain it all, but ordered a copy of the Ancestor Manual to be distributed to each soldier. Then, he left in a hurry and began to prepare for the upcoming war. As a gunner, Wang Gang did not need to participate in the transportation of materials. He glanced at the heavy trucks that were constantly transporting materials outside the window. Lying on the bed in the dormitory, he opened the Ancestor Manual. His brows furrowed, his eyes were confused. Ancestor, suspected descendants of Martians, arrived on Earth in an alien spacecraft hundreds of millions of years ago, and may have one or more special abilities. Second generation ancestor, an intelligent creature created by the ancestor. It has been confirmed that it can acquire a special ability through transformation. And it is extremely powerful, and its body is strong enough to withstand artillery shells. It is recommended to attack with concentrated fire. Shenshan, an ancient underground cave 1000 meters below the Rocky Mountains, with an unknown area and maximum depth. Ancestor slave, a genius human domesticated by the ancestor, who cannot be trusted blindly, and needs to be identified. The latter is the various crimes committed by the ancestor against the earth, including the destruction of prehistoric civilization and the infiltration of human civilization on earth. This is too incredible, right? Wang Gang couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Bang! With a loud noise, a black shadow fell from the upper bunk. Fuck. I have long suspected that there are other intelligent creatures on Earth. Zhao Ziling, who was lying on the upper bunk, was lying on the ground with a painful look on his face, and the Ancestor Manual was still tightly grasped in his hand. He took a breath in pain, and got up from the ground. He limped to Wang Gang. I didn't expect it to be a Martian three-eyed monster. They treat humans as slaves. Damn it. I must blow their heads off. He was in pain and anger, and looked desperate. Wang Gang also clenched his fists, and was about to echo a few words. The door was pushed open from the outside. Wang Gang, Zhao Ziling, go to the high-energy light room for a meeting immediately. The captain poked his head in. It seems that this is a pre-war mobilization, an old tradition of our country. Seeing the captain notifying each dormitory one by one, Zhao Ziling rubbed his butt and pretended to be a veteran. In fact, he had not participated in many wars at all. The last time he suppressed the rebellion in Alaska, he didn't fire a single shot. Wang Gang tried hard to hold back his laughter and jumped up from the bed. Wang Gang and Zhao Ziling opened the door of the high-energy light room and found that most of the team members had gathered. Wang Gang, here. Short-haired Liu Xiaoxia stood up and waved. I saved a seat for you. The team members all looked at each other. This Liu Xiaoxia. Wang Gang was embarrassed. Here. Liu Xiaoxia saw him hesitate and waved again. Wang Gang had to squeeze through the middle of the chairs. Fortunately, at this time, the captain led a man with scars on his face and attracted everyone's attention. He was freed from the embarrassment. Hello everyone. For the upcoming operation, the superiors sent us a psychological trainer. The captain let the scarred man sit in the center, and his words were full of respect. This is Lieutenant Duan, who has worked on the secret front for decades and escaped death many times. Wang Gang knew that the psychological trainer was a special position of the Earth Defense Agency. The purpose was to let those soldiers who had never experienced real war understand the cruelty of war and make adequate psychological preparations. Lieutenant Duan had 3 conspicuous scars on his face. One of them was hanging at the corner of his eye with flesh and blood. It can be imagined that, if it moved 0.1 centimeters to the right, this man with bright eyes would become a one-eyed dragon. My last name is Duan. Lieutenant Duan opened his mouth. His teeth were yellow, and there were traces of smoke stains. This situation is not common in the Earth Defense Agency. When enlisting, the army has injected each soldier with a blocker, which can completely immunize against the addiction caused by tobacco and alcohol. I have died several times. Lieutenant Duan spoke slowly, and every word was like a hammer hitting Wang Gang's heart. Wang Gang stole a glance at the team members, and they all looked focused and serious. I have lived several times. For you who have never really seen war, and have never experienced death, no matter how many words there are, they cannot describe the fear you feel when facing death. No matter how profound the words are, they seem extremely thin in the face of this fear. Wang Gang found that Lieutenant Duan's cultural level should be not low, and he spoke with clear logic and precise words. Lieutenant Duan paced back and forth at the front desk, glancing at you with sharp eyes from time to time. If I tell you, now that death is not scary at all, that's undoubtedly a lie. Even ants are afraid of death. As higher creatures, how can we abandon our innate instincts? But, fear of death and immortality are two concepts. On the battlefield, soldiers who are afraid of death often die. Of course, some of you will mutter in your heart, in that case, wouldn't it be safer not to go to the battlefield? To such people, I just want to say one thing. Scum. Do you want to be scum? Wang Gang's heart suddenly surged with a heat he had never felt before, and he couldn't help but stand up and shouted, I don't want to. The team members around him also stood up and shouted at the same time, I don't want to. In the director's office of the Earth Defense Agency, Chen Shuxian looked at the real-time image on the screen and couldn't help asking, Director, you let a psychology master pretend to be a veteran to deceive these new recruits. Is it appropriate? Liemo stood in front of a solar system star map, stunned for a moment, and said with endless loneliness, facing a terrifying enemy, boosting morale is one of the few magic weapons to win. For all mankind, I'm willing to get my hands stained. Chapter 562, The Destruction of the Divine Mountain. 2. Earth, North America, Rocky Mountains. The pre-war pep rally was over, and the Huaxia had been resupplied, carrying 20,000 Earth soldiers, and parked in the geosynchronous orbit above the Rocky Mountains. The operation was 5 hours away, and it officially began. Wang Gang repeated every detail of the upcoming operation in his mind over and over again. Preheat and input coordinates for confirmation by the aiming system. Turn on the high energy beam cannon. Press the launch button to confirm the results. The whole process must be fast to prevent the prey from slipping away. It must be accurate, which is the most basic requirement for a cannon master. It must be ruthless. On the battlefield, it's either you die or I die. You can do it. You are born to be a cannon master. Wang Gang told himself over and over again in his heart. Unconsciously, his stiff fingers gradually became flexible. With a thought in his mind, he crackled and typed out a hand speed record of 0.05 seconds on the instrument table in front of him. Yes, that's the feeling. Wang Gang operated the aiming device and began to explore the Shenshin on the spot. Unfortunately, at this height, one can only see white clouds on the earth below. The Rocky Mountains, where the sacred mountain is located, are just a crooked scar. Wang Gang, humanity. Liu Xiaoxia, the auxiliary operator next to him, leaned on the porthole, looking a little excited. Humanity and Earth will also act with us. Wang Gang was trying his best to magnify the scar on the site, without raising his head. Earth is responsible for penetrating the rock layer above the sacred mountain. We are responsible for the main attack. Humanity is also responsible for medical rescue. The captain explained the detailed plan at the pre-war meeting yesterday. Did you listen to it? Magnified 5,000 times, the black gravel on the scar was clearly visible. Wang Gang even saw a white station wagon on the small road outside the mountain. A war that has never happened on Earth is about to happen here. Why are there still residents who have not been evacuated? Wang Gang adjusted the sight left and right. Not far from the station wagon, a tent was pitched in the wilderness. Of course, the tent and the white station wagon were just two dim dots in the sight. The computer-aided program marked their properties on the screen. If there is a tent, there should be someone. Wang Gang continued to zoom in, 6,000 times, 10,000 times. The picture was instantly clear. The dark blue tent was in the shape of a roof, and there was a small flag on the top. Due to the angle, the pattern printed on the flag was not clear, but when it fluttered in the wind, dozens of stars could be glimpsed. The tent was not big, and looked like it was only big enough for 2 people. A gust of wind blew, and the tent tilted from side to side, and almost collapsed several times. It can be seen that it was not a professional tent used by the field expedition team, but a temporary tent used by children on outings. Wang Gang also owned such a tent, but it was not used for outings. He was 18 years old at that time. At that time, he met a literary young woman who had all the hobbies of literary people, such as traveling, baking, flower arranging, and reading foreign language books in Starbucks. Of course, these hobbies had nothing to do with Wang Gang, a taciturn young man who came from the world of shooting. However, this young woman had a beautiful face, a tall S-shaped figure, and a D+ point. Most importantly, she has a pair of peach blossom eyes, which are always full of spring water. The taciturn young man Li Gang instantly turned into a travel enthusiast and a master of outdoor camping. He bought a 2-person tent from the Payobayo website. Later, in this tent, in the dark wilderness, the two talked all night and exchanged human structure with each other. It was a wonderful time. When Wang Gang saw this kind of tent, he thought of his youth. He sighed and continued to adjust the sight. Sure enough, less than 10 meters away from the tent, he found 2 people squatting in front of a barbecue grill. The boy had short light golden hair, fair skin, and deep facial features. The girl had big golden waves and a plump figure. The crystal swan on the pendant was looming in the snow white, and her tongue was very long. Both of them have the characteristics of North American race. On the barbecue grill, there was a roast chicken with its neck tilted up. Roast chicken. Wang Gang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. In the high precision sight, you can even see that one of the wings of the roast chicken has been burnt and is charcoal black. These two guys don't cherish food at all. If it weren't for the 10,000 meter altitude, Wang Gang would have jumped down and kicked the 2 people who were almost connected together. By the way, tell them that a big battle is about to begin here and leave quickly. Unfortunately, this is 10,000 meters in the air. Once the war starts, these 2 North Americans are likely to turn into carbon ash like the roasted chicken on the grill. Wang Gang hesitated for a moment and picked up the intercom. What are you going to do? Liu Xiaoxia had just completed the final inspection of the high energy light and happened to see this scene. She knew that, although there was no explicit rule, before the war, people generally rarely used intercoms unless they encountered a particularly urgent situation. The user is ominous. This customary habit has some ancient beliefs behind it, and also some scientific reasons. 24 hours before the war, the command center issued a detailed combat guide, and each unit on the interstellar battleship planned its unit's combat plan in detail according to the combat guide. 12 hours before the war, each unit must hand in a detailed combat procedure, which includes what methods to use to achieve the combat objectives of the unit. Once the combat steps are determined, the combat units on the entire interstellar battleship are like precise gears, rotating in a fixed direction and at a fixed angle, driving the entire interstellar battleship and ultimately achieving victory. This fixed modular combat method, which is different from conventional warfare, is determined by the complexity of interstellar battleships and requires a very high degree of coordination. Therefore, unless an unexpected event occurs that is sufficient to affect the outcome of the war, when the attack is about to begin, few combat units use intercoms. There are people down there. Wang Gang ignored Liu Xiaoxia's obstruction and turned on the intercom. Beep. Beep. After 3 encrypted signals sounded, Combat Unit 13679, report the incident. The captain's voice came from the intercom. Report. Captain, I found human residents near the target. Li Gang glanced at the site and finally confirmed that he was not dazzled. Received. Launch the attack according to the scheduled combat steps. The captain seemed to be stunned for a moment, but his tone did not change at all, still as decisive and full of majesty. Captain. Wang Gang rubbed his ears. I mean, there are humans there. Should we change the combat plan? Once the original plan is followed, these 2 innocent humans will be dead. I know. The captain spoke very quickly, and his voice became stern. Combat Unit 13679, launch the attack according to the scheduled combat procedures. I will not repeat this decision again. Click. The sound of hanging up came from the intercom. Is this giving up on those 2 humans? Wang Gang stared blankly at the young man and woman entangled in the site while holding the intercom. Wang Gang, what's wrong with you? Liu Xiaoxia noticed a clue and stood up from her seat. Liu Xiaoxia, why did the captain ignore the new situation I found? Wang Gang was full of confusion. For these two Earth humans? Liu Xiaoxia also saw the picture of the site at this time, and her face blushed. Wang Gang's voice was a little trembling. We just need to slightly modify the combat plan, or send a warning message to the ground. We can completely save the lives of these two people. Save the Earth. Save all mankind. Isn't that the language of our Chinese ship? Liu Xiaoxia stood beside him, looking at him like a naive child. Wang Gang, have you considered it? The entire combat plan has been reviewed hundreds of times and finally confirmed to be accurate before it is allowed to be implemented. If it is easily changed, it will inevitably lead to a chain reaction and may cause unexpected consequences. As for sending a warning message to the ground, it is even more impractical. Because once the sacred mountain discovers our existence, the difficulty of the operation will increase exponentially. That is, for these two people, we may sacrifice the lives of thousands or tens of thousands of soldiers. Are you sure this is really appropriate? In her mind, Wang Gang is a big boy with unparalleled manipulation talent. He can complete a shooting task within 0.005 seconds and is the best shooter in the team. However, he also has a biggest shortcoming, naive. Or to describe it with the words on the earth before, the Virgin Mary. Wang Gang was born in a military family. He was simple by nature. Even during the moonful period, he had not experienced too much suffering. He always had an inexplicable responsibility for everything that happened around him. He once spent a month's salary to save the parrots in the pet store and let them fly freely in the sky again. As a result, those parrots were originally artificially raised and could not survive in the wild. They soon became food for wildcats, hedgehogs and other small animal killers. He once stopped a dispute between a man and a woman on the street. Looking at the innocent girl with tears in her eyes, he beat the greasy man with a military boxing. In the end, it was discovered that the innocent girl and the greasy man were just a pure money relationship. He was also sued by the man in a military court. In the end, it was a group of teammates who raised money, and the greasy man withdrew the lawsuit. Even so, Wang Gang was ordered to retire because of this incident. Fortunately, after the establishment of the Earth Defense Agency, the army was recruited again. Wang Gang was recommended by his teammates and old superiors, and then he got the opportunity to join the Huaxia. All this, the old problem has come back again. Liu Xiaoxia did not try to explain to Wang Gang that the world was not as good as imagined, and not every place was full of sunshine. Instead, she asked directly, Wang Gang, can you continue to follow the original steps and execute the combat plan? She stared at Wang Gang's facial expression. This combat plan is extraordinary. If there is a mistake, it is far from what Wang Gang can afford. She must make sure that her shooter is reliable. I can. Wang Gang gritted his teeth and nodded heavily, with determination flashing in his eyes. Very good. Now move the sight away and enter combat readiness. Liu Xiaoxia did not observe a trace of hesitation on his face. She was relieved immediately. In this way, there is no need to apply to the captain for a substitute player. Everyone is ready. The combat plan will be launched in 10 minutes. A mechanical voice sounded from the buzzer above the high energy light room. In 5 minutes, the Huaxia will fall into the atmosphere in a free fall. Please prepare each combat unit. Wang Gang rubbed his face, fastened the seat belt on the chair, and glanced at Liu Xiaoxia. Come on. Liu Xiaoxia gave a thumbs up. Wang Gang felt warm in his heart and gave a thumbs up. Come on. Countdown to fall. 10, 9, 853, 2, 1. The fall began. Although the Huaxia did not make a sound, Wang Gang still felt a huge buzzing sound in his ears. His heart contracted violently, and a fear of falling off a cliff spread from his mind. The whole person felt like he was in a world of ice and snow, and he couldn't help shivering. The fear of falling from a high altitude has been ingrained in human genes. Although Wang Gang has trained hundreds of times, he still can't fully adapt to it. Fortunately, after passing the initial acceleration stage, the uncomfortable feeling gradually disappeared. Wang Gang even had time to take a look out of the window. Outside, white clouds whizzed by and disappeared behind. It is expected to arrive at the predetermined coordinates in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 853, 2, 1. It's time to start the war. Wang Gang floated his hands on the keyboard. He needed to launch the first beam of high energy light from the Huaxia at the first moment. Mars base. Secchi impact crater. In the crater with a depth of up to 120 meters, stands a cylindrical building, which is wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, a bit like an old chimney on Earth. On the round roof, the umbrella shield flag of the Earth Defense Agency is hung. The cylindrical building is reddish brown, the same color as the surrounding Martian gravel, and it is difficult to spot from a distance. At the bottom of the building, there is a rectangular door. On the wall next to the door, there is a nameplate with the words Earth Defense Agency number 21 light transmitting tower written in Chinese characters. Below the nameplate, there is a warning slogan sprayed with red paint. Military important area, no unauthorized persons, enter with caution. Considering that the nearest human settlement is 2,000 kilometers away, and the only moving object within a radius of thousands of kilometers is the flying Martian dust, this warning slogan has a stronger sense of humor. Not far in front of the funny slogan, there is a tracked space vehicle that looks like an excavator. The space vehicle is also affixed with the umbrella shield logo. In the launch room of the 21st beam launch tower of the Earth Defense Agency, Zhao Dahai retracted his gaze from the umbrella shield logo of the space crawler and glanced at the 3-point standard atomic clock hanging on the wall. It was 11:30. He looked at Liu Mingru, who was doing the final check in front of the console. His eyes were flying, crackling, and he muttered from time to time, "I don't know why the boss wants to leave artificial intelligence unused. Let me, a chemistry, physics, mechanical design, and electrical engineer, do this kind of task that even a child can complete. The boss has his own concerns." Zhao Dahai frowned, walked over, and reminded, "Be careful. This beam launch may be of great significance." Chapter 563, The Destruction of the Divine Mountain, 3. I have checked it 12 times. Although Liu Mingru muttered in his mouth, he did not relax at all. He pointed at the data displayed on the screen with his stubby fingers. Coordinates 1548, 652245, 896744. Point. The preset launch time is 11:40. According to the propagation speed of high energy light, the estimated time to hit the target is 12 o'clock. According to the calculation formula provided by the boss, the hit error does not exceed 0.0001 millimeters, and the time error does not exceed 0.0002 milliseconds. Boss Zhao, don't worry. Zhao Dahai said don't worry, and still came forward to check the codes that he couldn't understand line by line. The reason why he was so cautious was that Professor Liemo described this task as a task related to the survival of human civilization on Earth on the phone. Although Zhao Dahai didn't know why a beam of high energy light from Mars to the back of Jupiter could save the human beings on Earth, he didn't know what kind of star existed at this set of space coordinates, or whether it was just nothingness. However, Zhao Dahai trusted Liemo, just like Liemo trusted him. Done. Now we are entering the launch preparation phase. Liu Mingru pressed the red button on the controller, and a countdown number flashed on the screen. 9 minutes. 60 seconds. Click. A harsh sound came from the roof, like dozens of dry gears biting together and making noises when slowly turning. The round roof slowly unscrewed. The speed of unscrewing was very slow, and sometimes it would even stop for a moment. Fortunately, as the click sound increased, the entire roof finally opened, revealing the round sky. I just checked it last week. How come the manhole cover is filled with Martian dust again? Zhao Dahai took out a booklet and wrote on it, for all exposed launch silos, the maintenance time is shortened to once every 3 days. Locate the coordinates. Liu Mingru glanced at the information displayed on the screen. In the center of the launch tower, a light gray metal cylinder with an unusually smooth surface slowly rose from the ground. On the top of the cylinder, a fist-sized artificial crystal was inlaid. The crystal was crystal clear, and under the sunlight, it flashed colorful light. Artificial crystals can change the frequency of light passing through them, and compress ordinary light into a high energy, high penetration, and high convergence super laser. It is composed of C28-1 element with a purity of up to 99.999999999%, and its prototype is the magnetic eutectic fragments found by Professor Liemo from the ruins of the underwater city of Atlantis civilization. It can also be said that the high-energy light weapon of the Earth Defense Agency is a copycat upgraded version of the characteristic weapons of Atlantis. Oh my god, he is so beautiful. Liu Mingru looked at the slowly rising metal cylinder and murmured to himself, like an 18-year-old girl. Zhao Dahai ignored his pretentious humor and just stared at the high-energy light weapon that was slowly adjusting its direction. With a faint click sound, the buckle on the cylinder fell off and was embedded in the fixed frame. Coordinates confirmed 1558:652245:896744. Liu Mingru put away his playful expression and returned to the launch pad. Launch countdown. 1098. His face gradually became serious as the countdown continued, and his eyes flashed with uncontrollable excitement. 7654. Zhao Dahai couldn't help but clench his fists, and he bit his upper lip without knowing it. 321. Silently, a dim beam of light shot out from the artificial crystal stone and rushed straight into the dark universe. The bright spot of this beam was extremely low, just like the light emitted by a flashlight with a battery that was about to run out. It was indeed a manifestation of introverted energy. The photons inside the beam were rapidly propagating at an extremely complex and mysterious frequency of fluctuations. He is so beautiful, like a young woman in her 20s. Liu Mingru looked at the beam and muttered to himself with a blank expression. Zhao Dahai took out a pamphlet and wrote on it, "It is recommended that Comrade Liu Mingru receive psychological counseling for 2 weeks." After hesitating for a moment, he added, "It is recommended that the base organize a blind date meeting to solve the physiological problems of gay men and women. This head of the family. It's not easy." Earth Defense Agency, Command Center. Leaders from 197 countries around the world gathered together, plus the top officials of the Earth Defense Agency and dozens of engineers in white robes. The command center of more than 500 square meters seemed extremely crowded. Several African leaders who had traveled far away had to stand in the aisle. This standing ticket treatment did not make them look angry as they should have, but instead showed a strong look of doubt. President Kaku, do you know the agenda of this meeting? The Prime Minister of Ethiopia leaned back in his chair and stared at the large screen composed of 3 screens. Prime Minister Ebrard, the notice of the Earth Defense Agency only mentioned the word meeting. The President of Congo Kaku felt a little numb in his feet. He glanced at Ebrard and imitated him, leaning back in someone else's chair. With support for the body, people feel more relaxed. People who feel relaxed talk more. You should go to the leaders of those big countries for this question. For a small country like ours, the Earth Defense Agency has always only sent notices and never explained. People become more relaxed when they talk more. President Kaku obviously failed junior high school physics and underestimated the lateral force generated by his 200 kilogram body weight. With a bang, he pressed the chair under him, along with President Kalina of Country M, who was sitting on the chair. It can be said that the new female president of Country M was of high quality. She did not scream when such a heavy body pressed on her. There was a little chaos at the scene. President Kaku struggled a few times, but could not stand up. The president of Country M under him even groaned in pain. "Someone come." The Prime Minister of Ethiopia waved his arms and was about to call the waiter on the scene for help, but the voice was swallowed back in his throat, because in addition to the leaders of various countries, there were only the core figures of the Earth Defense Agency sitting in the front row, and there were no ordinary staff. He could only bend down and rely on the strength of a boxer back then to pull up the Prime Minister of Ethiopia. With a mountain removed from her shoulders, President Kalina of Country M also struggled to stand up and carefully arranged her clothes. "I'm sorry, Ms. Kalina." President Kaku quickly apologized to the blushing President Kalina. Although he said sorry, there was no apology on his face. The Prime Minister of Ethiopia next to him sneered in his heart. "This is reality. Since the rebellion in Alaska, the Earth Defense Agency has launched an unprecedented purge against Country M. The filth hidden in the dark corners was presented in the light, shocking the people of Country M. They did not expect that these high-ranking executives who were hypocritical and claimed to represent the interests of voters were still greedily grabbing personal interests at the critical moment of the Earth. Those old politicians who have been in politics for decades, the base commanders who hold military power, and the heads of major functional agencies were all dismissed in the purge. Afterwards, Director Liemo announced to the world that Country M would be designated as a direct area of the Earth Defense Agency, and the Defense Agency would send high-level executives to directly manage it. Of course, in order to maintain the old tradition and take into account the face of Country M, the people of Country M were allowed to elect an honorary president. However, while the people of Country M welcomed the direct management of the Earth Defense Agency, they were not interested in electing an honorary president. Therefore, Karina, who was born in a nightclub, won the support of most M countrymen with a beautiful pole dance, and became an honorary president who was dispensable. Although many core powers including military power and diplomatic power were taken away by the Earth Defense Agency in other countries in the world, and only a limited internal power was retained, as the leaders of these countries, they still have enormous power. Therefore, they have always looked at this mascot who has no power at all with a cold eye and avoided him, fearing that their country would become the next directly managed country. It's okay. President Karina is very self-aware, and even the role she plays is just a shy smile. Therefore, in the command center of the Earth Defense Agency, there is one less chair and one more standing person. If this situation happened in normal times, Director Liemo would definitely notice it immediately. However, now all his energy is focused on a picture displayed on the big screen. On the picture, a dim beam of light is rapidly passing through the dark universe. Director, the Mars base has launched a beam weapon. Chen Shuxian glanced at the information on his mobile phone. The coordinates are accurate, and it is expected to be 8, and it will hit the alarm clock in 7 minutes. In 7 minutes, a war related to the fate of mankind will start. Although Liemo has made full preparations, he is still uneasy because of the importance of the matter. There are still 7 minutes to release the news to these leaders. He never thought of himself as a dictator, nor did he want to be a dictator. Even though M country has been directly controlled, he decided to elect an honorary president for the M people. Liemo took a deep breath, stood up slowly, and walked to the center of the big screen in the eyes of doubt, admiration, and hatred of leaders from all over the world. Everyone, if there is another kind of intelligent creature on Earth, they are from outer space, and have been hiding on Earth for hundreds of millions of years. Hidden in the dark underground, trying to manipulate humans and even destroy human civilization. How should we respond? Although he said a question, his tone was very firm, and at the same time, he waved his arm fiercely downward, fully demonstrating his attitude. There was a sudden whisper in the command center, with various languages intertwined in a chaotic manner, appearing extremely chaotic, and occasionally there were a few shocked hissing sounds. The news of aliens was like a mental bomb, confusing the heads of these leaders. How can there be aliens on Earth? It's incredible that they have been hiding for hundreds of millions of years, when humans have not yet appeared. Did the Earth Defense Agency make a mistake? Are the aliens divided into male and female? The Earth Defense Agency versus the alien iron-blooded warriors? In shock, all kinds of nonsense emerged one after another. Liemo glanced at the countdown on the big screen, and there were still 5 minutes left. He knew that, once these leaders came to their senses, they would make the right choice. Sure enough. Of course, kill them. The first person to raise his hand to respond was a Silesian in a black suit. He had a scar on his face extending from the corner of his eye to the edge of his mouth. With the occasional fierce light in his eyes, the whole person looked extremely fierce. The Italian leader Madrella was born in Mafia. A string of information flashed through Liemo's mind. During this special period, he had no opinion on the origins of the leaders of various countries. He only needed them to cooperate with the Earth Defense Agency, stabilize the situation on Earth, and not cause trouble. How can I allow others to sleep soundly on my bed? A thin old man stood up and shouted loudly in broken Chinese. His face was full of regret, as if he regretted not grabbing the first place just now. In Okakajiro, Leader of Japan, the earth belongs only to humans, and any act of aggression must be hit. Kirov Yuri. President of the polar bear country, capture the aliens alive. My subjects need fresh meat. Ivan V. Elder of the Mahasutian Shima tribe. For a time, the command center was boiling with excitement, and leaders of various countries stood up one after another to express their support for the Earth Defense Agency. There was even an African chief, crying and shouting, with tears in his eyes, that he would donate all his 100 camels and 50 goats to the Earth Defense Agency as military materials to fight aliens. Everything is under control. Liemo smiled faintly and pressed his hands down slightly. The command center suddenly became quiet. As the director of the Earth Defense Agency, I have the obligation to ensure the continuation of the human race and the sustainable development of human civilization. Liemo pointed to the countdown with his finger. So, an unprecedented war will officially begin in 2 minutes. This war is the first time that humans have fought aliens. This war is related to the survival of mankind. In this war, humans must win. Liemo's face was red, and he waved his arms. Humanity must win. Humanity must win. Leaders of various countries stood up and waved their arms. For a while, loud slogans rang out in the command center. Amid the slogans, the countdown returned to 0. The picture on the big screen switched instantly. A black battleship ejected blue light particles from its tail and floated on a towering mountain. The high-definition picture quality allowed the leaders of the command center to clearly see the Umbrella Shield logo hanging on the black battleship. It's the interstellar battleship Earth. With an exclamation, overwhelming applause rang out. The 2 huge hatches at the bottom of the Earth interstellar battleship slowly opened, revealing a silver drill. What is it going to do? Is it trying to drill through the mountain? Impossible. Although the diameter of this drill is 50 meters, it is wishful thinking to want to drill through a mountain. For a moment, doubts arose. Liemo smiled faintly, sat firmly in his seat, and stared at the screen. The drill extending from the belly of the Earth began to rotate rapidly, then slowly descended and inserted into the top of the mountain. Something happened that shocked everyone. The rock on the top of the mountain, which was originally very solid, was instantly vaporized when it came into contact with the drill, and then turned into bursts of black smoke, dancing in the wind. As the drill went deeper, the black smoke gradually increased, forming a black smoke column. Against the background of the blue sky, the black smoke column looked particularly terrifying, like a sign of the devil's coming to the world. Of course, what shocked everyone the most was not the terrifying smoke column, but the drilling speed of the Earth. In just a few seconds, it penetrated more than 100 meters into the mountain. This is not a drill. Finally, a wise leader realized the unusualness of the silver drill. Chapter 564, The Destruction of the Divine Mountain. 4. The drill bit of the silver drill is indeed not an ordinary drill bit. It has a professional name, Ultra High Temperature Gasification Direct Insert Drill Bit. Conventional drill bits, whether diamond drill bits, PDC drill bits, or even hand drills that ordinary people can touch, all use the sharp tip of the drill bit to drill the target. At the same time, the professionally designed grooves on the drill rod will rotate to discharge the material in the target, and finally achieve the purpose of drilling a deep hole on the target surface. Although the tip of the ultra-high temperature gasification direct insert drill bit is also inlaid with sharp Moss hardness up to 100 isomer nickel chromium alloy, it does not rotate at high speed, but uses the high temperature of up to 60 million degrees Celsius emitted instantly from the drill bit. Under this high temperature far exceeding the melting point limit of Earth materials, even the extremely solid diamond mountain will turn into carbon mist, not to mention that most of the rocks on the Rocky Mountains are granite. The Earth's drilling hole speed is very fast. 10 minutes later, a deep hole with a diameter of up to 50 meters appeared on the towering mountain. Amid the cheers, Liemo's face was not relaxed at all, but solemn. Chen Shuxian should have noticed something unusual by now. Suddenly, the side of Rocky Mountain was ablaze with flames. A group of missiles, dragging their fiery red tails, rose into the sky. After completing a series of evasive maneuvers, they dived down. They were heading straight for the Earth. Ah! Everyone in the command room exclaimed. Liemo's expression remained unchanged, and he just tapped his knees with his fingers, as if the missiles launched by Chen Shuxian were just monkeys. Sure enough, when the incoming missiles were less than 10 kilometers away, the phased array system on the Earth was activated, and dense bullets instantly covered half of the sky, forming a dense firepower network. Boom. 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 The result of the encounter between the missiles and the bullets was self-evident. They could only emit dozens of loud noises that shook the sky, and bursts of red and black flames emerged, and finally unwillingly accepted the futile fate. During the whole process, the Earth's drilling operation did not stop. The Huaxia and humanity not far away did not even help, because everyone knew that this was just a tentative attack by Chen Shuxian. However, this did not affect the cheers in the command center. Unfortunately, this cheer did not last too long. With the new situation on the big screen, it stopped abruptly and turned into an incredible gasp. Even Liemo, who had been sitting on the Diote and staring at the big screen, was stunned for a moment, and the fingers tapping his knees stopped in midair. On the big screen, on the bare rocky mountains, the black rocks were like being drilled from the inside with thousands of drills, constantly cracking. Rock chips flew everywhere. For a time, the whole mountain was filled with smoke and dust. In the dust, a group of tender green pea sprouts, flashing green fluorescence, with grey-brown bean shells, drilled out of the rocks unyieldingly. Is this a plant weapon? Liemo's heart couldn't help but go cold. He clearly remembered that the ancestors were very good at using biotechnology. Everyone looked at each other with confused eyes. They didn't know why such vegetables, which often appeared on the dinner plates, appeared on the battlefield of blood and fire. Are those aliens crazy? But the next moment, they were ashamed of having such naive ideas. The radical elongates, breaks through the seed coat, and the leaves sprout. Pea sprouts grow very fast, and the whole process is like playing a science documentary at 10,000 times the speed. In less than 10 seconds, pea seedlings stretched out from the mountains and swayed in the wind. Of course, this alone is far from enough to make those arrogant leaders feel ashamed, because these peas are still growing. As an annual climbing herb of the Leguminosae family, peas have a maximum growth record of 2 meters. They usually bloom when they grow to 0.5 meters and finally grow oblong, swollen pods. But, the peas on the mountain have incredibly broken through the height limit of 2 meters and are still growing 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. Peas grow into towering trees at a speed of 10,000 times. The leaflets of peas were stretched and elongated to become the size of a human face. The meridians on them intertwined to form a skull pattern. For a moment, the barren mountains were completely covered with green skulls, emitting green fluorescence, which made people shudder at a glance, as if they were in the ice and snow in the cold winter. The whole process was extremely fast. From the pea sprouting to growing into towering trees, it took no more than 1 minute. 1 minute later, the Huaxia, which was responsible for the alert in the sky, was the first to react, and a dim light of light golden light shot out. On the Huaxia, Wang Gang had been staring at the sight, and his spirit was so tense that he almost pressed the launch button when the missile group attacked. Fortunately, Liu's Huaxia reminded him from the side. Hold on. The finger on the launch button suddenly retracted, as if it was pricked by a needle. Hold on. I have to hold on. Missile attacks are considered low-risk situations in the tactical manual, and the use of light weapons is strictly prohibited. Wang Gang took a deep breath and stared at the sight again. The strange green color that appeared on the mountain instantly caught his attention. Although Wang Gang didn't know what was so special about these seemingly tender pea sprouts, but the strange appearance of pea sprouts was beyond the cognition of ordinary people. The first rule of Shen to battlefield essentials. On the battlefield, when facing things beyond cognition, please use the most powerful weapon at hand without hesitation. Blast EM. Don't hesitate. Don't think. Don't be reluctant to give up ammunition. Wang Gang has always believed this. So, he danced his 2 fingers on the keyboard quickly, and in less than 10 seconds, he reprogrammed the high energy light emitter. Press the finger on the launch key and press it. This time, Liu's Huaxia did not stop. The light golden light cut through the space, like a sharp sword, fell on the mountain, and then shook up and down according to the mountain terrain, performing a round of precise horizontal sweeping. Wherever the light passed, everything disappeared. The peas more than 10 meters high were cut off along the roots. The protruding rocks collapsed instantly. In less than 10 seconds, the green on the mountain disappeared. Huaxia was like a skilled barber, shaving the mountain smooth without leaving a single hair. In this command center, everyone exclaimed again tirelessly. This beam is too outrageous. This barber's skill is too tony. Amid the exclamations, some even expressed regrets such as maybe we should launch the beam later, so that we can see the power of peas. Liemo smiled faintly, but cursed in his heart, stupid. He was very satisfied with Huaxia's behavior of destroying peas in their embryonic stage at the first time. These peas all over the mountains, may be the super weapons of the ancestors. Once mature, they will launch powerful pea bombs. Maybe it's just a superfood crop with a yield of up to 10,000 tons. But it doesn't matter, because the peas have been destroyed, and the fleet of the Earth Defense Agency has not suffered any damage. This is the crux of the problem. The hole has been opened. Oh my god, what flew out from the ground? Superman? Spider-Man? The changes on the big screen in the command center made everyone stunned again. Maybe if this continues, the Earth Defense Agency will have to send them to the hospital for facial restoration treatment after the meeting. Of course, Liemo did not look down on them, because the battlefield scene displayed on the big screen was not in the right style. Dozens of aliens wearing grey robes, wearing big hoods, and exuding a strange atmosphere flew out of the dark deep hole in a way that ordinary people could not imagine. They did not carry rocket boosters or individual flying jets. Instead, they spread their arms, kicked their feet into the air, and jumped directly from more than 1,000 meters underground in a strange posture. Is this flying in the air? On one side is an interstellar battleship with a gleaming metallic luster, and on the other side is a grey-robed person flying in the air, giving people a sense of time and space confusion. Fortunately, the well-trained fleet of the Earth Defense Agency did not panic at all. The Earth, which had completed the drilling hole mission, sprayed a light blue beam from its tail and rose into the air. The shipborne phased array system was activated, and thousands of bullets instantly covered the entire hole. Well done. No matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are afraid of machine guns. You're dead now. Everyone in the command room became excited again. Although these aliens are very strange, the powerful strength displayed by the Earth Defense Agency has conquered them. Liemo tapped his knees with 2 fingers, without a trace of expression on his face. Shen Tu had already seen the power of the second generation ancestors when he arrested Wang Di. It is invulnerable to swords and guns, and has infinite strength, not inferior to the legendary monster Godzilla in Japan. Of course, in order to deal with the second generation ancestors, the Earth Defense Agency has studied their weaknesses countless times, and finally came to a very scientific conclusion. That is fuck. Aren't these monsters hard? If the rocket can't penetrate, use missiles. If the missile can't penetrate, use nuclear bombs. In a word, it is to use the most powerful weapon on Earth. Boom. And it's done. Now, the most powerful weapon on Earth is loaded on the Huaxia and is being controlled by Wang Gang and others. Go. Wang Gang's fingertips flew towards the grey-robed man floating in the air, and he completed the aiming in just 0.005 seconds. Liu Huaxia assisted in pressing the firing button. Beep. Wang Gang simulated the sound of hitting the target. In the air, a dim golden light cut through the space again, and shot directly at a grey-robed man, who had just risen from the ground. The grey-robed man was originally posing handsomely, with his arms stretched out, and his fingers pointing upwards, just like the immortal who fell into the mortal world in the myth. He had the momentum of a supervillain. However, when he perceived that the light was coming towards him, and felt that the thin light contained the power to tear the world apart, his whole body was shocked, and he didn't care about maintaining the image of a supervillain, and was about to shrink into a ball. Unfortunately, the propagation speed of the golden light is as high as 300,000 kilometers per second. The nerve signal emitted from the grey-robed man's head has not yet spread throughout the body through the neural network. He only feels a golden color in front of his eyes, and then falls into the darkest darkness he has ever encountered. Death is coming. Of course, in the eyes of the leaders of various countries in the command center of the Earth Defense Agency, this grey-robed man who appeared with great momentum, when he appeared on the stage, is a little stupid and a little green, just like a garbage boss in an online game that is very powerful, but can always be easily defeated. The expected war did not happen. An alien flying in the air was knocked down by a not bright beam of light like a blind wild duck. The whole process is too simple. This style of painting is wrong. However, in Liamo's opinion, the current situation is the best. There is no need for a fierce battle process. There is no need for heroes to turn the tide. There is no need for exciting scenes of blood flowing, corpses everywhere, and bones piled up. We just need to win. Even if the whole process is extremely boring, as long as we can win. That is the real war. The wonderful scenes will be left to the imagination of future artists, film directors, and musical choreographers. We just need victory. 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 Wang Gang saw the third eye on the brow of the grey-robed man, and the center of the crotches of the sight was pierced by the light weapon, and fell from the sky in an instant. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It worked. At this time, other combat units also completed the lock. Light golden rays shot out. One by one, the grey-robed men fell from the sky. Wang Gang, continue. Liu Xiaoxia had marked the last few targets on the sight. If you are slow, you won't have a chance to fire the second shot. Don't worry. As a member of the cannon shooting family, Wang Gang has his own dignity. The keyboard sounded crackling. Shoot. Liu Xiaoxia's fingers, which had been pressed on the keyboard for a long time, pressed heavily. A light golden ray shot out. The entire battlefield showed a one-sided massacre. The grey-robed man who flew out from the ground was knocked down by the rays before he could see the surrounding environment clearly. 2 minutes later, the light disappeared and the grey-robed men were all killed. Silence. The entire battlefield fell into silence. A gust of wind blew, and gravel mixed with sand and dust flew all over the sky. China, Earth, and humanity formed a triangle shape, surrounding the hole with a diameter of 50 meters. Locked, 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 locked. Wang Gang's sight popped up the operation information of other combat units from time to time. The dark hole has been completely locked by 100 high-energy light emitters. Anything that flies out from it will inevitably be destroyed in an instant. Not to mention, on the Earth, there is also a phased array system that can instantly launch tens of millions of bullets, ready to go. On the humanity, there are more than 200 intercontinental nuclear warheads, ready to go. At this moment, this hole with a diameter of 50 meters is covered by the strongest force on Earth. Why don't they continue to attack? In the command center, those who didn't see the fierce scene couldn't help it. Since the aliens are so weak, why don't we just attack underground? Liamo sat quietly in the front row, tapping his knees with his fingers, without any anxious look on his face. He was waiting. Chapter 565. The Destruction of the Divine Mountain. 5. The Earth is waiting. The human is waiting. The China is waiting. Waiting for the strongest force of the ancestors. According to the information revealed by Wang Di, a huge alien spaceship is parked in a cave 1000 meters deep underground. In this world, waiting will always have results, whether good or bad. Roar, a shocking howl came from the deep cave. The sound waves rolled up the dust on the ground, like water waves, rippling from the cave entrance. For a time, smoke and dust rolled on the mountains. Even wearing a tactical helmet, Wang Gang vaguely heard the roar. His heart was inexplicably tightened, and then it beat rapidly. There is a monster coming out from the ground. He took a deep breath, moved his slightly stiff hands, and stared at the sight. Wang Gang, the guy who appeared this time, may not be easy to deal with. Liu Xiaoxia next to him reminded in time. Her little face was pale, the corners of her mouth trembled, and her eyes were full of fear. It was obvious that she was frightened by the roar. Wang Gang nodded heavily, bit his lips tightly, and tried his best to stay awake with the pain. Not long after, a meatball the size of a two-story building jumped out of the deep hole. Even though he was mentally prepared, Wang Gang couldn't help but gasp when he looked at the high-definition image on the site. Because the appearance of this weird meatball has exceeded his imagination. It is oval in shape, with the big head facing down, and the small head facing up, and it is covered with legs. A rough look shows that there are at least more than 100 legs. What's even more creepy is that these legs are bending and bouncing from time to time, as if each leg has independent control. When Wang Gang saw the tubular wound on one of the legs, he immediately understood. These legs are not grown by the meatball itself, but by those grey-robed people just now. They stuff themselves into the meatball, leaving only 2 legs outside. In the gaps between the long legs, there are 3 light bulb eyes protruding from the wrinkled brown skin. Light bulb eyes don't mean that these 3 eyes look like light bulbs, but they are light bulbs at all, and they are faintly flashing a light red light. The light red light gradually becomes stronger. Fuck. Shoot it. Liu Xiaoxia was the first to come to her senses and screamed loudly. The high octave soprano pulled Wang Gang back from his fear. He didn't even have time to breathe deeply before his fingers flew and crackled. Lock. Shoot. A light golden light shot directly at the meatball. At the Earth Defense Agency's Wisdom Center, when the meatball appeared, the rock-steady Liamo's heart also jumped twice. Is this the hometown? It looks too casual. Of course, casual appearance does not mean that it can be treated casually. Modern biological research has found that for carbon-based organisms, the larger the size, the stronger the energy when the energy density in the body is the same. Just like the monsters in the movies, their strength is often ranked by size. This 2-story high meatball, in terms of size, is better than tens of thousands of yuan, and it looks hard to mess with. What's more, it is covered with grey robe plugins all over its body, and its strength must be a level higher. Difficult. Unconsciously, his face gradually became serious. Of course, Liamo was not the only one with a serious face. Most of the people in the command center had solemn expressions. There was no more exaggerated surprise or admiration. There was silence. It was because everyone knew that the monster that appeared this time was really difficult to deal with. 3 Earth interstellar warships might not be their opponents. Fear gripped their necks tightly, so that when the light golden light was shot out, there was no cheering in the command center. Facing the light golden light, the meatball did not seem to panic at all. 3 blood red lights burst out from his 3 light bulb eyes. The lights intertwined and rushed straight towards the light golden light. In the blink of an eye, the 2 colors of light intertwined and burst out brightly. It was obvious that the energy contained in the light golden light was far inferior to the blood red light. When it came into contact, it collapsed instantly. The blood red light rushed straight towards the Huaxia. At this time, other combat units also reacted. Dozens of light golden lights were shot out at the same time. The momentum of the blood red light was curbed, and the 2 were deadlocked. On the battlefield, the brilliance produced by the collision of 2 kinds of light was bright and dazzling. Pa. The Earth's phased array system was activated, and dense bullets stormed towards the meat mass. Swoosh, swoosh, the humanity launched 3 ballistic nuclear bombs in succession, and the huge missiles rushed towards the meat mass like a demon. The meat mass trembled violently, and its reddish-brown surface began to crack. Boom. More than 100 bloody grey-robed people were launched by the meat mass, and flew towards the 3 interstellar battleships like javelins. But it was a pity. In front of technology, superpowers can only be crushed. The javelins made by the grey-robed people were instantly shattered by dense bullets. For a time, blood and flesh flew all over the battlefield, and the air was full of thick blood and murder. The meat mass's skin color changed drastically, from grey-brown to blood red. The blood red light emitted from its eyes became stronger, and the Earth could hardly support it even with the strength of the entire ship. The bright light produced by the annihilation of the 2 rays of light moved towards the Earth little by little. However, it didn't matter anymore. Because the 3 ballistic nuclear bombs had already smelled the fishy smell emanating from the meatball. Attention all ships, the nuclear shock wave is about to hit. Be prepared for collision. A rapid alarm sounded inside the Earth. Liu Xiaoxia held the upper armrest tightly with both hands. Wang Gang fixed the launch program and turned around to hold the seat tightly. Boom. 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 The deafening sound rang out, and even with a tactical helmet, Wang Gang still felt his ears buzzing, as if thousands of thunders were striking in the sky. After the loud noise, 3 mushroom clouds slowly rose from the position where the meatball stood. The sky suddenly brightened, and then suddenly darkened. The black rocks were instantly shattered, and the sand and dust covered the sky. There should be 2,000 words of description here, but the author has not watched the nuclear bomb explosion scene up close, so it is omitted. In short, the nuclear bomb exploded. The meatball has disappeared without a trace. It makes sense. If a carbon-based organism can survive a nuclear explosion with a temperature of up to 60 million degrees Celsius, I'm afraid that the human beings on Earth would have been slaughtered completely. In the dimness, the mountain began to collapse, huge rocks fell off, and a deep pit with a diameter of 100 kilometers appeared on the ground. Inside the deep pit is an underground cave that is more than 1,000 meters deep. Shuxian. In the command center, Liemo couldn't help but stand up. Shuxian. In the captain's room of the Huaxia, Zhaodong jumped up. Shuxian. In the command room of the Earth, Shen Shuxian crushed the teacup. Shuxian. In the employee service center of the human, Wu Gushi put down the mop in his hand. This underground cave, which has existed since the formation of the Earth, was exposed to the eyes of the world for the first time. Of course, due to the cover of the nuclear explosion smoke, the real situation in the cave was not very clear to the people in the command center. However, this did not prevent them from saying words such as oh my god, doo-doo-loo-loo, bagger, and couldn't help but worry about the 3 interstellar battleships of the Earth Defense Agency. The meatball that suddenly popped out was so powerful that it took 3 warships to work together. In the end, a hydrogen bomb was used to deal with it. Are there other terrifying meatballs in this hole? 1, 2, or hundreds? Everyone's eyes were full of worry. Liemo was the same. Hometown was just a tool made by the ancestors for reproduction, but it was so powerful. Then those ancestors hidden underground must be even more powerful. And why didn't the alien spacecraft appear? Because the electromagnetic waves generated by the nuclear explosion began to interfere with the signal transmission. The real-time battlefield transmission had to be temporarily stopped. In this way, the leaders of various countries in the world and Liemo stared at the large screen without pictures for 3 hours. No one got up and left. No one whispered. The atmosphere in the command center was extremely depressing, and the air became so thick that it was impossible to breathe. Finally, a crisp phone ring rang. More than 200 hearts were mentioned in the air at the same time. A female staff member in uniform took a communicator and walked to the front row under the gaze of more than 400 eyes. Director, Captain Zhaodong's call. Liemo took a deep breath and took the communicator from the white but slightly trembling little hand. Zhaodong, how is the war going? More than 200 heads at the scene tilted their ears at the same time. Yeah, good. I understand. I don't know what Zhaodong said. After a few simple words, Liemo hung up the phone directly. You understand? We don't understand yet. Everyone was secretly complaining and wanted to grab the phone. Fortunately, Liemo has always been an understanding leader. He walked to the big screen and smiled lightly. We won. The simple 4 words instantly caused a tsunami of cheers in the command center. The wrinkles on the face of the old man with white hair were instantly ironed. The young leaders jumped on the chairs and waved their ties, just like high school students after the college entrance examination. President Karina of M country habitually untied the suspenders of her skirt. Liemo stood there quietly, with some moisture in the corners of his eyes. From then on, humans had one less opponent and could use all their energy to deal with alien spaceships. He waited until the cheers faded before speaking again. An alien intelligent creature that has been hiding on Earth for hundreds of millions of years has been eliminated by our Earth Defense Agency. Is the upcoming alien spaceship so scary? We will definitely crush it like an egg. Although he knew that the ancestors were just the remnants of Mars and had lost most of their technology over hundreds of millions of years, they were far from being comparable to a third-level civilization interstellar spaceship. However, at a critical moment, no matter how much fear there is, it will be useless. Only with hope in mind can we find a glimmer of hope in despair. Humans must work together and clench all their strength into a fist to defeat the undefeatable enemy. Therefore, as the leader of the Earth, Liemo must arouse a hope in the hearts of mankind. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the ecstatic crowd raised their arms and shouted, "Egg! We are going to crush the egg spaceship. Crush it. Crush it." The name of the egg spaceship is good, and Liemo decided to use this name in the future. After the meeting, considering that the leaders of various countries still needed to go back and tell every citizen about this news, the Earth Defense Agency did not hold a banquet. Some leaders who wanted to freeload on a big meal were a little unhappy, but when they thought that the news of victory would be released, their support rate among the people would inevitably rise by several percentage points. They boarded a private plane without any nostalgia and left the Earth Defense Agency. Liemo watched the last plane disappear in the white clouds, and then he took an armored vehicle to a military airport under the escort of hundreds of black uniforms. A J-888 was waiting on the runway of the airport. This is a jet-heavy fighter jointly developed by Mosey Technology and the military industry. It can carry 12 air-to-ground missiles and 20 air-to-air missiles. The most important point is that its maximum speed is as high as Mach 10, which is the speed king among fighter jets. This is also the reason why Liemo gave up riding the Earth No. 1 special plane, which is safer and more comfortable. He needs to reach the Shuxian in the shortest time. Director. A yellow-skinned guy saw him get out of the car and immediately saluted. Liemo glanced at the nameplate on the young man's chest and said with a smile, "Comrade Meng Chang, I'll have to trouble you this time." The pilot named Meng Chang smiled heartily, opened his mouth, and showed his white teeth. "Please rest assured, my flying skills are just like my name." Boom. Although wearing a flight helmet, Liemo could still clearly hear the sound of the flames burning the air from the tail of the J-888. "Director, sit tight." Meng Chang turned his head and made a gesture of departure. Red flames burst out. The J-888 suddenly started at a speed of 200 yards and flew into the air with a roar. The huge reaction force made Liemo's stomach feel like a mountain overturning. At this time, he understood the meaning of the words Meng Chang said when introducing himself. Meng Chang is really as his name suggests. The feeling of riding a fighter is completely different from riding a passenger plane. Liemo only saw a group of white clouds whooshing past the fighter plane. Meng Chang also showed off his aircraft skills from time to time, making the fighter plane roll 360 degrees, or spiral up, or stall and fall. Is this guy doing a stunt? When Liemo's feet touched the ground, he couldn't help but run to the grass beside the temporary runway and vomited violently. This shocked Zhao Dong and more than 200 fully armed soldiers who came to greet him. "Director, are you okay?" Zhao Dong searched in his pocket for a long time, but couldn't take out a napkin. It was a short-haired female soldier who took out a light blue handkerchief embroidered with butterflies from her underwear pocket and handed it over. Liemo grabbed the handkerchief and wiped it on his face randomly. When he stood up, he saw the handkerchief stained with vomit and several black lines slid down his forehead. I'll have someone wash it and give it back to you." Liemo looked at the blushing female soldier and put the handkerchief in his pocket. "Zhao Dong, what's the current situation? Also, what about the high priest you mentioned on the phone?" He turned his head and looked directly at Zhao Dong. Chapter 566, The Destruction of the Divine Mountain, 6. Resisting the urge to vomit, Liemo learned from Zhao Dong what happened on the battlefield after the 3 hydrogen bombs exploded. Zhao Dong chattered a lot. To sum it up in one sentence, nothing happened. The mushroom cloud dissipated, and the 3 interstellar battleships of the Earth Defense Agency were still in a herringbone shape, surrounding the sacred mountain, and did not launch an attack immediately. Instead, they were waiting. They were waiting for the appearance of the alien spaceship. The super energy beam emitter, the phased array system, and the ballistic nuclear bomb system were ready to bomb the alien spaceship into slag the moment it appeared. What a pity. Until the smoke cleared, the red magma blasted out by the nuclear bomb had cooled and turned black, and there was still no movement in the huge cavity. As the commander-in-chief of this attack plan, Zhao Dong had the sole authority on the battlefield. He thought again and again, and asked the Huaxia to release 2 F-666 fighters to go to the cavity for reconnaissance. 10 minutes later, a reconnaissance plane sent back a battle situation that made him feel incredible. 1,000 meters underground, the reconnaissance plane discovered an extremely large alien spaceship, roughly estimated to be as big as 10 Huaxia ships. The alien spaceship lay in the hole, with no signs of starting. The reconnaissance plane approached carefully and found a huge hole in the outer shell of the alien spaceship. Through the big hole, you can see that the interior of the spaceship is in a mess, with pipes as thick as arms rotten and dark green juice flowing. Just a simple analysis, the scout came to a conclusion that a big explosion had occurred inside the alien spaceship. Zhao Dan was delighted. The enemy was fighting internally. At this time, another reconnaissance plane equipped with a biometric system sent back a result that made him even more excited. There are no life characteristics of any ancestors in the sacred mountain. Are all the enemies dead? Is this a victory? Zhao Dan was overjoyed and decided to launch a ground attack. He sent a special forces team of 20,000 people to go deep into the interior of the sacred mountain. At the same time, in order to be on the safe side, the Huaxia entered the underground hole as the vanguard warship, and the Earth and humanity were on alert in sections in the air. The special forces were well trained and moved very quickly. When Zhao Dan arrived underground, they had already searched most of the Shenshan mountain. Except for being attacked by some strange looking creatures in several dark areas, the entire search operation seemed unusually peaceful. In a stone chamber, the special forces found more than 100 human-like creatures. Facing those creatures that looked like humans, spoke human language, and looked excited and frightened, Zhao Dan was very cautious. He ordered these creatures to be taken to the detention room that had been prepared on the Huaxia, and biological scientists were sent to identify these creatures to determine whether they were real humans or ancestors disguised as humans. Looking at those humanoid creatures holding their heads and walking towards the Huaxia, Zhao Dan was very excited. Although this victory came inexplicably, humans eliminated a terrifying opponent. At this time, a search team sent an urgent message. They found a strange stone chamber deep in the endless caves of Shenshan Mountain. The stone chamber was extremely bright and covered with a net woven from metal wire. The most important thing is that in the center of the stone chamber, there is a naked man sitting cross-legged. The strange style of painting forced the search team to be cautious. They carefully guarded outside the stone chamber, pointed all their weapons at the strange man, and then reported the military intelligence. Zhao Dan was also very surprised after learning the information. Considering the narrow terrain and the passage, he selected 500 outstanding soldiers to go to the stone chamber together. When he arrived at the stone chamber, the naked man was looking at the nervous human soldiers around him with his eyes flashing with strange red light. Zhao Dan felt that this man was not simple at the time. He didn't expect that this extraordinary man, seeing him appear, made an even more extraordinary request. Ask Professor Liemo to come for an interview. So, I asked you for instructions. Zhao Dan's voice became smaller and smaller, like a child who was afraid of making adults angry. You did a good job. Liemo was very glad that he did not directly refuse the other party's request. Although Liemo could not be completely sure of the identity of the strange man, he also had some ideas. If it was really him, then the problem would be complicated. How did he do it? Liemo pondered as he walked. Liemo only brought a few dozen soldiers with him this time, but these soldiers were all burly, with bulging muscles under their blue military uniforms, and their fists were the size of sandbags. The most important thing is that these soldiers carried macro high energy light emitters weighing more than 200 kilograms on their shoulders. Turn through this passage and turn right and you'll be there. Zhao Dan led the way in front. These corridors look exactly the same, cut from black rocks, and with strange symbols engraved on them, which makes people feel very depressed. Being able to live in such a depressing atmosphere for hundreds of millions of years, the evil nature of the ancestors can be seen. In the dim light, Liemo raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a sneer that no one could see. Light. Just as Zhao Dan described, the entire stone room was filled with light. Under the reflection of the light, the yellow metal mesh emitted a light golden light, which seemed a bit dazzling. Liemo narrowed his eyes and stared at the naked man in the center of the stone chamber. I'm here. You're here. The man opened his eyes with a pair of flashing red light. You invited me here. Liemo tore open the metal mesh, got in, and sat cross-legged opposite the man. I invited you here. The red light in the man's eyes began to spin, and the black pupils were completely covered by the red vortex. Is there something? Liemo kept smiling faintly. I'm here. The man shook his head back and forth, looking a little slow. Please speak. Liemo continued to smile. Let your subordinates leave first. This matter is too big. The man shuddered inexplicably, and a look of fear appeared on his face. You guys go out first. Liemo turned around and waved his hand. I'll chat with an old friend for a while. He saw that the soldiers were all shocked and explained casually. The soldiers glared at the man fiercely, lined up, and walked into the darkness. I'm the high priest, the fifth elder of the ancestors, and the spokesperson of the ancestors. The man had an exaggerated smile on his face, looking a little excited. No, you're not. Liemo stared at the naked man with his eyes sparkling with a hint of sneer. You are Wang Di, a second generation ancestor, a spy from our Earth Defense Agency. Haha. Haha. The man stood up, laughing so hard that he leaned forward and backward, with veins throbbing all over his body. How could I be Wang Di? This kind of laughter, which did not contain any joy, but was mixed with extreme sadness, sounded particularly creepy. How could I be Wang Di? The smile on the man's face gradually disappeared, and 2 lines of big tears dripped from his eyes, and the sound became smaller and smaller. In the end, he could only see his tear-stained mouth open a few times, and made a voice so subtle that it was almost inaudible. I'm Wang Di. Okay, recognizing yourself is a good start. Liemo crossed his legs, and looked up and down with a sharp look. You'd better put on your clothes first. This is ugly. Wang Di's mouth twitched, his 2 fists clenched tightly, and the veins on his arms throbbing. For a long time. You know what? He sighed and sat cross-legged again. A set of red robes emerged from his body. Just now, I wanted to eat you. Just like eating the high priest. I'm not delicious. Liemo's tone and expression were very sincere. Yes, you're not delicious. Wang Di seemed to think this was a good reason and nodded heavily. I think you invited me from far away, not to discuss whether it's delicious or not. Liemo felt that the time had come and took the initiative to attack. Of course. Wang Di continued to shake his head, as if to shake something out. Let's cooperate. Cooperate? Liemo looked at him with deliberate contempt. The sacred mountain is about to be destroyed. What qualifications do you have to cooperate? With this. Wang Di pointed to his head and said excitedly, I have obtained all the memories of the high priest. These memories contain the biotechnology of the ancestral civilization. Although most of them are incomplete, they are also the technology that you, the human civilization on Earth, must have dreamed of. With these technologies, humans can create tree spaceships, plant energy modules, and even grow wheat with an output of 100,000 tons per mu. Now, Wang Di looks very much like those insurance agents in suits and leather shoes. They are sweating profusely on the hot streets. Their clothes are soaked, but they are eloquent, and talk endlessly about those insurance products that may never have returns. Liemo only wants to use 2 words to describe his idea. That is naive. How is it? Wang Di can't wait to answer. Liemo sighed silently. The real ancestral high priest who can lead the ancestors to persevere on Earth for hundreds of millions of years must be a person with a lot of strategies and extraordinary wisdom. I didn't expect to be swallowed up by such a simple-minded guy with strong limbs. Sad, pitiful, lamentable. How about it? I can give you all those technologies. Wang Di saw that he didn't respond, and he couldn't sit still. He had already lost his high-handed momentum. No need. Liemo gave an answer that stunned him. You. Wang Di looked incredible. You know that it won't be long before a real alien spaceship will arrive on Earth. Liemo sneered. By then, there are only 2 results. One is that humans are defeated, and the Earth is destroyed. In this way, your so-called ancestral technology will be useless. The second is that humans are very lucky to win, and civilization continues to develop. Then, one day, we can develop technology similar to biological technology. Your ancestral technology is even more meaningless. But, these technologies can greatly improve the technological level of mankind. How can it be meaningless? Wang Di's eyes were confused. This is the difference between an ordinary person and a leader of a civilization. Liemo had to continue to deceive for the gold in his heart. In the eyes of ordinary people, these technologies may be priceless treasures. But for the leaders of civilization, they are dispensable. Because, as long as civilization can continue, these technologies will sooner or later be created by intelligent individuals and civilization. So, the treasure you are ready to sell is just a pile of waste. This. Wang Di couldn't help but step back and almost fell. He was confused and smiled bitterly. The sacred mountain has been destroyed. How can I save my life? Death. Invisible and colorless, invisible and intangible, but it makes people shudder. Even Wang Di, a creature created by the ancestors, is deeply afraid. Liemo smiled, but didn't say anything, just staring at Wang Di's red eyes. Wang Di was a little scared by his strange eyes, and he was restless. He wanted to stand up several times, but sat back down again. What do you mean? Finally, 10 minutes later, he couldn't help but speak with big beads of sweat on his forehead. You understand. Liemo retracted his gaze and looked at the metal net shining with golden light. Is this a Faraday cage? What do you know? It was just a simple sentence, but Wang Di's face changed drastically, and he stepped back suddenly, as if a light device was pointed at him. Since you inherited the memory of the high priest, Liemo tapped his knees with his fingers. Then you should have inherited that thing as well. He saw Wang Di's face flushed, sweating, and shaking his head desperately, and had to continue to add, it can make an ordinary person become a scientist admired by thousands of people. It can also make a civilized race suddenly have a wisdom explosion, and technology will advance rapidly. His eyes burst into a sharp light, staring at the panicked Wang Di. By the way, it also has a tacky sounding name. System. After confirming that the aliens hidden on Earth were the three-eyed Martians who came to Earth on a spacecraft, Liemo read the true story of Martian civilization written by Pialio, the recorder of Martian civilization. As a result, he found some unreasonable things. According to records, the Martians were originally just a backward civilization. Although they discovered electricity, Mars did not have a large amount of oil, coal, and nuclear raw materials like the Earth, and could only rely on collecting solar energy to provide power for the development of civilization. Since solar energy is extremely unstable and has a very low energy density, it is far from enough to meet the development of a civilization. It can be said that, if the situation continues, it will take at least 2,000 years, or even longer, for the Martian civilization to have enough ability to set foot in space and collect nuclear materials from asteroids. The entire Martian civilization is equivalent to being locked by energy shortage. At this time, a magical thing happened. A Martian scientist actually established a complete set of biotechnology systems in just 100 years and created an unimaginable plant such as the electric tree. With the electricity produced by the electric tree, the entire Martian civilization instantly broke through the energy shackles and entered the space age. Is this a gift from the creator? In this universe, Liemo saw only indifference. So he ordered Zhao Dahei, who was in charge of the Mars base, to launch a large-scale tomb-robbing operation throughout Mars. He hoped to find some records of Martian civilization that had not been obliterated by time, to solve the doubts in his heart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567 Secret. Unexpectedly, Zhao Dahei brought a huge surprise. The tomb robbing team led by him discovered a large underground city deep underground in the Fujian administrative district of Mars. This city is very strange. The buildings are very miniature. A 33-story building is only as tall as an adult man. The city has all kinds of functional buildings, including schools, hospitals, municipal halls, and material warehouses. In a warehouse similar to a cold storage, the Earth tomb robbing team found several frozen corpses. Although these corpses are only a few centimeters long, they have complete hands and feet, and a large head with disproportionate proportions. When seeing the on-site photos sent by Zhao Dahei, Liemo immediately realized that they had discovered the miniature city of the Martian ancestors. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the Martian ancestors encountered a solar eruption, and the entire civilization fell into trouble. In order to continue the race, the Martian ancestors collectively shrunk and moved to the underground miniature city. Unexpectedly, the shrunken ancestors gradually lost their wisdom due to their low brain capacity, and finally degenerated into insects, and fell into chaos. Liemo was overjoyed and ordered the Earth tomb robbing team led by Zhao Dahei to use the power of the entire Mars base to conduct a microscopic excavation of this miniature city. Sure enough, in a dark room hidden in the basement of the city hall, the tomb robbing team found the secret manuscript of the Ancestor Elder. The manuscript records the life of the Ancestor Elder. Facing tens of thousands of pages of diaries, Liamo's mouth twitched for a long time. Roughly estimated, there are at least more than 10 million words in the diary. This Ancestor Elder is too hardworking. These diaries, even if you can read 10 lines at a glance, will take 2 years. Liamo had to recruit a group of reliable talents within the Earth Defense Bureau to form a diary analysis team. After 3 days and 3 nights of analysis by the diary analysis team, a manuscript with secret symbols was finally found in the diary. After cracking the manuscript, Liamo found that the manuscript of up to 10 million words detailed the suspicion of the Ancestor Elder about the Fifth Elder. As the partner of the Fifth Elder, he deeply suspected that the Fifth Elder had obtained some magical substance to invent technologies that changed the progress of Martian civilization many times. Of course, the manuscript also cited many detailed evidences, but it recorded more of his worries about the Fifth Elder. Because the Fifth Elder always liked to lock herself in a cage woven from a metal mesh, even when attending the Elder's meeting. Moreover, she wanted to tell the Great Elder something several times, but she hesitated, and her face was full of fear. After reading this manuscript, Liamo was completely sure of his inner thoughts. This Fifth Elder of the Ancestors, that is, the Ancestor Priest who came to the Earth by spacecraft, obtained a certain learning assistance system like himself. She even kidnapped alien civilizations. And now, he needs Wang Di, who inherited the memory of the Ancestor Priest, to tell everything he knows about the system. In the golden cage, in the light, Liamo stared at Wang Di. System? Wang Di hesitated for a long time and finally spoke slowly. In my memory. Not in the High Priest's memory. Wang Di's consciousness seemed a little confused, his eyes blank. She called it God's gift. God's gift is a very religious name. Liamo sighed silently in his heart. If there is really an omnipotent and omniscient God in this universe, then it is also an evil God who enjoys playing with civilization. Because she resisted as much as she could when I devoured the High Priest. Wang Di looked at Liamo timidly. So, a large part of it is missing. Liamo knew that he was negotiating conditions and smiled faintly. Tell me everything you know. I guarantee that you can continue to stay in this cage. Wang Di heard this. His expression immediately relaxed, as if this cage made of densely woven metal was a paradise on Earth. In the High Priest's memory, God's gift came very strangely. He frowned, as if he was trying his best to look through the memories in his mind that did not belong to him. It was like appearing in her mind out of thin air. This reminded Liamo of that afternoon more than 10 years ago, when he was still a young boy, who had just finished playing basketball, and was taking a shower in the bathroom. Suddenly, he was pulled into the grey fog space, met the big-headed Pajero, and gained a learning assistance system. This is almost the same as appearing out of thin air. The God's gift will issue tasks regularly. After completing the tasks, the High Priest will receive rewards. Wang Di said, while stealing a glance at Liamo. Tell me everything you know. Liamo's face was gloomy. Since I know the existence of the God's gift, I must know some secrets. If I find out that you deliberately conceal it, your promise will be invalid. I dare not. Wang Di shuddered all over and quickly retracted his gaze. In the God's gift, there seems to be a big turntable. After completing the task, you can get the opportunity to turn the big turntable. Isn't this the big turntable for the lottery? Liamo suppressed his inner shock and did not interrupt. He was afraid of interrupting Wang Di's memories. There are many prizes on the big turntable, including high-end equipment, advanced technology, and even planets. Wang Di looked envious. Of course, the most are inspiration water and kaya tea. Kaya tea is a unique drink on Mars. The raw material is the leaves of a plant, which has a refreshing effect. Wang Di took the initiative to explain. It's a bit like coffee and green tea on Earth. This reminded Liamo of energy coffee. He didn't know whether it was true or not, and nodded slightly. Continue. Oh, Wang Di saw that Liamo's face did not change, so he continued boldly. Although the prizes on the big turntable are very generous, the High Priest can only draw coffee or green tea every time, and even once drew a bottle of air. Every time. Liamo was puzzled. He had drawn several high-end equipment and technical drawings from the learning assistance system. Wang Di frowned and recalled for a moment, and nodded with faith. Maybe the high priest has resentment, and this part of the memory is particularly clear. Every time she draws a prize, she is the last one. The luck of this high priest is too bad. Liemo nodded expressionlessly. Continue. The greatest function of God's gift is to enhance the wisdom and understanding of the high priest. Wang Di raised his eyelids and continued to recall. The high priest has thus become the greatest scientist of the ancestors step by step from an ordinary ancestor. The greatest? Liemo had to interrupt. She is only the fifth elder on Mars. How can she be the greatest scientist? According to human rules, the scientist with great fame and many scientific achievements must have a high social and academic status. In Martian civilization, the descendants of the ancestors occupy a dominant position. Wang Di smiled, as if he was laughing at Liemo's ignorance. Although the high priest is the greatest scientist, he has an ordinary background. If she hadn't become the partner of the high priest, after she became famous, she wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the Council of Elders. There are also evil aristocrats on Mars. Liemo complained in his heart. Continue. Wang Di restrained his smile. After the high priest invented the electric tree, controlled nuclear fusion, and sublight speed spacecraft, he became a hero of the entire Mars. But she is not happy. Wang Di shook his head desperately and said, no, not unhappy, but afraid. What is she afraid of? Wang Di's eyes began to be confused, as if an old computer was reading a hard drive that had lost data. Falling into logical confusion. Fear of God's gift. Wang Di's eyes lit up and finally remembered. He stood up suddenly, a little excited. The high priest is afraid of God's gift. For this reason, she opened a separate residence and covered the entire residence with metal wire. Is this the way the high priest evades God's gift? Like this cage? Although Liemo has done this before, he still couldn't hold back his excitement and asked. Yes. Wang Di nodded heavily. Like this cage. Why would the high priest be afraid of God's gift? Liemo asked the key question. Wang Di trembled all over, his eyes fell into confusion again, and he muttered to himself, why? Everything she has is given by God. Why should she be afraid? Why? After saying 18 whys in a row, Wang Di went crazy. His face was hideous, his eyes were red, and his whole body was shaking. The big beads of sweat on his forehead dripped onto the black stone ground. Wang Di. Liemo saw that things were not going well, stood up, and stared at his eyes full of chaotic red light. He called out loudly, Wang Di. The red light in Wang Di's eyes went out little by little. The dark pupils and pure white sclera reappeared in his eye sockets. What happened to me just now? Wang Di, who had regained consciousness, looked very confused, as if he had no idea what had just happened. You're crazy. Liemo told the truth. Wang Di's behavior just now was no different from those patients who had lost their minds in the mental hospital. I'm crazy? Wang Di muttered to himself. What did you see? Liemo asked. It was obvious that Wang Di had temporarily lost his mind because he recalled some secrets of the high priest. I didn't see anything. Wang Di shook his head, took a careful peek, and added, I tried to find the reason why the high priestess feared the gift of God in her memory. As a result, a pure darkness suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. Although I couldn't see anything in the darkness, I always felt that there was a pair of eyes hidden there, and I felt a chill rising from the coccyx, rising rapidly, and rushing straight to the top of my head. A kind of fear that I had never experienced before instantly spread throughout my body. The next moment, I lost consciousness. Wake up again, he kept peeking at Liemo, and his whole expression was like a primary school student who didn't finish his homework. What you saw might be the fear of the high priestess. Liemo said his guess. Wang Di was stunned for a moment, with an incredible look on his face. After thinking for a long time, he finally slowly uttered a sentence. What do you mean? The high priestess has forgotten the reason for fear, because she is too scared? Can only remember the fear itself? That's possible. Liemo put his hands behind his back and paced back and forth. Why do you have to stay in this cage? Wang Di opened his mouth several times, but no sound came out. A dim red light gradually emerged in his eyes. Do you feel safe in this cage? Liemo was afraid that he would go crazy again, so he quickly woke him up. Yes, Wan Di woke up and nodded repeatedly. According to the original plan, after I devoured the high priest, I would leave the stone chamber, summon all the second generation ancestors, board the spacecraft, and head straight to Mars. I didn't expect that I, who had just become the high priest, would not dare to step out of the stone chamber. It's as if once I step out of the stone chamber, I will be devoured by an invisible monster. This is an inexplicable premonition from the soul. Liemo nodded gently. The high priest has lived for hundreds of millions of years, and his early memories may have dissipated, but she still retains fear. How terrifying is it that an ancestor has lost his memory and still retains fear itself? Wan Di's face was alternating with various expressions, including fear, confusion, and regret. This horror is far more terrifying than the most terrifying thing you can imagine. Liemo, who had a deep understanding, looked at Wan Di with some sympathy. This second generation ancestor elite, a former spy of the Earth Defense Agency, can be said to be both courageous and intelligent, but in the end he was trapped in this stone chamber by the fear of the unknown. Pitiable, sad, lamentable. However, he immediately put away his few sympathies and asked lightly, "Now, recite all the biotechnology of Martian civilization in your mind." Wan Di, who had just experienced fear, had already seemed to be lost, nodded hurriedly, and was ready to recite. Wait. Liemo took out a pen and a stack of papers from his pocket. "You have prepared it?" Wan Di looked at the thick stack of papers, and couldn't help exclaiming. Normal people would carry so much paper with them. "Are you not going to start yet?" Liemo did not answer his question, but stared at him sharply. Wan Di realized that he was not qualified to question. Ancestor biological cell technology includes the whole recording process took 3 hours. Liemo looked at the paper full of words, mathematical symbols, and pictures in his hand, and raised his head. "Repeat it again now. These ancestral biological technologies are obscure and unfathomable, and they are all based on Wan Di's oral narration. If he had malicious intentions and deliberately changed some of the data, then this stack of manuscripts could completely become a pile of worthless waste paper." Repeat. After completing the task, Wan Di, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was stunned for a moment, and was a little confused. "Repeat it again." Liemo did not explain, only asked. Wan Di sighed, and sat cross-legged again. Ancestor biological cell technology includes with the experience of the last time. It only took 2 hours for Wan Di to complete the retelling this time. Fortunately, there was no deliberate adulteration. Although there were some discrepancies in the description, the main logic and data were not wrong. "Then we'll see you." Liemo stood up, walked out of the stone room, and turned back. "Goodbye?" Wan Di looked a little confused. "Okay. Goodbye." Liemo sighed, turned around, and clapped his hands. Zhao Dong led hundreds of soldiers to rush in at the same time. The soldiers quickly assembled the micro-optical devices on their shoulders and aimed them at Wan Di. Wan Di stared at this scene in amazement. Chapter 568 Wu Sanwei seeks death. It wasn't until he saw the red dots of laser aiming all over his body that he reacted. "You don't keep your word." He was furious and roared loudly. Various emotions changed rapidly on Wan Di's face. Shock, anger, and even despair. Zhao Dan waved his hands violently. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the soldiers pulled the trigger, and the light golden light emitted by the macro light device instantly hit the furious Wan Di. Wan Di didn't even have time to transform before he was shot into a sieve. He fell to the ground with a bang. The soldiers did not stop, and continued to pull the trigger. For a while, in the stone chamber, light golden light densely intertwined on Wan Di's body, until he was shot to pieces of blood and flesh, and he couldn't see the human form. Zhao Dan waved his hand to stop shooting. Burn. He looked at the blood and flesh, his mouth twitched, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, and finally issued a second order. As if they had been prepared, the two soldiers took out 2 bottles of blow liquid from their backpacks, and poured them on Wan Di. Then, ignite. The fire was blazing, and black smoke was billowing. Liemo had been standing quietly with his back to the stone chamber, and no one could see any emotional fluctuations on his face. Until Zhao Dan came over and whispered, "Director, it's over." Liemo turned his head. In the stone chamber, Wang Di had long disappeared, replaced by a pile of black ash. He stared at the pile of black ash quietly for 2 minutes, then turned his head and walked into the dim corridor. Zhao Dan, who was standing aside, had been secretly observing his expression and only saw an expressionless face. Blow up this place and then withdraw the team. Zhao Dan shuddered inexplicably, pulled up his collar, and ran into the corridor. Outside the cave, the soldiers of the Earth Defense Agency were moving the strange equipment, plants and animals found in the sacred mountain, and even the stone slabs engraved with strange symbols, onto the Huaxia. Liemo stood on a high platform, his face gloomy, watching everything silently. This is simply a great harvest. Zhao Dan pretended to be happy to ease the atmosphere. Under your wise command, Director, our Earth Defense Bureau, at the cost of only one wounded soldier, has wiped out the evil organization that has been hiding on Earth for hundreds of millions of years. That's cause for celebration. Captain Zhao, who is always cold, would flatter the soldier next to him. The corners of his mouth trembled slightly, and he tried hard to hold back his smile. Liemo knew that he was just worried about his emotions. He retracted his gaze and let a bitter smile appear on his face. We are very lucky. Hundreds of millions of years have made this group of ancestral victims lose most of their technology, talents, and brains. As he said that, he pointed to the huge alien spaceship and said, if this guy can start normally, it's hard to say who will win today. Although Zhao Dan didn't think that the ancestors could change the outcome of the war with a spaceship, he had to nod and agree. With the ancestors having it, our casualties must be considerable. So we have to thank the person who blew up the spaceship. Liemo had already vaguely guessed who helped a lot at the critical moment. Yes, we should thank him. Zhao Dan nodded heavily, thought for a while, and added, but Wu Sanwei was not found among the captured humans. I have ordered the special operations team to start searching. In the chaos, the person who blew up the alien spacecraft was probably Professor Wu Sanwei. We should also thank Wang Di. Liemo took the military coat from the soldier and put it on the sacred mountain. Thank Wang Di. Zhao Dan was stunned. In the stone chamber just now, it was because of the director's order that Wang Di turned into a pile of black ash. Now we have to thank him again. This logic doesn't make sense. It was he who devoured the high priest of the ancestors, causing the sacred mountain to be leaderless, so we could win so easily. Liemo never buried other people's achievements, even if the person was an enemy. Otherwise, with those hundreds of second generation ancestors, they can cause us huge trouble. Even, in addition to the alarm clock, the high priest may have a backup plan in the sacred mountain. And, all of this was changed by Wang Di. So, we have to thank him. The sky darkened, and the lights in the sacred mountain lit up. The Huaxia also turned on the huge lighting. For a moment, the lights were bright. Then why do you still want it? Zhao Dan hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't help but spit out a word. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. This was not a question that a qualified soldier should ask. Do you still want to kill Wang Di? Liemo had no intention of hiding it, and his expression was calm. And burn him to ashes? Zhao Dan nodded heavily with doubt on his face. Because of civilization. Liemo walked to the edge of the platform, with a strong sadness flashing in his eyes. I had to kill him for the sake of human civilization. A gust of wind blew, and the military coat fluttered in the wind. For human civilization? Zhao Dan repeated this sentence, seeming to understand. After a long time, he raised his head, still confused. Wang Di has become a useless person who can only stay in the stone chamber. How can he threaten human civilization? Are you sure? Liemo turned his head and stared at Zhao Dan with a pair of sharp eyes. Zhao Dan trembled all over when he was stared at by him, lowered his head and whispered, I'm not sure, but he looks very pitiful. Liemo looked at this subordinate who he promoted and sighed. I didn't expect that as the captain of the Huaxia, he would still be like this. Liemo thought for a long time and finally thought of a suitable word to describe Zhao Dan. That is childish. Zhao Dan is like many Chinese people, simple, kind, and always has inexplicable kindness to others, even if this person is not even a human, but a monster created by aliens. As the captain of an interstellar battleship, you must not be childish. Maybe Zhao Dan is not yet able to take on the responsibility of being the captain of the Huaxia. Liemo pondered in his heart and slowly said, I can't pin the fate of mankind on uncertainty. Any enemy that threatens human civilization must be eradicated. He deliberately emphasized his tone and clenched his fists, even if he is an unarmed weakling. Even if he is a hero who can pull mountains and rivers. No exception. So, although I'm grateful to Wandi, I have to eliminate him from this world. Even if I have to bear the stigma of being dishonest, I will do it. Unconsciously, Zhao Dong saw Liemo's figure gradually becoming larger, and a majestic momentum rushed towards him. His heart was beating violently, and he could hardly breathe. Report. A special operations team member ran from a distance. His face was flushed, he was panting, and he ran very fast. He shouted impatiently from a distance. This shout pulled Zhao Dong back. The soldiers responsible for the guards raised their weapons one after another. Report to the director. The special operations team ran to Liemo and saluted excitedly. Regardless of the sweat dripping into the corners of his mouth, he said loudly, we found the second target. Why didn't you bring him back? Zhao Dong asked hurriedly. In the plan to annihilate Shuxian, the first target is the chief priest of the ancestors, who must be killed. The second target is Wu Sanwei, who must be protected. And this soldier claimed to have found Wu Sanwei, but did not bring him back immediately to protect him, which was a dereliction of duty. He stood on the edge of the cliff, and was ready to commit suicide. The soldier said something that made Liemo's face change drastically. Liemo walked up quickly and asked, what's going on? Wu Sanwei is a Chinese teenager who has been in the clutches of the ancestors for more than 20 years, and can still remain clear and fight back at the critical moment. He occupies a very important position in Liemo's subsequent plan. When we found Wu Sanwei, he was already standing on the edge of the cliff. The soldier was a little nervous when he saw Liemo asking questions in person. Why didn't you use the tranquilizer gun? Zhao Dong's face also changed and questioned. He stood on the edge of the cliff. One foot was stepping on the suspended part. The soldier continued to explain. We are not sure. Liemo knew that in this situation, it was right not to act. He waved his hand and said, let's go, lead the way. At this time, in order to excavate the sacred mountain, as soon as possible, a large amount of equipment had been transported down from the earth. Among them was a batch of mountain motorcycles suitable for riding on narrow roads. Zhao Dong hurriedly dispatched several mountain motorcycles. Liemo rode on the mountain motorcycle and, under the guidance of the special soldiers, whizzed through dozens of corridors and came to a cliff. The black cliff was bare, with no big trees or rocks, and the edge was extremely smooth, as if it had been cut and then smoothed by a machine. On the edge of the cliff stood a man in a grey robe, who looked like a second-generation ancestor from a distance. Liemo slowly approached and stopped about 10 meters away from the man. Is this Wu Sanwei? Liemo carefully looked up and down at this man, whose name had appeared several times in the confidential files of the Earth Defense Agency. He was thin and pale, with messy black hair covering his forehead, and a pair of dull big eyes full of death. Wu Sanwei also looked up and down at Liemo. After a long time, a smile appeared on his pale face. Are you Professor Li? I'm Professor Li. Liemo tried to be honest. The Professor Li who won the Nobel Prize, established the Earth Defense Bureau, and defeated Shuxian. Wu Sanwei didn't expect Liemo to be so young, and he was a little surprised. It's still me. Liemo nodded. I completed the task. Wu Sanwei smiled bitterly. You completed the task. Liemo nodded again. You are late. The bitter smile on Wu Sanwei's face became more intense. I have to be late. Liemo said sincerely. Before destroying the alarm clock, the Earth Defense Bureau must not risk the destruction of the Earth by resonance and launch an attack on Shuxian. Wu Sanwei sighed. I can understand. But, Lan can't understand. She's dead. Lan? There is no information about Lan in the files of the Earth Defense Bureau. Liemo's heart jumped. Could this girl be the reason why Wu Sanwei wanted to commit suicide? I'm sorry. Liemo's face was heavy. Wu Sanwei, apologizing is meaningless. Will it make sense if you jump down now and turn into a pile of rotten meat? Liemo gradually figured out his thoughts and guided him step by step. Wu Sanwei was speechless. After a long silence, he said, at least, this will make me feel better. To make himself feel better, he actually committed suicide? Liemo knew that this was just his excuse. The root cause was that Wu Sanwei lost the motivation to survive because of Lan's death. Jump down. Liemo thought for a while and said something that shocked the soldiers next to him. Jump down. Wu Sanwei was a little dazed. Yes, jump down. Liemo walked forward slowly, his voice cold. I'll jump down with you. Anyway, the earth will be destroyed soon, so the sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. Close your eyes and don't care about the flood behind you. Zhao Dan was stunned and could hardly close his mouth. What is the director doing? Is he really going to accompany Wu Sanwei to the underworld? He quietly signaled the soldiers behind him to have the tranquilizer guns. What a joke. If he loses the director here, Zhao Dan will instantly become the public enemy of mankind. Wu Sanwei was stunned for a moment and subconsciously shouted, "You can't die." Liemo raised his mouth and raised his tone. "You can die. I can't die. What's the reason? You are the director of the Earth Defense Bureau and you are responsible for the survival of human civilization. How can you die?" Wu Sanwei didn't realize that Liemo was only a few feet away from him. "What about you?" Liemo stopped and stared into his eyes. "As a human who can survive from the sacred mountain, shouldn't you do your best for the upcoming crisis of mankind?" This Wu Sanwei was speechless for a moment, but then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I almost fell into your trap without knowing it. No need to persuade me. I died the moment Lan stepped into the altar." Young people are always easily trapped by emotions. Even Wu Sanwei, who is excellent in mind and intelligence, could not escape the torture of this most primitive human emotion. "I won't persuade you." Liemo pondered for a moment, smiled bitterly and shook his head. "A person who is determined to die is not worth persuading. But before you die, don't you want to see what the earth is like now?" Wu Sanwei said in a daze. "Yes, I haven't seen the real world for a long time. Come out with me to have a look." Liemo stretched out his hand. "If after seeing it, you still want to die, I will have someone euthanize you, so that you can enter death in pleasure." Wu Sanwei hesitated for a long time and slowly stretched out his hand. Zhao Dan and the soldiers suddenly became nervous. They were afraid that this young man who was seeking death would pull the director and jump off the cliff. Although the probability of this happening is very small, it is necessary to prevent it. Zhao Dan's calves trembled and held his breath. The soldier's fingers were already on the trigger. Fortunately, the terrible situation did not happen. Zhao Dan looked at the pair of hands clasped together and breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he feel a chill in his spine. The soldiers also slowly put away their guns. When everyone rode mountain motorcycles and passed the big tree-shaped spaceship, Liemo stopped. "Did you blow up this spaceship?" Wu Sanwei nodded. "After the 3 hydrogen bombs exploded, Lao Jia was killed on the spot, and the high priest disappeared. There was chaos in the sacred mountain, and I took the opportunity to steal high energy fuel from the laboratory and made a bomb." "Well done." Liemo nodded. "It's a pity that such a clever guy died." Chapter 569 Kyoto. Wu Sanwei, who boarded the Huaxia for the first time, was obviously a little restrained. He looked around the interior of the spacecraft curiously, his mouth a little bit open. Such a huge spacecraft, what kind of fuel is used as power? How many soldiers can it take? Can it fly outside the atmosphere? Liemo patiently explained. Huaxia, using Marxing new energy batteries as power, can carry 20,000 soldiers for short distance space travel. Because it was necessary to take Wu Sanwei to travel around the earth, the Huaxia gave up the task of cleaning the battlefield, and the tail sprayed light blue flames, rising from the underground hole. In the captain's room, "I didn't expect that humans could build such a sci-fi spacecraft." Wu Sanwei looked at the clouds outside the glass window, a little incredible. Zhao Dan, who was reporting the real-time situation of the battlefield, raised his head and corrected. "This was made by the Earth Defense Bureau." Wu Sanwei was stunned for a moment and smiled bitterly. "Yes, this is all the credit of the Earth Defense Bureau? This Zhao Dan is too naive. With a powerful enemy at hand, is it the time to fight for credit? Huaxia, Earth, and humanity all have a common name." Liemo said seriously in the puzzled eyes of the two. "Human spaceship. To fight against alien spaceships, we need to unite all mankind. As a senior military officer, he must never make such remarks that are not conducive to unity. Wu Sanwei was thoughtful. Zhao Dong lowered his head. Continue. Liemo has made up his mind to replace Zhao Dong after returning to the Earth Defense Bureau. So far, we have captured 162 second-generation ancestors and 600 human scientists from the God Mountain. Zhao Dong felt a little guilty and his voice trembled. Liemo tapped the table with his fingers and asked, "How did you deal with those second-generation ancestors?" Every second-generation ancestor is a biological weapon created by the High Priest of the God Mountain. Once improperly controlled, it is likely to cause serious consequences. I have anesthetized them according to the ancestor handling manual formulated by the Bureau, and imprisoned them in cages, covered with high-voltage power grids. Zhao Dong whispered. Liemo nodded. Although Zhao Dong had many problems, he was still cautious in handling things. He thought for a moment and specifically instructed, those human scientists must be screened immediately. All those who have been slaves of God will be imprisoned. Those who are devoted to humanity should be treated well, and suggest that they join Mosey technology. In Liemo's heart, the most precious thing in Shenzhen is this group of human scientists. They are all geniuses carefully selected by Shenzhen from all over the world, and they have been carefully trained at a huge cost. Each of them has professional academic qualities. With the addition of this group of scientists, Mosey technology will inevitably increase in strength. What should we do with those who don't accept the advice? Zhao Dong asked. What else can we do? Of course, we should send them home with courtesy. Do we have to detain them by force? What is Zhao Dong thinking in his head? Does he really think that the Earth Defense Agency is an evil organization? Is he, Liemo, a super devil? For those scientists who don't like the Earth Defense Agency, we should treat them equally and give them a resettlement allowance. Then send people to help them adapt to life in the human world as soon as possible. Zhao Dong took the order and left. Liemo sat on the sofa, looking at his back, and fell into deep thought. In order to pacify the Earth, as soon as possible, the entire human race was clenched into a fist. The Earth Defense Agency did some cold-blooded and ruthless things to those enemies hiding in the dark. However, Liemo has always been very careful to grasp the scale and boundaries. Why does Zhao Dong think that those scientists who are unwilling to join Mosey technology should be dealt with? Is it Zhao Dong alone who has this idea, or do most people in the Earth Defense Agency have this idea? If it is the latter, then it will be troublesome. In evil fairy tales, the dragon slayer eventually becomes the dragon. Liemo will never allow such a tragedy to happen to the Earth Defense Agency. Captain, you have a lot of murderous intent in your heart. Wu Sanwei also saw some clues from his gloomy face. There is no way. When the Earth Defense Agency was first established, the world was too chaotic. Liemo explained. We had to take some extreme measures. I don't know if Wu Sanwei doesn't believe this explanation. He remained silent during the journey thereafter. It took only 20 minutes for the Huaxia to fly from the Rocky Mountains to the Gobi Desert base of China. After getting off the spaceship, Wu Sanwei looked at the spaceship launch base standing in the desolate Gobi Desert and fell silent. After a long time, he slowly uttered a sentence. How do you solve the water problem of the base? Liemo was stunned for a moment. Compared with the insignificant matter of water source, he originally thought that Zhao Dong would ask about the number of people in the base, how many scientists there are, what equipment there is, and other important questions. When I was in the academy, every once in a while, the grey-robed teacher would shut down the water supply system in the academy. Seeing Liemo's puzzled expression, Wu Sanwei explained. It is said that it is to train students' survival ability. In fact, it is just to appreciate our pain. Wu Sanwei's voice was heavy, and the corners of his mouth twitched, as if the terrible experience happened yesterday. Not only did they shut down the water source, but they also replaced the food provided by the restaurant with naan. Do you know what naan is? He raised his head and looked at Liemo. Liemo nodded. He knew that naan was a kind of pancake-like food in China, made of flour, and did not contain any water. For a whole half month, we didn't drink a drop of water. Wu Sanwei smiled bitterly. Liemo asked, how can we live without a drop of water? Water is the source of life. A person can survive for 3 weeks without food, but can only survive for 3 days without water. It's not that there is no water at all. Wu Sanwei explained awkwardly. In the academy, every student knows when to start water deprivation. The day before, we will drink water desperately. Use the body to store water. Then, Liemo was speechless. It was a miracle to be able to come out alive from that kind of ghost place. And Wu Sanwei not only came out alive, but also blew up the spacecraft that Chen Shuxian used to escape. I have to admire it. Liemo didn't know how to comfort him. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, the water in the base is all filtered natural water. It has never been used." Wu Sanwei. The Gobi Desert base is very large and busy. The experimenters in white lab coats, holding various equipment, utensils, or a lot of information, walked hurriedly. Everyone's face was full of tension. It's very lively here. Wu Sanwei gave a very high evaluation. Although I know that this evaluation is very exaggerated, Liemo was still somewhat happy. After all, this place was built by him, just like his own son. "Do you want to work here?" Liemo took the opportunity to ask. "Yes." Wu Sanwei pondered for a moment and said, "But I can't. Work is meaningless to me." It seems that he still underestimated the position of the girl named Lan in his heart. Liemo had to invite Wu Sanwei to start the second journey. On the spaceship, Wu Sanwei looked at the base that was gradually getting smaller on the ground, and asked in confusion, "I heard that there is a sublight speed spaceship in the base. The flight speed of the navigator is only 1/10 of the speed of light, which is far from sublight speed." Liemo corrected. Wu Sanwei smiled. "Whether it is sublight speed or low light speed, the navigator must be the most advanced spaceship in human civilization." Liemo nodded, and he did not deny the advanced status of the navigator. "Just now, why didn't I see its figure?" Wu Sanwei was a little puzzled. He learned from Wang Di that Mosey technology used the navigator to build a human base on Mars, tens of millions of kilometers away. He was full of curiosity about this spaceship that could cross the universe. Liemo did not lie at all. The navigator is in the base, but it is now the top secret of the Earth Defense Bureau. You can't visit it. Wu Sanwei was a little surprised and asked, "Can't we even take a look outside?" "No." Liemo answered straightforwardly. Wu Sanwei was stunned for a moment and fell into deep thought. He knew that as the director of the Earth Defense Bureau, Liemo must be very busy at work. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is busy with all kinds of things, but he was willing to accompany him to travel around half of the Earth. Moreover, most of the places visited were some confidential places. Why can't we even take a look at the navigator from a distance? Does this spaceship have a special function? However, as the Huaxia landed again, Wu Sanwei's inner emotions changed from doubt to shock in an instant. This time they came to Kyoto, Japan. He looked surprised and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. This once prosperous metropolis has now become a big garbage dump. The Japanese, with numb expressions and tattered clothes, were looking for food in the ruins filled with garbage. Half a piece of bread or a piece of rotten meat could cause a most primitive fight. The strong winner, in the envious eyes of the crowd, stuffed the food that even wild dogs would not eat into his mouth and chewed it slowly. Looking at these people, Wu Sanwei thought of an inappropriate name, refugees. The huge Huaxia slowly descended, and the refugees scrambled to gather around. As usual, some stronger refugees used sticks to drive away the refugees who rushed up from time to time while running. A thin child in a high school uniform was a little lax and was swept by the stick. He lay on the ground, crying and stretching his arms to the Huaxia, his eyes full of regret. The Huaxia was hovering in the air. The soldiers opened the food throwing port. Compressed biscuits, canned meat, mineral water, porridge and other relief supplies fell from the sky. Wu Sanwei even saw hundreds of black shorts sandwiched in the air, flying in the wind. There is no water here, and the refugees never take a bath. The shorts are more practical. A young soldier saw that he was a little surprised and explained. On the ground, the refugees crowded together, raising their hands to welcome the supplies that fell from the sky. Although the Huaxia was not suspended at a high position, the supplies that fell still smashed the refugees on the ground and made them bleed. However, the refugees who grabbed the shorts were not hit. They excitedly changed into the shorts on the spot and happily danced a weird dance. The refugees with bruised noses and swollen faces holding the supply boxes, avoided the blockade of others, and ran into the small houses built by simple tents in the ruins. The blue simple tents were printed with the logo of the Earth Defense Agency. This Wu Sanwei looked at the hellish scene outside and was a little surprised. He once came to Kyoto under the supervision of the Grey Robe Man. At that time, Kyoto, as the largest city in Japan, was full of tall buildings and brilliant lights. On the busy road, the traffic is endless. The streets are extremely clean, and the people are well dressed and well mannered. Unexpectedly, in just a few years, the tall buildings that once stood in a forest have become ruins. Those well-dressed, well-mannered, and somewhat arrogant people in Kyoto have become beggars looking for food in the garbage dump. Wu Sanwei retracted his gaze and looked at Liemo. How could this happen? Moon meteorite. Liemo spat out 2 words. Moon meteorite. Liemo said, the egg spacecraft launched silver beads and blew the moon into pieces. Although most of the fragments were pushed into space by us, there was still a piece that turned into 24 small fragments and fell to the earth. 24 cities on the earth were destroyed, including Kyoto. Wu Sanwei was a little confused. He knew that the earth had lost the moon that had been with it for billions of years forever. He also knew that when the moon broke, it caused a great geological disaster to the earth. However, most of the cities hit by the moon meteorite in other countries in the world have begun to be rebuilt. Even some countries with weaker national strength have surrounded the destroyed cities to prevent accidents. And the Kyoto in front of us has turned into a refugee camp. There are 24 cities destroyed on the earth. Why is only Kyoto turned into a hell on earth? Wu Sanwei knew that Liemo, the director of the Earth Defense Bureau, must know the reason. He asked, also, where do these refugees come from? Although he has not experienced the moment when the moon meteorite fell to the earth, he also knows that there must be very few survivors in such a devastating disaster. Now, there are thousands of tents in this refugee camp not far away, enough for tens of thousands of people to live in. Then there are probably other refugee camps in other areas of Kyoto. They are all Japanese. Liemo walked to the glass window with a strange look. This sentence is completely nonsense. If there are Chinese people down there, you would have sent a spacecraft to take them home. Wu Sanwei complained in his heart. He knew that this director has always advocated the priority of the motherland and once denounced the absurd statement that scientists have no borders. In fact, Wu Sanwei also agrees with this view. If a person is not patriotic, then isn't he the same as an animal? In difficult times, materials must be supplied to compatriots as much as possible. There is no doubt about it. Similarly, a country will not hesitate to lend a helping hand when its citizens encounter disasters. Wu Sanwei frowned and asked, why don't the locals help these refugees? Liemo smiled and said, this is the masterpiece of the local tycoons. Chapter 570 Teacher Bay. After the lunar meteorite hit the Earth Defense Agency immediately organized countries around the world to rescue the cities hit by the lunar fragments. Liemo saw Wu Sanwei's puzzled expression and had to continue explaining. Aren't those cities completely destroyed? Wu Sanwei asked, a little puzzled. Liemo sighed. Although the power of the lunar meteorite hitting the earth was great, it smashed a huge pit about 20 meters deep on the ground, and the shockwave generated instantly destroyed countless houses. But super cities like Kyoto were not completely destroyed. Wu Sanwei understood clearly that Kyoto was once one of the largest cities in the world, covering an area of more than 2,000 square kilometers. It expanded outward from the center of Kyoto, and the area within a radius of 70 kilometers was the Greater Kyoto metropolitan area. Such a vast area, perhaps a large part, was not directly destroyed in the disaster. Then these refugees are the survivors on the periphery? He asked. Liemo nodded. Wu Sanwei was puzzled. Why didn't the local authorities immediately rescue them? Let these survivors live like wild dogs? Wild dog, this young man, was quite direct. But Liemo appreciated people who didn't hide their true thoughts. He smiled bitterly and said, our Earth Defense Bureau immediately sent a professional team to guide the disaster relief efforts of various countries. But the big chaebols in Kyoto City directly rejected our guidance. Wu Sanwei was a little bit unbelievable. Why? Maybe they feel that the destroyed Kyoto has lost its meaning. Liemo replied. For the Cheebles, everything can be measured in money. Rebuilding houses for these refugees is a complete loss-making business. Standing in front of the glass window, Wu Sanwei looked at the refugee camp and fell into silence. At this time, a burst of black smoke suddenly came out of the refugee camp. Because it was too far away, it was not clear, and there were faint gunshots. Two men with naked upper bodies and wearing large shorts came out of the tent and ran quickly towards the Huaxia. Behind them, 3 or 4 aged gunmen raised their pistols. Wu Sanwei was now sure that he could not hear gunshots in the Huaxia and could only see the white smoke coming out of the muzzle. The 2 men in large shorts fell to the ground, struggled twice, and did not move. The gunmen danced and cheered, then walked into the tent-filled camp and disappeared into the depths of the tent forest. This was the first time Wu Sanwei saw human beings killing each other. Even though he grew up in the hellish mountain, he couldn't help but tremble. Is it really possible to end someone's life so easily? Moreover, looking at the arrogant look of several gunmen, it is obviously not the first time they have done this. Seeing Wu Sanwei's eyes full of shock, Liemo took the opportunity to ask, if you join the Earth Defense Bureau, you can change all this. Wu Sanwei's expression moved slightly, but he remained silent. Liemo sighed. It seems that this young man's idea of seeking death is not ordinary determination. In this case, he will only take him to the last place. A place that Liemo is unwilling to face. The Huaxia set off again, flew over the ocean, flew over the mountains and rivers, flew back to China, and slowly landed beside the ruins of a city. Wu Sanwei got off the spaceship and was stunned after just one look. This is a ruin of a Chinese city. Inside the ruins, the grass and trees are scorched, and the buildings have collapsed. A bleak scene. The ruins were surrounded by a black and yellow steel pipe cordon. A stainless steel nameplate next to the ruins read Mengcheng Ruins. The ruins covered a large area, and the edge was invisible at a glance. There was no garbage or debris in the ruins, and it looked like they had been carefully cleaned. Outside the ruins, a female teacher in a blue corseted spotted skirt was standing in front of the nameplate, explaining something to a group of 5 and 6-year-old children. Wu Sanwei was silent for a long time, and then asked, is this Mengcheng? He knew that Liemo was from Mengcheng. Liemo's face was gloomy and he nodded. At this time, the female teacher also saw them, and led the children over. Of course, the Huaxia was so huge that it almost covered half of the sky. Liemo and his men were surrounded by hundreds of fully armed soldiers, so it was difficult not to be seen. Perhaps the Huaxia had not landed yet, and the female teacher had noticed it, but she was explaining to the children, and had no time to look around. The arrival of the female teacher attracted the attention of the soldiers. They held the weapons behind them in their arms, and put their fingers on the trigger. Comrade, please stop. The captain in charge of the guard mission came forward and stopped the female teacher. The female professor stood on tiptoe and waved to Liemo. Professor Liemo, I'm Beiji. Beiji? Question mark? This name seems a little familiar. Liemo frowned. Beiji was afraid of the soldiers and dared not get closer, so she had to shout loudly. We are elementary school classmates. Mengcheng Staff Primary School, Sunflower Class. You still owe me a spicy hot pot, have you forgotten? Liemo was indeed a student in the Sunflower class of Mengcheng Staff Primary School when he was a child. The name Beiji was also familiar, but the appearance of this female teacher was very strange. He couldn't equate Beiji with any female classmate in his mind. 3rd grade of elementary school, math homework, have you forgotten? Beiji saw that Liemo was still confused, stomped her feet, and reminded him in a low voice. Math homework, Liemo remembered. Isn't this the little girl who often copied his homework? It's just that Beiji in elementary school was pale and thin, with dark skin, thin body, always tied a ponytail, and often had a long river hanging on her nose. If she hadn't studied well, Liemo wouldn't have wanted to play with her. But now Beiji has fair and rosy skin, a tall figure, a pair of clear and bright black eyes, willow-like eyebrows, and bright red lips. Although she is dressed conservatively, people still want to be friends with her. She has a great figure and a beautiful S-shaped curve. These are 2 completely different people. The soldiers also sensed a clue from Beiji's words, and they tried to hold back their laughter, with strange faces. Wu Sanwei was surprised. Your classmate? He had many classmates since he was a child, but none of them existed in this world. This female classmate of Liemo made him a little interested. Liemo's mouth twitched, and he nodded awkwardly. Yeah. Although Beiji revealed his poor academic record, as soon as they met, they were old classmates after all. Old classmates who were still alive. Liemo waved his hand. Let her in. The soldiers quickly made way for a passage, and the captain took out a strange instrument and scanned along Beiji's beautiful S-shaped curve. When the indicator light turned green, he stepped aside. Beiji gently pulled the hem of her skirt and walked over gracefully. Behind her, the group of little kids were chattering. Teacher Bei is really a classmate of Professor Lee. I thought she was bragging. Great, great, wow, wow. A little girl took out a photo from her pink school bag, her big eyes shining. I wonder if the teacher can ask Professor Lee to sign it for me. Wu Sanwei looked up at Liemo, as if to say, you are very popular. Liemo's face was slightly red, and he raised his head and chest. When I saw the Huaxia, I knew you were back. Beiji walked in front of Liemo with a bright smile on her face. Liemo nodded. I haven't been back for a long time. This time I came back to accompany an old friend. Beiji only then remembered that Liemo's family also died in the disaster. She was stunned for a moment, and the smile on her face froze, looking a little strange. Chapter 571 Teacher Bei 2. Beiji opened her mouth, but made no sound. She was so embarrassed that she pulled the corner of her clothes tightly with her hands. Liemo saw her expression, sighed silently, and smiled. You were not in Mengcheng at that time, were you? Beiji was about the same age as him. According to the time calculation, she should have been studying in another place when the moon fell. Seeing that Liemo was not angry, Beiji breathed a sigh of relief and replied, I was a junior in Huacheng at that time. But my family and relatives were all in that disaster. Her face was heavy, and she couldn't say anything more. Mengcheng was a small heavy industrial city in the early days. It had all the characteristics of an industrial city and poor transportation. In the small city, there were their relatives, friends, and lovers. There was everything they had. After the voice fell, the two fell into embarrassment again. Many of their common memories must involve the great disaster that no one wanted to recall. Wu Sanwei suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Beiji, you seem to be a teacher now. The honorifics she used obviously made Beiji a little uncomfortable. Although this pale young man was dressed simply and had messy hair, he must be a person of high status to be able to be friends with Liemo. Beiji laughed and said, after graduating from college, we college students from Mengcheng all received special treatment. I was hired as a teacher in a kindergarten in Huacheng. She didn't know that the reason why Wu Sanwei used honorifics was because he had a natural fear of the profession of teacher. Today is the day for patriotic education in our kindergarten. The principal took into consideration that I was born in Mengcheng and am familiar with this place. So, he specially asked me to bring the children to visit the ruins of Mengcheng. Beiji's face flushed, and she said to herself, our principal is very nice, and he is in the minibus next to us. As she said that, she waved from the minibus parked in the distance. A middle-aged man ran over from the minibus in a hurry. Liemo looked at Beiji's move and felt something in his heart. This is a rhythm of taking advantage of the situation. However, after all, he is his old classmate. Although he can't take care of him directly, he should say a few words of support. After being carefully scanned by the captain in charge of the security, the middle-aged man ran to Liemo breathlessly. He was probably in his 40s, slightly fat, with gold-rimmed glasses and a slicked back hair. His black shiny hair was meticulously combed, and he wore a gold watch on his wrist and black leather shoes with crocodile nameplates on his feet. He looked like a high-quality person. He panted heavily, with a smile on his face, nodding and bowing. Hello, Professor Lee, I'm the principal of Xingxing Kindergarten. My name is Liu Jiangsheng. Liemo instinctively felt disgusted with this kind of greasy person, but still smiled and said, hello, Principal Liu. As he said that, he looked past the crowd and looked at the children outside the security circle. It seems that your school's patriotism education is doing well. Liu Jiangsheng's forehead was covered with sweat, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. He just nodded repeatedly. This is all thanks to the education department of the Earth Defense Agency. Now we have to carry out patriotism education activities every month. Liemo looked at his trembling calves and the faint water stains on his pants, thinking that it was difficult for him. He smiled and said, Teacher Beiji was my classmate in elementary school. When I was in school, she took good care of me. What should be said still needs to be said. Liemo knew that perhaps, because of his words, Beiji's life in kindergarten will be much better in the future. This was originally a very ordinary sentence, but Liu Jiangsheng shuddered all over, and his face turned pale. His voice trembled. That's natural. That's natural. Liemo was a little confused, but he didn't think much about it. He just thought that he was afraid of his power, and lost his composure. He waved his hand. I still need to talk to Teacher Beiji. You go first. Liu Jiangsheng nodded repeatedly, walked backwards out of the security zone, turned around, wiped the sweat off his face with his suit, and walked towards the bus trembling. He was not as happy as when he came. Wu Sanwei was suspicious and glanced at Liu Jiangsheng's back and then at Beiji. Beiji's face was flushed. She lowered her head and her eyes were wandering. These two people are interesting. Wu Sanwei was thoughtful. Liemo didn't see anything unusual, but talked to Beiji about interesting things in elementary school. Beiji, do you still remember Wang Dashan? Liemo, I remember. That little guy who used to steal the teacher's chicken legs to eat? Beiji, that's him. He's now chef in a 5-star hotel. Liemo, this is a good career for him. Liemo, do you still remember the fat guy who always liked to call you a yellow-haired girl in elementary school? What is he doing now? Beiji, Wang Feng, he was in Mengcheng at that time. Liemo seemed to have forgotten the purpose of this trip and was chatting happily with his old classmates. Until, outside the cordon, the children's voices came. Teacher, can Professor Liemo sign for us? Liemo saw that these little guys were standing outside, waving all kinds of signature books in their hands. Beiji looked expectant. Can you? Why not? Liemo took out a ballpoint pen from his pocket. Considering that there are too many children, it is inevitable that there will be security loopholes. Beiji asked them to line up in a long line and pass the captain's scan one by one before they could come to Liemo. Signing is simple. Liemo has a specially designed artistic signature. With one stroke, it is done in one go. But the children's signature books are a little strange. Maybe it's because this patriotic education activity is considered an outing, and most of them didn't bring home workbooks. So, handkerchiefs, tissues, clothes, and even palms became signature books. However, a little girl with 2 pigtails took out a photo from her pocket. In the photo, Liemo was wearing a bachelor's gown, holding a big red graduation certificate in front of his chest, standing in front of the Yanda library. This is his college graduation photo. Liemo was stunned for a moment. Uncle, can you help me sign my name on it? The girl with pigtails looked like a porcelain doll and spoke in a coquettish voice. Liemo picked up the pen, wrote his name on it solemnly, and smiled. Little friend, how did you get this photo? He remembered that, after taking this photo, he only pooed it on his scarf. Later, after the establishment of the Earth Defense Agency, in order to avoid security risks, all the photos of Liemo that had not been specially edited on the internet were cleared. This is my dad's favorite photo. The little girl carefully put the photo into her pocket with her pink hands. He said you are his idol. Liemo understood that her dad was a fan, which made sense. After signing, Beiji led the children to wave goodbye to Liemo. Looking at the gradually receding back, Wu Sanwei whispered, your female classmate and the principal are a bit interesting? Chapter 572. Interesting? Liemo thought for a moment before he understood what Wu Sanwei meant. He was puzzled. It's impossible. Why didn't I see it? You are chatting with a female classmate. Of course you can't see it. Of course, Wu Sanwei just thought about it and wouldn't say it out loud. He pointed to his eyes without keen observation. How can you come out of the sacred mountain alive? Seeing Wu Sanwei's sure look, Liemo couldn't help but believe it a little. Such a good female classmate. How could it be? Thinking of Liu Jiangsheng's greasy look, Liemo felt a little disgusted. This kind of thing is someone else's private matter. You and I are willing. He as an old classmate should not be involved. But these two people's professions are very sensitive, involving the construction of teacher ethics. As the director of the Earth Defense Bureau, he has the responsibility and obligation to create a pure growth environment for children. Liemo thought deeply for a moment, waved his hand, and asked the assistant to bring a mobile phone. Connect the education department of the Earth Defense Bureau. The assistant quickly dialed the number and handed it over respectfully. Director Wang? This is Liemo. Director Wang on the other end of the phone had already known his identity through the caller ID, and his expression was a little nervous. Director, this is Wang Xiaoshan from the Education Bureau. Please go ahead. Under the great crisis of the Earth's impending destruction, the already deserted Education Bureau became even quieter. Although students were still attending classes as usual, all major exams such as the college entrance examination were suspended. The construction of new schools was completely stopped. The few tasks left for the Education Bureau were to arrange teaching tasks, build teachers' ethics, and organize schools to carry out patriotic education. Director Liemo rarely cared about teaching tasks, but he was very concerned about patriotic education. He would send someone to inquire about it every now and then, and today he even called in person. Even Wang Xiaoshan, who has always been steady and self-righteous, felt a little flattered. Liemo glanced into the distance. Beiji sent the students to the minibus, and the principal drove a silver substation wagon to stop beside her. The principal lowered the window and said something that made Beiji stunned for a moment, and her body stiffened a little. Beiji turned around to look at the children on the minibus, and then timidly stole a glance at Liemo. Fortunately, the burly soldiers blocked the way, so Beiji didn't notice that Liemo was staring at her. Although they were far away, Liemo could see that Beiji's face was blushing, her expression was embarrassed, and her legs were squeezed together. Beiji hesitated for a long time. At this time, the principal got out of the car and personally opened the passenger door for her, with a serious expression. Beiji half reluctantly got into the silver substation wagon. The principal's face was full of joy, his two little eyes narrowed. He opened the door and got in the car anxiously. Then, the silver substation wagon sped away. Behind the car, smoke and dust rolled. Liemo retracted his gaze, gritted his teeth, and asked angrily, "Have you conducted teacher ethics construction recently?" Of course, the last training ended just 10 days ago. Wang Xiaoshan was shocked when he heard the director's stern tone, and hurriedly explained. Liemo asked, "Just training? Didn't you send people to various schools for field research?" Human beings are creatures that cannot withstand temptation and are prone to making mistakes. If simple training can purify people's minds and cleanse their souls, there wouldn't be so many dirty things in this world. We have done research. Our Education Bureau sends 100 inspection teams all year round to inspect schools across the country. Liemo's aggressive approach made Wang Xiaoshan a little confused, and he felt a chill on his back. Liemo asked, "Then did you also inspect the Xingxing kindergarten in Huacheng?" Xingxing kindergarten? Wang Xiaoshan was stunned. As the director of the Education Bureau of the Earth Defense Bureau, he assisted the government in managing schools and educational institutions across the country. There are at least 5 million kindergartens across the country. How could he remember them clearly? Director, wait a minute, let me check. Wang Xiaoshan was very smart. He quickly turned on the computer and searched for information about the Xingxing kindergarten in Huacheng. Fortunately, he did a solid job in basic work, and he quickly found the information about the kindergarten. Wang Xiaoshan looked at the information on the computer and replied, "Director, Xingxing kindergarten is a private kindergarten with a registered capital of 3 million yuan. The principal is Liu Jiangsheng. There are 126 teachers and 641 students in the kindergarten. The last inspection report said that there were no cases of teacher ethics violations in the kindergarten." This is where Wang Xiaoshan is smart. The director's tone was unusual, and he directly named Xingxing kindergarten. Wang Xiaoshan naturally knew that he was prepared. He did not force himself to take it, but took out the inspection report. In this way, even if it is found that Xinxing kindergarten does have a teacher ethics case, it is the inspector's dereliction of duty, and he can only be regarded as poor supervision at most. Facing such an old-timer, Liemo wanted to give the phone a middle finger, but when he saw Wu Sanwei next to him looking at him, he had to suppress his anger and said, "Director Wang, maybe you are very meticulous in your work, but there are loopholes in a fine net. I suggest that you conduct another review of Xinxing kindergarten." He emphasized, "Understand? Understand." Wang Xiaoshan hurriedly nodded to the phone. The director has made it so clear. If Wang Xiaoshan still doesn't understand, then wouldn't he be a fool? Is Wang Xiaoshan a fool? Of course not. A person who is self-disciplined and self-righteous can become the director of the Earth Defense Bureau. Even if the Education Bureau is just a government office with little money, it is not something that ordinary people can do. Wang Xiaoshan put down the phone, took a long breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and hurried to the inspection office opposite. Halfway through his run, he stopped again, returned to the desk, picked up the wolfberry teacup, and took a sip. After a few minutes of hesitation, Wang Xiaoshan made sure that his face was full of dignity, and then he slowly walked towards the inspection office. After knocking on the door, Wang Xiaoshan coughed twice and said to the inspectors who were sorting out the data, "Urgent task. Now we have received reports from the masses that there are cases of violations of teacher ethics in Wuchang Xinxing kindergarten. You guys should immediately form a special inspection team and go to verify." Several inspectors immediately stood up and prepared to leave. In the corner, a little girl in uniform stood up, looking puzzled, and asked, "Director Wang, didn't you just inspect Xinxing kindergarten last time? I didn't find anything unusual, and I didn't receive any abnormal feedback when I visited students and teachers." Wang Xiaoshan looked at the little girl, and his mouth twitched. This newcomer named Wang King was still too immature. "I said it so clearly, but you still didn't understand? It's so immature. No wonder you didn't find anything unusual." Wang Xiaoshan looked dignified and said, "No abnormality was found, which means you are not careful enough." Wang King, who was scolded, had red eyes, lowered her head, and bit her lip slightly. Wang Xiaoshan sighed, "Young people, how can you mature without going through hardships?" He added, "Wang King, you should also go with a team to investigate this time. You must study carefully." Wang King nodded. Chapter 573 Worship. When Liemo was on the phone, Wu Sanwei had been watching carefully beside him, with a strange look on his face. When he saw Liemo hang up the phone and hand the phone to the assistant beside him, he spoke, "One phone call can mobilize hundreds of people. One phone call can decide the life and death of countless people. Is this power?" He has been living in the sacred mountain. The most powerful grey-robed supervisor can only manage dozens of human slaves. And this young man in front of him, who is about the same age as himself, with clear eyes, and not very handsome appearance, actually has supreme power here. Seeing the process of using power, Wu Sanwei realized that Liemo, who has been traveling around the world with him, has another identity. Liemo saw the gleam in Wu Sanwei's eyes and naturally knew the shock in his heart. He smiled and said, "This is power. But power is far from as wonderful as ordinary people imagine. When you have power, you also have to take responsibility." Wu Sanwei thought. Liemo took the opportunity to ask, "If one day in the future, you can also have this kind of power, will you still seek death?" Wu Sanwei hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. "Power is attractive. But, for me, it is meaningless. Just like you said just now, when you have power, you must shoulder the responsibility. Too tired. I'd better go with Lan." Liemo smiled faintly. Wu Sanwei's reaction did not exceed his expectations. If Wu Sanwei was so easily tempted by power, Liemo would not have gone to great lengths to cross half of the earth to join the Earth Defense Bureau. Liemo said, "I will build a fun thing on Earth. Do you want to see it?" Fun things. Such childish words, coming out of the mouth of the director of the Earth Defense Bureau, seemed particularly abrupt. Wu Sanwei felt a little interested and nodded. The summer evening was still sultry, and the steam rising from the asphalt road made the scenery on the opposite side look hazy. The willow tree drooped its branches and swayed weakly. A few birds whose names I couldn't tell were hiding in the shade of the trees. The bulletproof armored red flag car drove very smoothly, and its good sound insulation and comfortable driving environment made the inside of the car and the outside world completely different. Wu Sanwei looked at the scenery flashing past the car window and felt puzzled. According to the experience of the previous 2 times, they should take the Huaxia at this moment and go to the location of the good stuff. However, Liemo unexpectedly asked him to get on a car. This is called a car, but it is actually a convoy consisting of 10 armored vehicles, 2 tanks and a red flag car. In particular, the 2 tanks were equipped with anti-aircraft missiles, which made the convoy look particularly safe and majestic. Wu Sanwei found that the convoy did not leave the ruins of Mencheng, but slowly moved along the wide asphalt road surrounding the ruins. Could it be that this good stuff is near Mencheng? Wu Sanwei was puzzled. However, his doubts disappeared when he saw a huge 3-pointed monument appear outside the car window. The 3-pointed monument was pitch black. From a distance, it looked like a sharp sword, piercing the sky and piercing the bright light of the sun. Although it was far away, Wu Sanwei could still feel the power of the 3-pointed monument. It was as if the 3-pointed monument was the most majestic thing in the world, making people kneel down and worship it. He couldn't help but tremble in his heart, staring at it, and asked in a daze, "What is it?" Liemo said calmly, "The monument of human civilization." When the 3-pointed monument was just completed, the Earth Defense Bureau staff group suggested that this monument built to commemorate the hundreds of thousands of Mencheng people who died in the moonfall be named the Chinese Monument. Liemo thought again and again, and considering the emotions of people all over the world, he decided to name the monument of human civilization. Wu Sanwei looked serious and muttered to himself, "The monument of human civilization." As the motorcade sped, the 3-pointed monument was getting closer and taller. When Wu Sanwei got off the red flag car and was outside the human civilization square, he felt its true majesty. The dark exterior of the triangular obelisk exudes a dim but heart-touching color under the sunlight. It rises into the sky, dividing the blue sky into 2 halves. Outside the square, people who came to pay their respects, holding flowers in their hands and with solemn expressions, came in an endless stream. When they saw the black convoy coming, they stopped and looked surprised. Although wealthy businessmen and politicians from home and abroad often come here to pay their respects, it is rare to see a fully armed convoy like this. After all, the Earth Defense Agency has implemented a gun ban around the world, and ordinary guns are hard to see, let alone tanks equipped with missiles. So people stopped and cast their eyes on this mighty convoy. When Liemo got out of the car, the scene instantly boiled. People rushed to the convoy like a tide. "Professor Liemo is here." "No way. Did you see it wrong? Professor Liemo is so busy." "Really? I'm not lying to you. Look for yourself." "Oh my god, it's really Professor Liemo. Everyone make way, the water is coming." Fortunately, hundreds of soldiers who jumped off the armored vehicles had already surrounded the convoy, so the crowd had to stop outside the cordon. Liemo walked in front of the crowd, his expression solemn, and said, "Today, I'm just an ordinary citizen like everyone else, only to pay tribute to the people who died in the moon meteorite." Everyone then realized that all of Liemo's relatives had also died in the disaster, and they all looked sad. "Professor Liemo, condolences by the way. Professor Liemo, we are with you." Everyone used all the languages they could think of to comfort Liemo, and for a while, the scene was noisy. Liemo's heart warmed, and the corners of his eyes were a little wet. Wu Sanwei, who was next to him, saw this scene. His eyes were complicated, and he seemed to be thinking about something. At this time, a young man in the back row wearing traditional Chinese clothes raised his fist and shouted, "I'm immortal, and the earth is immortal." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then reacted instantly. They raised their fists and shouted excitedly, "I'm immortal, and the earth is immortal. I'm immortal, and the earth is immortal." This deafening sound resounded through the sky, startling the wild birds roosting in the nearby woods. This deafening sound continued from the bottom of the square to the square with more than 2,000 steps. Everyone waved their arms and shouted. Wu Sanwei used his sharp eyes to observe carefully from the side. These people who shouted slogans all had red faces, firm eyes, and excited expressions. He did not find any signs of insincerity in them. Is this Liemo's charm? Wu Sanwei fell into deep thought. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574. What's the use of the pieced together spaceship? Knowing that Professor Liemo and an old friend were going to personally pay tribute to the monument of human civilization, everyone made way for them. Surrounded by soldiers, Liemo and Wu Sanwei climbed up along more than 2,000 steps. The steps were very steep. When Wu Sanwei was halfway up, his heart was already pounding, and sweat was oozing from his forehead. He turned his head and looked at Liemo beside him. There was not a single drop of sweat on Liemo's fair cheeks, and his breathing rate did not change, looking very relaxed. Wu Sanwei complained in his heart that he had received inhuman training in the sacred mountain, but he was not as good as the professor who sat in the office all day. It was strange. He took a deep breath and couldn't help but speed up his pace. After climbing 2,000 steep steps and stepping onto the square, Wu Sanwei's calves began to tremble. However, when he saw the three-pointed stupa, he immediately ignored his fatigue and couldn't help but walk over. Looking at the three-pointed stupa from a distance, one can feel its majesty. When Wu Sanwei walked up to it, he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy, as if this steely made of black rock was connected to his blood. This was a very ridiculous, yet absolutely real emotion. Wu Sanwei couldn't help but reach out and touch the name engraved on the black rock, and the feeling of blood connection surged in his heart. The names of the victims of the moonfall are engraved on it. Behind him, Liemo's voice was heavy. Wu Sanwei raised his head and looked up. There were countless names densely engraved on the black rock, estimated to be tens of millions. Liemo explained, there are a total of 50,601 names on it. Wu Sanwei's heart was shocked, and his eyes were instantly full of admiration when he looked at the three obelisks on the black rock. Each name only occupies less than 2 square centimeters, but it represents a living person. A person with blood, tears, self-awareness, and uniqueness. The obelisk is huge, and these more than 50 million names only occupy a small area. One day, my name will be engraved on it. Liemo's face was solemn, and he gently placed a bunch of white chrysanthemums under the three-pointed monument. Liemo stood up, bowed, and put his hands together. Of course, I hope that, when this day comes, there will be survivors of mankind. Wu Sanwei's mood suddenly became heavy. He knew what the spaceship of the cross-level civilization meant. The Earth Defense Agency could easily defeat Shenzhen with nuclear bombs, light weapons, and interstellar battleships. The main reason was that Shenzhen's strongest force, the spaceship with hundreds of millions of years of history, was blown up by itself in advance. Of course, Shenzhen's civilization level is not far from that of human civilization, which is also a very important factor. But the real alien spaceship is different. From all the signs, it comes from the hands of a third-level civilization, and humans will have no power to fight back. For the first time, he felt a heaviness in Liemo's heart. This heaviness is much heavier than a mountain weighing 10,000 tons on him. After Liemo finished worshipping, he took a bunch of white chrysanthemums from his assistant and handed it to Wu Sanwei. Wu Sanwei was stunned for a moment, but when he saw Liemo's expectant eyes, he took the bouquet unconsciously. Liemo asked, "Are you determined to shoulder this burden with me?" Wu Sanwei said nothing, but put the bouquet under the three-pointed monument and bowed deeply. "Lan, I'm sorry. I have important things to do. When things are finished, I will definitely go down to accompany you." Wu Sanwei raised his head, looked at the spire that soared into the sky, and said, "Director, what time do I go to work?" Liemo breathed a sigh of relief, walked up and patted him on the shoulder. The Earth Defense Agency gathers the world's elites, and there are countless talents, but there are only a few people who are truly capable of managing the overall situation. Moreover, in addition to excellent leadership skills, this person must also have a clear understanding of the future of mankind, and even have the spirit of devoting himself to mankind at any time. Wu Sanwei has lived in the sacred mountain for more than 20 years, but he has not lost his original intention and courage. He can obtain the coordinates of the alarm clock and blow up the spacecraft, and make an indelible contribution to the Earth Defense Agency's defeat of the Sacred Mountain. This person is rare. Inside the Huaxia, Wu Sanwei, who had given up the idea of committing suicide, was in a good mood to carefully examine the equipment inside the interstellar battleship. The interior of the ship was the same color as the ship, and it also used solemn black, which made the atmosphere inside the starship look very serious. Those equipment that looked cool and full of technology did not attract Wu Sanwei's attention. He was interested in a long trace that ran across the entire ship. There was a silver gray welding mark on the deck of the Huaxia. The welding was smooth and neat. It was obviously the masterpiece of a senior welder. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all, but for Wu Sanwei, who is good at observing the environment, he still noticed it at a glance. He looked 500 meters away and found that there was also a welding mark there. Could this interstellar battleship, which represents the highest technology of mankind, be spliced together? With this incredible idea, Wu Sanwei took a shuttle bus and roamed inside the starship. Sure enough, he found a clue soon. On the flat and smooth deck, 6 island-style buildings suddenly appeared, and there were several communication radar-style antennas on them, which looked like the tower of an aircraft carrier from a distance. Wu Sanwei drove the shuttle bus closer and found that, although the island-style building in front of him had been converted into a dormitory by the soldiers, there were still traces of the aircraft carrier command center. In a room on the top floor, there was a large purple wood desk, a leather sofa, and a blackened pipe. He even found a photo on the wall. In the photo, a middle-aged man wearing a 5-star admiral uniform of the United States, holding a pipe, standing in front of an aircraft carrier named Little Bad surrounded by a group of officers. Wu Sanwei held the photo and was stunned. All signs indicate that the China was made up of several aircraft carriers like the Little Bird. He couldn't help but sigh that the Earth Defense Agency was too playful. When Wu Sanwei walked into the captain's room with a strange look on his face, Liemo was sitting at his desk, carefully reading the officer files. He needed to select an outstanding officer from them to replace Zhao Dong as the captain of the China. Seeing Wu Sanwei coming in, Liemo said without even raising his head, "Take a seat. There are tea leaves in the cabinet and hot water in the thermos. Make some yourself." Liemo's seemingly indifferent behavior touched Wu Sanwei's heart. Wu Sanwei took tea leaves and 2 teacups from the cabinet, poured 2 cups of tea, held them in both hands, and handed 1 cup to the director. As a subordinate, you should be self-conscious. Liemo took the teacup, said thank you, and then put the file aside. Wu Sanwei took the opportunity to ask, "Director." Before he could finish, Liemo interrupted him and said with a smile, "Just call me Professor Lee." Director sounds a bit vulgar. In the Earth Defense Agency, Liemo has 3 titles. Researchers call him Professor Lee, old subordinates call him boss, and administrative staff call him director. Wu Sanwei did not dwell on this question, but directly expressed his doubts. "Professor Lee, is this spaceship made up of aircraft carriers?" "Ha. Did you find it so quickly?" Liemo smiled and said, "Yes, I dismantled 6 aircraft carriers to make the Huaxia. It's very impressive, isn't it?" Although Wu Sanwei knew the answer, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he got the final confirmation. The aircraft carrier formation composed of 6 aircraft carriers was enough to conquer a medium-sized country, but it was destroyed lightly by the young professor in front of him. What a boldness! Wu Sanwei took a deep breath, suppressed his inner shock, and asked, "Professor Lee, do you really think that with a spaceship like the Huaxia, you can defeat the alien spaceship from the 3rd level civilization?" This question has been hanging in his mind for a long time. Even he can sense that the alien spaceship is unmatched, and he doesn't believe that Wu Sanwei, the greatest scientist in the world, will not understand this. Liemo looked at Wu Sanwei with relief. Can the Earth, Huaxia, and humanity deal with alien spaceships? Impossible. This is a fact known to most people in the Earth Defense Agency. However, no one has ever raised this issue in person. Everyone just carefully buried their doubts deep in their hearts and was cautious in their words and actions. For Director Liemo, it is not a good phenomenon that subordinates dare not raise opinions. Liemo looked at the tender green rising and swelling in the water cup and smiled. "Of course. I don't believe it. Even if the Earth has 1,000 Huaksha ships, there is no hope of victory in front of alien spaceships. In Liamo's view, the number and size of interstellar battleships are vulnerable to alien technology that crosses the civilization level. The interstellar war scenes in the movies with huge cannons bombarding each other look huge and shocking, but there is no rationality at all, and it will never happen. The alien spaceship just fired a silver bead the size of a light particle and destroyed the huge moon. Therefore, under the absolute suppression of the civilization level, the interstellar war will end in an instant in a way that humans cannot imagine. Wu Sanwei didn't expect to get such a frank answer. He was stunned for a moment and asked, "Then why do you still do this?" Liamo took a sip of tea and smiled. "Confidence." Wu Sanwei asked in confusion. "Confidence?" Liamo sighed and replied, "Humanity is facing a crisis of destruction and is in despair. We need hope." Wu Sanwei understood immediately. He has lived in the sacred mountain for decades and has a deep understanding of despair. Naturally, he knows the value of hope. However, in the face of the impending destruction, hope alone is not enough. The universe will not take special care of humans just because they are full of spirit. He asked, "Hope will always be shattered in the face of absolute strength. What should humans do then?" Liamo smiled and said, "Do you really think I will place my hope on these interstellar battleships?" Wu Sanwei was shocked and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. So, the Earth Defense Agency has a backup plan. It is hard for him to imagine any way to deal with the alien spaceship. Could it be the mysterious navigator? In this case, it can explain why Professor Liamo refused his request to visit the navigator. Before he knew it, Wu Sanwei's expression fell into a daze. He didn't even notice that the teacup in his hand tilted and the tea spilled all over the floor. Ahem. Liamo coughed twice in a row. This Wu Sanwei is really too smart. The topic of how to deal with alien spacecraft can no longer be discussed. Liamo thought for a while, looked at Wu Sanwei who had woken up, and asked, "Who is Lan?" Lan. When Wu Sanwei heard this name, he felt an inexplicable bitterness in his heart. He opened his mouth several times and finally uttered a sound. "She is my classmate." Classmates can make a man die for them. Is it really just classmates? Liamo complained in his heart. Classmates in college. Wu Sanwei added. Liamo nodded. This makes sense. A pair of young lovers supported and encouraged each other in the devil's hell, and finally escaped successfully. Based on this, a tearful and blockbuster movie can be conceived. But why was Wu Sanwei the only one who came out alive? Liamo looked puzzled. Although Wu Sanwei was unwilling to face Lan's death, he knew that, if he kept escaping, he would live in the dark and guilt for the rest of his life. So he mustered up his courage and continued. Lan is a girl with purple hair and a lovely appearance. Although she sometimes likes to be a little bit temperamental, every time I feel down, she will suppress her inner sadness and comfort me. This is a suitable marriage partner, Liamo thought. The Earth Defense Agency gathers the world's elites, and of course there are many strong women who join. Although they have good looks and amazing figures, their personal lives are not very happy because of their strong personalities. Wu Sanwei recalled the past with a look of happiness on his face. We were the only students who successfully graduated from the academy that year. On the day we parted, I thought we would never see each other again in this life. Unexpectedly, after I was brought into the God Mountain by the grey-robed supervisor, I found that Lan was also there. At that time, my heart was filled with a feeling of happiness. Because the supervision of the God Mountain was relatively lax, it even encouraged slaves to have relationships with each other so that they could give birth to little slaves with excellent IQs. In this way, in the hellish God Mountain, we were like two lovers, staying together all day long. Liamo saw the sparkling eyes of Wu Sanwei inside. In this world, no matter how outstanding a person is, he cannot understand the primitive and ancient emotion of love. The figure of Chen Shuxian appeared in Liamo's mind, and his heart ached. Wu Sanwei paused, his tone became heavy, and continued, "So, I was planning to spend the rest of my life with Lan in the hellish Shenshan Mountain. All of this was ruined by Wang Di. He told me that Shenshan was preparing to destroy mankind. In order to resolve the crisis of world destruction, we must find the coordinates of the alarm clock, and this coordinate is hidden in the altar of Shenshan Mountain." Liamo has always been puzzled about how Wu Sanwei got the coordinates from the altar. The coordinates of the alarm clock are engraved on the inner wall of the altar. According to Wang Di's description, creatures that enter the altar cannot come out alive. Now, he understands. All of this may be the credit of this purple-haired girl named Lan. Chapter 575 North American Direct Administration Area. Wu Sanwei covered his face and cried. His body twitched, immersed in sadness for a long time. Liemo just watched quietly from the side, without saying anything to persuade him. In the face of such heart-wrenching sadness, no amount of comfort would be in vain. It would be better to let this man vent alone. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Liemo stood up and handed over a box of tissues. Wu Sanwei used tissues to wipe the tears off his face. Liemo then said loudly, "Come in." A tall girl holding a stack of documents pushed open the door and walked in. She has a beautiful face, fair and tender skin, a pair of dark and clear big eyes, soft and plump red lips, undulating curves, and long legs. Even in a grey professional suit, she can show off her beautiful figure. She is Liemo's assistant, Kinbamian. Kinbamian's walking posture is very distinctive. She lets her toes touch the ground first, a little like the posture of walking when dancing ballet, making people feel that her whole body is full of youthful vitality. "Director, this is the document you need to approve today." After Kinbamian walked into the room, her big eyes kept staring at Liemo, as if Wu Sanwei, with red eyes, did not exist. Liemo sat up straight and asked, "Are there any S-level documents?" In order to improve work efficiency, the Administrative Department of the Earth Defense Bureau divides the documents submitted by countries around the world into 5 levels: A, B, C, D, and S. The importance of the documents increases in order. For example, the least important A-level document may just ask whether Liemo is in good health recently, or which tribe has found some strange fruits in the sacred mountain and hopes to present them to the Earth Defense Bureau. For such documents, Liemo usually perfunctorily handles them. As for those strange fruits, let those tribes digest them by themselves. Who knows if they will die after eating them. However, the most important S-level file is different. It may be related to the stability of an area. Kinbamian leaned down and said with a smile, "Director, there are indeed 2 S-level documents." As she spoke, she used her white and slender fingers to pick out 2 marked documents from the pile of documents. The first one is the report sent back by our Earth Defense Bureau's Special Service Office in Japan. Liemo simply flipped through it, expressionless, and handed it to Wu Sanwei. "Sanwei, take a look." Kinbamian was stunned. When she walked into the room, she had already seen a thin, pale, and slightly red-eyed young man sitting next to the director, and she also felt a little strange. Kinbamian had been Liemo's assistant for a short time, but she also knew that the director was a cold person and rarely invited friends, not to mention that this friend could sit on the sofa with a calm expression. At that time, she thought that this young man might be an old friend of the director. However, now the director handed the most important S-level document in the bureau to the young man, which made Kinbamian tremble in her heart. What is the origin of this young man named Sanwei? Wu Sanwei was also stunned. Although he agreed to join the Earth Defense Bureau, he did not have an official position. The document that Professor Liemo handed over seemed very important. Is this appropriate? Wu Sanwei took the document and read it in a state of uneasiness. This document is an intelligence information. Lieutenant Fang Shan, the special agent of the Earth Defense Agency in Japan, reported. The intelligence officer of the Earth Defense Agency monitoring the Kyoto refugee camp found that several refugees were killed in the Kyoto refugee camp. After the on-site inspection of the bodies, it was found that these refugees all died of excessive bleeding in the carotid artery. There were traces of suspected teeth biting on the wounds on the neck. What's more strange is that the hearts and lungs of these refugee bodies were all missing. It is initially speculated that the refugees died because their carotid arteries were bitten, and the murderers who committed these murders may have cannibalistic tendencies. The report is short, but the content is very horrifying. Wu Sanwei was shocked. Could it be that cannibals appeared in the Kyoto refugee camp? Not long ago, he had witnessed the misery of the refugee camp with his own eyes and knew that people often lost their minds in that hellish environment. Liemo saw Wu Sanwei's shocked expression and knew that he had finished reading the report. He smiled and asked, "How do you decide to deal with the Kyoto cannibal incident?" Wu Sanwei was a little confused. This major event related to regional stability should be handled by Li Mo, the director of the Earth Defense Bureau. Is he asking for his opinion? Wu Sanwei thought for a moment and said, "I suggest that the Earth Defense Bureau immediately organize an investigation team to go to the Kyoto refugee camp to investigate. Arrest the people who committed these horrific bloody cases." Li Mo smiled and asked, "If the big Cheebles in Kyoto stop us, how should we deal with it?" Wu Sanwei then remembered that it was the big Cheebles who really ruled the Kyoto area. For their own interests and to maintain their ruling position in the local area, they will definitely try their best to stop the Earth Defense Bureau's investigation. However, if the Earth Defense Bureau forcibly investigates, it will definitely conflict with those big Cheebles and affect the overall situation of human unity. This is a dilemma. Are we going to let the cannibals in the Kyoto refugee camp go unpunished? Wu Sanwei pondered for a moment, took a breath, and said firmly, "Criminals must be severely punished. If those big Cheebles dare to stop it, the Earth Defense Agency must take a tougher attitude, or even use force." Li Mo breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. This young man is indeed full of righteousness. Li Mo took the document and wrote on it, "It is recommended that the Earth Defense Agency's Special Service Office in Japan immediately investigate the cannibalism case in the Kyoto refugee camp." Qin Bamian, who was standing aside, was even more shocked when she saw this scene. Director Li Mo never asked for any opinions when handling things. Today, not only did he ask for Wu Sanwei's opinions, but he also approved the documents according to his opinions. She couldn't help but look closely at this young man she had never met. Assistant Qin. After Li Mo approved the documents, he looked up and saw Qin Bamian staring at Wu Sanwei with a dazed look in his eyes. Qin Bamian came back to his senses, blushing, and hurriedly turned out another S-level document. Director, a drought that occurs once in a century has occurred in the North American Direct Administrative Region. Tens of thousands of hectares of crops have been completely destroyed. People have to endure hunger and suffering. President Yelena has requested assistance from the Earth Defense Agency. Li Mo took the document and looked a little serious. The number of people affected by the disaster in North America this time is as high as tens of millions. If we provide full assistance, the reserve grain in the Earth Defense Agency will inevitably be tight. If we don't provide assistance, the victims may not survive this winter. Li Mo put the document on the table and looked up at Wu Sanwei. "Sanwei, what do you think?" Qin Bamian was stunned again. In just a few minutes, the director has been asking for the opinion of this young man. What's the rhythm? Will this young man hold an important position in the Earth Defense Agency? Qin Bamian looked at Wu Sanwei eagerly. Wu Sanwei thought for a while and asked back, "I don't know what attitude the director has towards the people in the North American Direct Administrative Region. Attitude determines the way to deal with problems." Li Mo smiled and said, "The North American Direct Control Area is also part of the Earth, and humans live there too." Qin Bamian, who was standing next to him, was a little confused. Why was the director talking nonsense? Wu Sanwei, however, understood Li Mo's attitude. He analyzed, "As human beings, we must not watch the people in the North American Direct Control Area suffer from hunger. But the number of people affected by the disaster this time is as high as tens of millions. If we try our best to rescue them, the Earth Defense Agency's grain reserves may be consumed. If disasters occur in other parts of the Earth again, we will be in a difficult situation." Li Mo nodded. This was exactly what he was worried about. After he used the Sky Eye to discover the traces of alien spacecraft, he immediately asked Mosey Technology to take out a large amount of funds to collect more than 2 billion tons of grain from major producing countries in the world and store them in various parts of China. After the establishment of the Earth Defense Agency, Li Mo lent the remaining grain to the Earth Defense Agency on the premise of retaining enough food for the Chinese people for 5 years to use for disaster relief around the world. According to Li Mo's plan, this batch of grain could at least meet the relief needs of mankind for 10 years. However, the drought in the North American Direct Control Area was too severe. Most of the farmland was barren, and the number of victims reached tens of millions. At least 500 million tons of grain were needed to provide sufficient assistance. This number has exceeded the red line in Li Mo's relief grain plan. Wu Sanwei was excited to see that his analysis was agreed by Professor Li Mo, and a trace of red appeared on his pale face. He said, "There is another problem. Although the North American Direct Control Area is directly managed by the Earth Defense Bureau, most of the officials are still the original countrymen. They are likely to embezzle the relief grain that should have been distributed to the victims." Li Mo nodded and said, "It is possible. The most greedy animals on Earth are not tigers, wolves, or sharks, but humans who dominate the Earth. They are always easily captured by their inner greed, using the power in their hands to do their best to seek benefits for themselves. Especially when there is a major disaster, the situation in the disaster area is chaotic and the situation is critical. It is also a good opportunity for those with ulterior motives to take advantage of the opportunity to embezzle the relief grain." Li Mo saw Wu Sanwei's confident look and said with a smile, "What good ideas can you come up with?" Wu Sanwei said with a smile, "I wonder if the director knows how an able official in ancient my country provided disaster relief." Li Mo, who had a photographic memory and was well read, certainly knew that this able official was actually He Zhen, a corrupt official in ancient China. Although He Zhen was extremely corrupt, he was a capable official. In order to prevent rich children from coming out to collect food from the victims during the disaster relief, he ordered his subordinates to mix gravel into the food. However, Li Mo pretended not to know, pretended to be surprised, and asked how to provide disaster relief. Wu Sanwei said, "1 bowl of rice, half a bowl of sand." Of course, this is just an exaggeration. Wu Sanwei continued to explain, "We can mix sand into the aid food in the North American Direct Controlled Area, so that those with ulterior motives can be prevented from embezzling the aid food. At the same time, it can also prevent some fake disaster victims from repeatedly receiving aid food." Li Mo nodded and smiled. "This is indeed a good idea. If a person is not really hungry, he will definitely not want to eat food mixed with sand." Next to him, Qin Bamian also nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, looking at Wu Sanwei with eyes full of admiration. Li Mo drafted a plan according to Wu Sanwei's idea, and told Qin Bamian to immediately let the relevant personnel in the bureau implement it according to the plan. When the Huaxia landed in Yanjing, it was already evening, but the summer sun died a little later, so the whole Yanjing was still shrouded in light. A convoy consisting of bulletproof red flagged vehicles, armored vehicles, and tanks had been waiting for the airport. Wu Sanwei followed Li Mo and walked down the more than 100-meter long staircase from the Huaxia. He found that the originally wide airport seemed a bit crowded after the huge Huaxia landed. Dozens of military vehicles had to carefully circle around the airport. Fortunately, no other planes landed here, otherwise there would definitely be an aircraft accident. At this time, Zhao Dong also walked down the Huaxia, looking listless. Wu Sanwei saw his face full of disappointment that was difficult to conceal, and sighed in his heart. The captain of the Huaxia had just been dismissed by Professor Li Mo, and was in a depressed mood. In fact, Wu Sanwei was grateful to Zhao Dong in his heart. After all, it was he who led the soldiers to find himself who was about to jump off the cliff. He was also a lifesaver. However, Wu Sanwei absolutely agreed with Professor Li Mo's decision. Although he and Zhao Dong had just met not long ago, he could feel that this young man of the same age as himself lacked training and liked to act based on his personal preferences. For a normal person, this may be just a personality trait, but for a captain who commands tens of thousands of soldiers and controls the Huaxia, it is indeed a fatal flaw. When Li Mo was about to reach the front of the convoy, he stopped, turned around, and looked at the tail of the Huaxia. Wu Sanwei also followed his line of sight and looked. The tail hatch of the Huaxia had already been opened, and rectangular metal boxes that looked like crystal coffins were sent to the vans under the escort of fully armed soldiers. These dozens of camouflage-painted vans looked like they had been specially modified. All four wheels were equipped with wide explosion-proof tires. The narrow windows on the side of the car were equipped with barbed wire. The heavy machine guns mounted on the roof flashed a metallic luster under the sunlight. Director, those captured second-generation ancestors will be sent to the biological laboratory of Mozi Technology. Qin Hongmian ran over in a pair of high heels and explained. Professor Liu, the head of the laboratory, is going to conduct an autopsy study on them to find out the source of the second generation ancestors' strange abilities. Liu nodded and said, "Tell the transport personnel and the experimenters in the biological laboratory to strictly follow the ancestor manual issued by the Bureau to prevent these ancestors from escaping with strange abilities." Qin Hongmian nodded, took out her mobile phone, and conveyed the director's order to the relevant person in charge. Liu saw those camouflage painted vans, escorted by armored vehicles, drove out of the airport, and disappeared into the sun, and then he turned around. "Wu Sanwei, the teacher is waiting for you at home." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.